Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. Short version is I never finished my electrical work of separating all of my office into two separate breakers. So half of my office is still on a breaker with like my bedroom. And I think Brittany turned on too much stuff upstairs with me having a space heater down here, and it popped the fuse that my router is connected to. But my computer and everything stayed on, which is nice. So at least that's all good. It's like all the other
Cue the next breaker with the computer going down.
No, but I even like when I originally built the office, I even like noted which wire to like where to splice it. So if I ran like a separate breaker and then terminated that like from that splice back, like at the junction box back, I would be good for all of my office would be separated from the rest of the house on two separate breakers except for one outlet upstairs. But I forgot when I had the electrician come the past 2 times to do all these upgrades to the electrical of the house because I was still on fuses until a few months ago, which is funny to say. I entirely forgot about that project I started back in November of 2019. And, oops.
Half of our audience wasn't even born then, Scott. Let's move on.
Oh, okay. Our audience is under 5?
They're watching us.
Oh, fair. I mean, Forensic did struggle with logging into, you know. All right, moving on.
It's more of an old person thing than a 5-year-old thing at this point.
So,
What are you saying? Scott's the oldest, but I'm the greatest one here. I don't want to hear it. No old. We're all young.
all young and virile, all of us. Yes, Nubile Boys.
Okay.
That's us. It's actually our new stream name is Nubile Boys. Twitch.tv/Nubile Boys. I hope that's not a Twitch channel.
Next
I
topic.
don't want that anywhere near my search history, so we're just going to pretend. The
I'm
answer
also
is
not going
no,
to search Twitch for that. So.
and it doesn't exist. Awesome.
All right, back to game. I'm sure if you go to Nubile Boys, it's just like 24/7
Thank you, Cozy Kitty Cats.
playing of Michael Jackson. All right, so you are back to the game.
Come on. So stop the smear campaign, all right?
So sorry, it was Catholic
nothing
Mass. All right, so
There you go.
we are
See,
able
get
to,
somebody who deserves it.
So where were we? Game. So she had said more or less like I will give you so on and so forth. She had bit the coin, gave it back, and you can tell that there was like a validity. Like you could see that there's more validity to what it was. And then Wade, you were saying something to her.
Yes.
And I only got a bit, and then I died.
Basically, I was vaguely telling her that we could give her information that may assist her. Not telling her about the books and about necessarily like the alchemy lab that we're going to go to with Guinevere, but kind of hinting that we have a couple of different avenues that may provide info that we'd be willing to pass to her. And then Aldo had added for a price or for something like he Aldo did as well. So basically saying that, hey, work with us. We might have even more for you. That's not even a job. It just might help with what you're looking for.
Yeah. She says, let's not play this game of potential payment for a job already done.
That would not be payment for this job. I'm simply saying that our working relationship could go beyond simply cleaning some weapons.
And if it does, let's see if it goes that way at that time. For now, there are 3 blades in front of us, and all of us are curious to see the validity of them. Are they real or are they not?
As far as we know, they are real. Where we found them, how we found them, is exactly as we've described. And the place that they were found, behind all of the active traps and everything else, it would be very surprising if someone else had activated that, gone in there, left behind some of the valuables and swapped them out. So my guess would be, yes, they are in fact very real, but I defer to you as you are the expert.
And you know my price.
Didn't Aldo literally just win that argument like 2 seconds ago?
Mm-hmm. Well, no,
25.
I thought.
What Aldo did was he was more
You
or
said
less
coin price, and then you said roll diplomacy, and he got a 25.
No, the coin came out afterwards.
Yeah, no, it was she wanted a weapon, and I was like, she's like, do you really want them? You know, somebody else working on them. And I was like, do you?
Yeah.
And she's like, well, yeah. And then she
gave
like,
you
yeah,
more
I still want
information.
one.
Her more information was I'm not just cleaning these up. I'm using all of my knowledge. I'm doing tests on them, which comes from the knowledge that I have. And I can explain the weapons to you, what they are, how they, how they function, so on and so forth. I can give you all the history behind them. Those kind of details is what I can give you, more than just I'm cleaning a weapon, right? So she's saying, you let me keep one, and I'm giving you all of my expertise in exchange for it.
Okay, I was under the impression that 25 diplomacy was for his, like, what about for coin?
Oh, she's not willing to do that for just the coin, but she's willing to negotiate around the coin and so on and so forth. Sure. You guys can have a conversation
in general.
So
all right, anyway, I'll let Aldo probably respond to this, because
please go ahead.
Is kind of,
I mean, you really want Aldo to respond, because what he's going to do is start rolling the package up.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, that's fine. So,
I mean, go for it.
Yeah.
So you start rolling the package up. So you start rolling the package up, and she says, where are you going to go with that?
I don't know. We met a guy. What was his name? The hobgoblin out of Dresden. We're going back that way soon anyway. What was his name again, Koa?
Roxanne.
Yeah, Roxanne.
You say that,
Yeah.
she takes that like one or two steps forward she needs to and slams her hand onto the thing that's being rolled up to like stop you in the middle of your action. And she's like, you would not dare.
Don't. You can't talk to Aldo this way, because he leans right into it and he goes, yes, I would.
She leans forward for a moment and then goes and leans back and says, you need a bath.
This is going
Excuse me?
places I wasn't quite
I had a bath
expecting.
last night. All right.
I feel
what
we've
bottle?
lost the plot here. But
Oh, touche.
never mind. You two continue.
She says, you're not going to bring this to him. He's going to bring it to some moron.
I told you.
Options are relatively limited.
We're willing to work with you, and that is what Koa is saying is true. I understand, what your expertise is worth, but you want to test if these are real, and you're charging us one of them to do so. There is somebody probably that he can point us in the direction that can validate it for not losing a third of what we have.
Oh,
Just to see if it's true.
you'll be losing something else instead.
Well, I don't really see much of an, other options here.
She, again, leans back on her heel, crosses her arms, but does not take steps back. You know what I mean? Like she's still up close so that she could stop you again if need be, sort of a thing. Like you kind of get that vibe, Koa at least.
Yeah.
So she leans back on her heel and crosses her arms again and says, what do you think that my services are worth?
Oh, we've got some idea. You're doing work for one of our friends here, which seems to cost a lot.
She shrugs
The
and
craftsmanship is
says, who's your friend that I'm doing work for? I've taken no jobs.
He looks to Koa and he goes, oh no, that apprentice is making Mikhail's blade.
Mikhail already got his weapon back, did he? No, it wasn't finished yet. That's right.
Nope. Oh no, Koa.
I got the rebuilt one, but not the custom.
I also was under the impression that Mikhail was getting your help.
Mikhail. Oh, the musician
Yes.
with the
that's
dead
one.
mother?
I'm not sure of his mother's status. We've not really quite discussed it, but
He has a shit blade on him.
yes, and he's very bad with it.
You know what? I would say she actually breaks for a second and gives like a ha. Like you actually get like a genuine, you caught her off guard, and it actually made her laugh at that one.
Is this what Mikhail is here for? Just to catch strays and put people to sleep? I should not have been a bard. That's a terrible legacy for a
Your
bord.
spells are great, but you do leave some openings. I mean, you can't feed an apple to a mule, man.
Okay, sorry. So she actually does like laugh for a second. Like you catch her off guard and it breaks a lot of the tension.
Oh, will laugh a lot. Like whenever she laughs, he'll kind of laugh too.
Yeah.
True though, like he'll add.
And she goes, okay, I did take that job, but it's already completed. I don't have any open jobs. Mikhail is your companion?
Oh yes, much better from a distance with putting people to sleep and such than he is wielding a blade. But
She
useful nonetheless.
waves away. You're continuing to talk and says, so that means the two of you are also the heroes of Leshev, the Valiant Few?
Yes. Yes. That would be us.
She rolls her eyes and says, ugh.
If I told you everything that we encountered out in the mountains, there might be even more nicknames coming, but I'm not sure anyone would believe a damn thing that I would have to say about that.
Well, unfortunately, I would.
I looked to Aldo like, should I?
Aldo just
As you
looks
guys are
to her.
exchanging an awkward
'Cause
glance
she's
at
trying
one
to
another,
talk.
she presses on and says, you have a reputation, and one that I appreciate. It's true then? You actually freed slaves?
Yes, outside of Haudh-Gwenn, the 10 lashes, so to speak. The Captain Dan and his merry band of bandits out in the forest. And, gruesome business. A couple of them, unfortunately, we weren't able to free. They were killed by a terrible man, Captain Tor, his name was. But we're on to bigger things now, such as trying to end a 7th-century-old...
Let's not
She
go
looks
into too big a detail on things that aren't relevant here.
She looks at Aldo, back at Koa, back at Aldo, and says, fine. The deal is as I've already stated, but you also have my appreciation and respect.
Koa lights up. He's like, that sounds great. He looks to Aldo, like expecting Aldo to also be excited about that.
Aldo's face is just like it's like looking at just like a brick wall, and he just goes, "Thanks. You can have the spear."
She looks down at it and looks at you and says, agree. Oh, hold on. Hey, Molly!
Hey, Molly.
Molly!
Hello.
We're good cop, bad copping a Smith.
Hey,
Yeah,
Molly.
they're bonding with her by making fun of my character.
I was watching.
We really punched down there.
I was watching the Markiplier video, Molly, called The Drowned Man Part 3 recently. It was very entertaining. It was
I thought about that recently, and I don't know why.
it was very entertaining, Molly. I'm sorry for your pain, but it brought me joy. So, nothing brings me joy like your friends getting
Hi,
pooped
Molly.
on.
Thank you for raiding. Let me tell you about the time your house fell apart. Remember that?
Yeah.
Wasn't it a good time?
Yeah, and
Thanks
your
for
friend
the
got
raid.
pooped on.
Way
Oh.
to get my wife to never raid us again.
I live in pain. You live with Wade.
pain.
I mean, does anybody expect otherwise?
Okay, I don't need you guys to punch down. Let's go back to Mikhail.
I'm pretty sure this is up. I think this is
Yeah,
up.
I think it is up. You're literally taller than all of us. It is literally up. So,
As
All
I
right.
get older, I feel like I'm slowly hunching.
I mean, I believe that.
I'm Adrian in Rocky 6 at this point. I'm one hand out of the grave.
All right. Back to game. So, where were we? So she
Fear.
says, yeah, but and you gave that like a look of just what was it, indignation or whatever it was, Aldo? Or did you
It
say
was
something?
just like all expression when she said that just went out of his face. So it was just like full flat, and he's like, "Thanks, you can have the spear." And
Oh,
then
yeah,
he
that's
like
right.
extends his hand.
That's right. You said she says agreed, and she'll actually spit in her hand and extend it to yours.
I'll spit back in my hand.
Okay, and you guys will clasp. And she says, "It'll take me some time to get this done, not just because of the care that I want to take with getting them cleaned up. I'll get that done first, cleaned and oiled. But I'm gonna have to get the reagents I need to do the test. Do you care to be here for the test, or can I do it without you?"
I mean,
Aldo looks over to Koa.
if we're in town, I would love to be a part of it. See your work firsthand, I think, would be amazing. But
I'm not gonna look for you. You let me know when you're in town. You let me know when you leave, And if you're in town, I'll send somebody to find you.
Very well. We're here for at least another day or two, I imagine.
It won't be that soon. It'll take me time.
Well, how much time do you think you'll need?
It depends on how long it takes for me to acquire the reagents. It's not spring, so not everything's growing right now. Let's say at least a month. It might even take as long as the spring.
Well, we should be back in the spring. We have to journey back westward come springtime, so that might line up well for us.
All right. Well, is this all the business that we had?
No, I don't believe it is, Koa.
My current weapon,
It's a travesty. I can see it just from the crossblade. Whoever made that didn't know what they were doing.
Yes, well, I was part of the Free Folk, and I got this as a Free Folk mercenary as part of my first ventures outward, and then I've kind of been...
You're not dead. Good job. Now I assume you want to stay alive.
Yes, very much so. And I'm assuming you don't do anything with armor. You mainly work with weapons based on everything I'm seeing here, so...
What are you looking... She looks like... Not uncomfortable, but like... You can clearly tell from her expression it's not her realm of expertise, but she still doesn't drop the conversation. She says, what are you hoping for?
I'd like to be able to stay mobile, but in our triad of fame and accomplishment, we do face real dangers. If I may, Aldo, unfortunately, in our time in the Valley of Doom over in the mountains, we discovered that there were gnolls that have moved in. Between arrows and hyenas and gnolls and other things that we've encountered, I have found that my armor is a bit lacking, and that my thighs have been pierced quite many times, and I have found that I feel a bit exposed being the only one of the three of us that are usually up in the face of danger at all times. So something that I can stay mobile in that will also give me a little bit of added protection is what I'm hoping for, but if that is not something you can do, I understand. My sword, as you can see, is meant for two hands. That's the way I'm used to fighting, though well, he'll produce the cutlass, the masterwork cutlass that he has. I do carry this with me, but I prefer to be able to strike down my foes quickly. So, weapon and armor to hopefully continue to do some good in the deer as it needs it.
So she takes the cutlass and she looks it over because she listens to everything you're saying as you're doing that. She looks the cutlass over and she says, well, at least this was made well enough. It's not pretty, but it does the job, so I can appreciate that.
It was not used by the finest of men before I acquired it.
Yeah, looks it over, turns it and says, actually, this is almost good enough to resell. It's a decent weapon. She puts it on the bar and says, I'm sure it's the only one out of the three of you. All right, listen, if you're going to put an order from me, one of the things that I do is I make you fight. I will watch you fight against some ruffians that you'll pay to stand off against you as part of it. I will watch you practice against a dummy, and I'll watch you go through your practice forms, assuming you have some. In doing so, that's how I best assess your fighting style and make sure that I get a weapon, design a weapon for you that matches your style. That and measurements of your hand and, your grip and so on. Part of doing this, out of respect, she says, looking over at Aldo, holds the look for a second, and looks back. I will make suggestions for what kind of armor I think that you would be best suited for. I'm not really the best at handling armor. Banging out dents, maybe making some modifications, sure, I can do that for you. But I am no tanner. I am not really much of a leather worker, and I don't have many unique designs, anything that I've made myself for armor. I can do basic repair. So I'll make suggestions for you, and then can send a recommendation.
That would be fine enough. If there's an armor smith who you respect, that would mean a lot. And as for everything else, I'm not sure what you would charge for such work, but perhaps he'll produce one of those 2 coins of his own.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One of these may suffice for some of that.
She thinks for a second, and she's like, I assume you want something big. It's got to take more material. The amount of time it's going to take to craft it. That 1 coin alone might be a little bit light. But since you have my appreciation, she looks poignantly at Aldo and holds it for a second. She looks back at you and says, I think we can make a deal.
Excellent. And I very much appreciate and respect your time. Again, your reputation precedes you from both in town, around Adir, and whether you like it or not, those from Dravstone. And that's why we came here first. We are embarking on a task that we feel is very important and perhaps bigger than ourselves and the egos that you may think we have. But it is important we succeed.
The first thing you did around town has a song written by your bard, announcing it and the valor of the action. And then you also have another song written by your bard about how valiant a few of you are. I imagine the egos are only being uncovered.
When those were written, it was to enhance our reputation as a mercenary group to get more work. But even if I won't go into specifics, what we discovered in the mountains, I believe has changed things a bit.
She doesn't. You can see this curiosity, but she doesn't answer. And you can also see that your explanation about mercenaries doing that for reputation for more work. There's like, again, a nod of acknowledgement, like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Because like her line of work, word of mouth advertisement based off the quality of what she produces is all she needs to do. But if you guys are just trying to even get your name out there for who to look for to hire, like, okay, yeah, you can see that she understands that as well. So a small nod of understanding there, and then and what have you. And again, you have her interest peaked on the rest of it, but she doesn't ask questions. She says, very well then, you said you're here for the next day or so?
Yes. I believe at least for tomorrow, and then the next day we may be departing, but I've got to see where we're at. We have a few more tasks to attend to in town before we leave.
I'm going to need several hours of your time.
Very well. Today, tomorrow, when?
When are you available?
Right now. And also, probably later this evening and tomorrow.
Well, let's try to save you some time if you have a bunch of errands to do. I'm going to start taking your measurements. She looks at Aldo and says, go off and hire some ruffians. Some morons that think that if they team up, they can take out this oaf.
Yeah, I can do that.
And
he looks at her and he says, business is business. I'm glad we could come to an agreement, but make no mistake. And he looks her dead in the eyes and he says, craftsmanship or not, I would have taken these to Roxanne if we didn't come to an agreement. And then he like turns and he'll walk out.
She just stares hate at him as he walks away and says, I don't care how many fucking coins are jingling in his pocket. I will not make a weapon for that man.
I'm not sure he could wield it if you did.
And then she says something in Glynn that unfortunately your character doesn't understand. But you think you may have heard it before. It sounds more like a threat than anything else.
Who might have I heard it from?
Oh, other people around the...
I was really hoping you were going to say Roxanne.
No, Roxanne's too nice, unfortunately.
Aww.
Yeah.
No wonder that didn't work out.
Oh.
They had a little
Wow.
yin and yang.
Wow.
Very
You're not even
dom
there.
Sub.
You're not even there. You can't throw hate when you're not there.
Don't,
You can only
don't
catch
wow me. I've been doing nothing but catching strays this whole stream.
That's what you get when you don't show up. You know
I
what
say,
I mean? Like,
oh yeah, the bard actually researching something. Yeah, never mind.
Where's the warrior I'm making this sword for? Oh, he and his boy man are reading books together.
she didn't.
His sword is ready. Where is he?
Yeah.
Reading a book.
He doesn't know how to use it
Fucking
either.
hate you.
It's like, yeah.
It's about birds and flowers of a deer. I don't know.
Literally, yes.
I think this is military, isn't it?
What?
The one
the secret knowledge is military, but the superficial knowledge is going to be like fauna in Florida and whatnot.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, all of the books are like stuff
You
like
didn't
that.
like have to be right.
And then listen, I said what I said on purpose. I knew.
I'm going on mute again.
So, the way I like them. When you play with campaigns or people in real life, like, and you're all sitting around a table, don't you wish you could just like mute your PCs there too? You know what I mean? Just
yes.
like, right?
Yes.
At the
I
actual
don't think
table.
anyone's ever wished for me to be quiet in my life.
Even the dog called that bullshit out.
Disagrees.
Dude,
Good boy, Harley.
That's the kind of shit's been happening to me all day, man.
That dog's like bullshit.
Dave, you got here at the perfect time to call out Wade's bullshit. Thank you.
Unbelievable.
Oh, that was awesome. Oh my god. Oh, okay, sorry. So what she then does is, and I've described this once before, is there's not much by way of like side chatter. She actually isn't interested in any type of side chatter. It's a lot of like taking your measurements, asking questions about like, you know, when you started to learn, what your dominant hand is, you know, so on and so forth. Actually looking at some of your injuries that you have, and like, you know, you can kind of like go into a bit of detail as to how you got them. And I knowing Koa's personality, he probably gets a bit flowery with how it is he describes, like, oh, you should have seen this one. The guy I was going against was this big, you know.
It's one of those things where he tells the truth, but it sounds like he's embellishing.
Yeah. So do me a favor. This is an oratory check, which I don't think you. So just roll perform. She very early into your starting to tell the stories, just kind of like stops whatever she's doing and looks at you and says, cut to the important details.
Yes. Well, you see, I swung this way when I decapitated the man in Haudh-Gwenn. I do this whenever and the hyenas, I had to,
and so on. And so makes this up for, again, not one for small chatter. And then it's Aldo will go out and he has to. Aldo, how much coin do you spend to hire people?
Thanks, Aldo. Appreciate it.
Can I just like promise another Mikhail song to like a bunch of people and stuff?
Oh my god!
You find the flutist.
I'm already working on his.
Oh.
But they only get it if they manage to best Koa, and it can be like 3 or 4 on 1. And I do, if I see Tony around anywhere, I'm definitely inviting Tony.
If you see Tony, or are you looking for Tony?
I'm looking for Tony first.
Technically, to find Tony, gather information is a diplomacy check, but you get a +5 because you know all of his haunts.
Yeah. So what is it?
Yeah, diplomacy, but you get a +5.
Okay.
Wow.
That's with the +5.
You find Tony first, and Tony's like, I'll get some friends.
Yeah.
And like, how much?
Okay. You know, Mikhail, like if you can manage to best Koa, like you and your friends, he's gonna write a song all about you guys.
Me?
Yeah, you, Tony.
Little
You could be the new
guy
Dan.
with the yeah.
What?
Yeah.
He thinks for a
He
second. He's
seems
like,
so much dumber than the last time he spoke.
he's
My
like,
intelligence dropped by 5.
so anyways, he's like, yeah. And he will go and get some friends to go, shit, do we actually have to roll out the fight to see whether or not he wins? Let's not waste the session.
It's going to be really funny if I don't. We'll have a Mortifer situation where Scott double 20s to kill me.
Let me just roll 2 d20s right now. I rolled a 1. Oh my god, I'm not even joking. I rolled a nat 1 and a nat 20. Give me 1 second. I'm going to post it on the spoilers. Hold on. Aurora, spoilers.
So does that mean you confirmed the crit miss?
Oh. Hold on. Use photo and send.
Crit fail confirmed.
That is
See,
hilarious.
he didn't notice Hinter was there at the start, and so he was like getting beaten, and then he looked over and seen who was watching. He was like, "Oh, hang on a second," and he just come back with a vengeance.
That one was the flutist.
Will it
He's like, a battle against Koa?
is that what a flute sound like?
When he plays it. That's what
Apparently.
one of the flute sounds like.
Okay, I don't want to waste too much time on this. We're not going to do a full combat. Why don't we have this played off? So Koa, it has pretty high stats, and he's a level 2 literal hero, like has hero levels and so on and so forth. These other people are at best level 1 warriors, more likely level 1 commoners that have, so on and so forth. So Wade, why don't you go ahead and roll me 3d20.
Okay. I will say he's going to try to show off a couple different things. So he will roll normally, he'll roll rage, and he'll roll rage power attack, I think.
No, just flat d20s.
But I want to show off Koa's different shit.
Oh my god, you know how unfair it is? He has DR.
He does have DR, yeah. But you can show off your shit afterwards. Roll me the 3d20s and do that. Or just slash.
Tony has ferocity though, so when you think he's down, he's not really down.
Okay, chat. I was giving Wade kind of like super advantage here, if you will. His number is a 19 that has to be beaten. Now, because the fight doesn't go until he's out. The fight just goes until she's like, stop. But Tony's plan with his friends is, all right, boys, what we got to do here is we're going to knock them clean cold. Clean cold like you're going to rob them. But we don't do that. Guard. Like one of those sorts of things.
And he's really taken to his job since he was forced into it.
So we need 5 people in chat to roll a d20 and see if anybody can beat Wade's roll, which is only a 5% 4 times 5.
Why do I feel like someone told him he was a lawman and his alignment just changed immediately to lawful neutral?
So
all
we
right.
have 11, 15, 13.
11, 15, so 2 more. And
Do we
then Wade,
count
you wanted to have
solidarity?
your fun rolls. Go right ahead, sir. Oh, Lance rolled a 19!
Oh, shit. That tie goes to the PC, though.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
At least Tony looks good, right?
Unless
Yeah.
unless Lance wants to
Tony's doing
throw
shit.
daddy's dice out there.
For that?
I'm just kidding. Nice. 15 damage is sexy.
Well, 2-hand power attack didn't land, I don't think.
All right, one did 2d6 plus 9, one did 2d6 plus 6, and one did 2d6 plus 3. That's pretty big differences. It's pretty nice. I'm busy that day, Scott. Okay, so that's awesome. So haha, Ross. So what ends up happening is Koa is able to either defeat or outmaneuver 4 of them pretty well. But Tony is fucking relentless and absolutely does clobber on Koa a good bit. And the fact that he's outnumbered, he's outmaneuvered, so on and so forth, unfortunately, Koa is definitely going to go down. And it's one of those things where when they're at the point where
Wait, hold on, what?
because they rolled a 19.
So
So when they're at the point where Koa is like literally like backed off, he has nowhere to retreat to, and you have like Tony approaching, and he's got like a situation. He's getting ready to do like his full attack, and poor Koa is like out of breath. He's had a whole day of like attacking training dummies, doing stupid workouts, jogging, all this shit going on for like literally hours and hours, and then he's like sparring with these people over and over again. When Tony's getting ready to finally do the match, what's her name? The fuck's her name? Hinta says, all right, that's enough. You're good. And when Tony's like, huh? She's like, that's enough. I've seen what I need to see. You've got your coin. And well, then like turn to go back inside, meaning they didn't win. And Tony's like, no, one more minute. And he's like, and the other's like, yeah, just like another. And at this point in time, Koa, I imagine, I don't know if you take their distraction to like attack them back, or if you just like walk away. How do you handle it?
Oh, she says that's
So
enough. He'll put
just
it up
wait
and,
one
like, put a
second,
hand
please.
out.
Can Koa be Rocky? Like he gets up, he's like, I'm still standing, and then he attacks
Hey,
the
hear
lady?
no bell.
He'll totally, yeah, Koa will totally play it off like, damn, I thought I was about to lure you in, too. Oh, good fight. And he'll, like, put out a hand.
Harley, what are
And,
you
like
doing
Tony
there?
looks back at you like like a child that had their toy taken away. He's like, "Oh, no, but song."
Great fight.
He's a little confused.
So's Koa. He's like, why the fuck do you want a song?
Is Aldo there?
Oh yeah.
Does Aldo say anything when he does that?
Aldo,
Koa's like, you paid him to fight me. Why does he want a song?
yeah, Aldo slinks away.
So Aldo just slinks away. He's like, "No,
Yeah.
no song, no song. Hey, you didn't say there'd be top. Where's Aldo? All right, boys, let's find him. He's at a bar." And then they start like going off to a bar somewhere.
He'll like
Right,
have his
Aldo's
hand
gonna
that
get
was still
beaten up
out, like
later.
clap his own hand. Right, good fight. He'll like follow Hinta back inside or wherever.
Yep. So you come walking in, and she says, "What?
Wasn't sure if you knew anything else from me, I suppose.
That coin?"
He'll flick it over to her.
Ends time.
Right. Well, we'll be in town if you need to send for us. So we'll describe where like the estate is.
Yep.
Staying there, and pleasure working with you.
She's like hunched over, looking at parchment or whatever it is. Her response was, I don't know if you could hear it through Zoom, but she was like,
I heard.
Okay, cool.
Koa's waiting for like a compliment on his fighting skill because he did really good. And the tie goes to the PC, so he's definitely about to win.
Yeah, you did win. You definitively
I was about
won.
to definitely win.
Yeah, you definitively won. They lost. They did not get
Yeah.
what they did not do what they needed
Tony
to do.
was not about to knock out Koa. He's fine, and he was going to kill Tony.
Yes. Totally.
Great. I'll be agree. Great fight, then. He'll say as he like walks out.
Okay. And he walks out saying that, and I imagine shuts the door behind him. And one of the boys walks up. He's like, "Oh boy, mister, that was an incredible fight."
Right. It was, wasn't it?
It was. How do you do that?
Well, you put your life on the line, have someone trying to kill you, and you see if all that training pays off or not.
Yeah, but like, how do you do that without dying?
Good question. So far, by not dying.
He thinks for a second and goes, "Wow."
Now, have you seen my friend Aldo?
He says, "Yeah, he like snuck that way when everybody else is looking at you."
Right. See you soon.
I hope so.
Hopefully after another year or two.
As you are walking off, you hear him call after you one last time. "Hey, how many push-ups a day?"
Not enough. I'm actually starting to increase that number. As many as you can.
So more than 8?
Oh, Vroga, help him.
Dog, I can do more than 8.
And then and he doesn't get over. He just like waits. And when you keep walking off without responding, he's eventually
He'll
like,
turn and like just smile and nod, like very obviously, like, yeah, more than 8.
he turns and walks away. He goes, "All right, I got to do 9 tomorrow. Oh boy."
You know what? You got to start somewhere.
Try 40.
All right. So Jesus Christ, Rosen. A year later, you meet that boy, and he's like, "What? I have been doing push-ups.
Balls drop. Got laid.
All right, moving on. So you
I make more than one big sword now.
you spend enough hours. It's late enough in the day that maybe going to call upon Gemsmith might be rude. It might not be. It's up to you as to whether or not you'd want to do that. Oh, you go look for Aldo first. I'm sorry.
I'm looking for Aldo, and then we were going to go to Gemsmith. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, it's late enough in the day that it might be considered rude to do so. That's up to you as to whether or not you want to. But go ahead. I'll let you two discuss first.
Do I find
Yeah, as
Aldo?
Tony in
Yes.
that, as Tony in that, like, go, you see Aldo kind of like steps out next to you. He's like, "Oh, well done."
Why did Tony want me to sing to him?
Oh, I didn't want to pay them, so I promised them Mikhail would write a song for them if they win, which they didn't.
That explains their fighting style, where it seemed like they were very eager to take me down, like us looking at a hot meal after being in the mountains.
Yeah, well, it worked out better for you, right? You really got put through your paces. So whatever she was doing,
Oh,
probably
they were
be
eager.
better.
Well done. And
Thank you.
cheap.
Yeah, very. This
Gemsmith?
Gemsmith. What do we need to see him for again?
Catch up, tell him hello, see if there's any word on your
Oh,
boat.
a hot meal, hey? It is nearly dinner time. I get what you mean, Koa.
Perhaps. Do you think it's too late to call on him?
Scott, it's like dinner time.
Yeah, it's probably the tail end of unless he's a late eater.
Gemsmith. He looks like a late eater.
There was also
Yeah,
the
I mean, let's
business-
drop by. Oh, yeah, Koa, sorry.
There's also the business of let me double check my notes here. We wanted to see Nathan about potentially having more of those books.
Nathan probably would be a tomorrow thing, I'd say.
Mikhail may want to be there for that discussion.
I would assume so.
Well, then let's go see if we can chat with Jim Smith.
Yeah.
So you guys go to knock on his estate, and after maybe the second time knocking, because nobody answers right away, somebody comes and answers the door, and it is the like the servant of the house. This hired servant comes over and opens the door and says, "Oh, good evening."
Good evening. We were hoping to have a word with I don't know how you address them, Councilman Jim Smith, if he has a moment. You tell him Koa and Aldo are here.
Oh, I'd be happy to do so. Unfortunately, the counselor has been a little under the weather. Cold's chill in the air and whatnot as of late, and so he has retired early this evening. However, if you would like, I could let him know in the morning that you've come calling, and if he is feeling up for it, perhaps you could visit tomorrow.
Tomorrow should be fine, and well wishes that he feels better soon.
I will send you the well wishes to him as well.
Great.
Good evening.
And it is.
And shuts the door.
Oh,
You're
glad the DM put us
super-
off till morning. Let's walk back.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's go to Mikhail. Mikhail, he has a +9 in linguistics. Normally, that's 1 rank. Being parent, he has a free skill focus feat, and it is a class skill.
Oh,
So it is a +9 for him in linguistics, and then he also has extra studies specifically for like mole lore, because that is what he is kind of like bent his life for. That and other types of lore that your characters haven't come across yet. So he can lead the role for the next book if he would like. He also does speak tall, so he gets the same +5 that you get. So that's at least a +14 on the roll, and you are welcome to roll to aid another. So go ahead and roll your linguistics to aid another. Perfect. As a reminder, you have the +5 because of knowing tall. So that is a 19.
19?
And then you also know that you get a +1 because you've already deciphered a book before. So that's actually another +1. So you have a 20. So you get him a +3 to his roll. So he's actually rolling with a +17. So,
Sweet.
yep. Jesus Christ. The die that was a nat 20, I picked up and it rolled. It landed on a nat 20 again. So that's
You killed the book?
37.
Oh, okay.
And so pretty quickly, you guys are able, just kind of like working off of one another and the knowledge that you have, so on and so forth. I mean, don't get me wrong, your character's bringing, like, let's not play down, like, what you're doing. You're bringing a considerable amount of knowledge to this, and it's pretty awesome, like, how much you've been able to discern and the patterns that you found, so on and so forth. But the patterns in this book are very different from the patterns that you found in the one previously, right? So it's different kind of ciphers that you're working through, so on and so forth. So that all being said, you're impressed with how quickly he's able to kind of like pick up these details and it's breakthrough. Like, it's one of those things like, oh crap, this is gonna be a whole new cipher. And like, as you're still transcribing some of the details down, like maybe halfway through transcribing and starting to like put he's like, wait, I think it works exactly like this. And then you guys like run it and test it like a couple times, like, oh shit, he broke that pretty quickly. So, you know, you sometimes have like a friend that's just really good at puzzles. It's almost like that's the case here. And so it's actually pretty impressive to see he goes through. And so it is nice to know that there's more to what he says than just him saying it. There's actually some genuine knowledge and capability behind it. And it probably would have been nice to have him at the ruins before if you weren't pretty confident he would have died, right? So either way, that kind of like playing out. When they come back a bunch of hours later on, literally just kind of like that night, you guys have almost completely deciphered the book. Like, not entirely, but you've gone through like a good amount of it. And you've confirmed, oh, no, this is definitely like military information that's here. And you're starting to like look through some of the details that are in play. And nothing that I can give you at the moment, Kiken, because it technically takes 3 days to break through a book. But you are absolutely going to get through the book. And with your results, going to get through it in 2 days. So, which is good news. Either way, so they come back. You guys have broken through a bunch of ciphers. You have a bunch of information. I'm sure you're like, giddy and, working through it. So that's what you guys kind of come into. They're still poring over the book.
Told you, Aldo. Hinta would be a bit displeased. How's it going, gentlemen? Good evening.
It's going great.
Excellent.
Yeah, we've made a lot of progress. It's definitely military focused. Is what we've discovered so far. Some of it's still up in the air. How did your visit go?
Excellent, and you don't have to write another song. Well, except for the flute.
I'm aware.
Well, you might have if I'd lost a fight.
Huh.
But
That's why you always bet on a sure thing. And he just whacked him on the shoulder.
good
You know I'm
news,
going to start
your
refusing
weapon.
those requests you signed me up for, right?
Well, this one you don't have to worry about. But your weapon with Hinta is ready, by the way.
Oh, jeez, yeah. I meant to go by there today, but we got kind of caught up in what we were doing.
Oh, don't worry.
So,
I told her you were busy reading a book.
Thanks.
Of course.
I'm sure that she respects that decision.
Well, she definitely respects Aldo and I. That was part of the terms of our agreement we came to. So she's working on a weapon for me. She's cleaning up the dagger and the sword. And we did trade her the spear tip in exchange, but I think there's going to be a good working relationship there moving forward.
Oh, you already took those. Okay.
Yes, you were busy looking at the book's cover and drooling this morning, so you didn't quite understand what I told you we were going to take.
I wasn't truly... Why are you being so mean to me?
Sorry, I was
She let me off on
all
you
day, and
somehow before you even got to her?
She had Aldo hire some people to try to kick my ass and so on and so forth today, so perhaps just her demeanor has rubbed off on me a bit.
It sounds like a fun time for you. You don't even look bothered.
Oh no, it's quite easy, even though they did seemingly really want to win. Your music, Mikhail. Even Hinta was talking about knowing the Valiant Few and so on and so forth. It's spreading.
Oh. Huh. Really?
Yes.
Actually, a little surprised. Okay.
See, I can be nice as well.
That's good
We all have our
news.
talents, and you necessarily with a blade, but the way you can put people to sleep and such. Aldo's sharpshooting abilities.
Wait, Koa, I ran up, I killed the hyena right next to you.
You did, yes. You did a good job.
What is... He looks at Ellie and goes,
But I've also
what
seen you drop
someone's
6 with the
respect
wave of a
around
wrist.
here?
Which is a lot more impressive, actually. Something I could not do.
Yeah, maybe I can do both.
You can.
Not as well as you, but... All right,
I'm glad you could
whatever.
say it. I didn't want to, but you did do it. And with the weapon that you're currently using, it's quite amazing that you did. The one Henta's going to craft, I believe, will be actually an amazing blade. I'm not sure if you studied her handiwork on the shelves, but she is quite the artisan.
She made it very aware. Actually, she reforged the one that I'm using. It's probably why it was more effective. I was kind of afraid to use it before.
Well, that's fair. I am highly encouraged by her work. Her demeanor, she was a tough nut to crack.
I told you she was mean.
Well, she was quite pleasant once we broke through the initial negotiation phase. A little bit short, but quite look forward to speaking with her and working with her. Do not mention Roxanne, though. She did not like that.
She didn't like anything when I went there. Except maybe coin. She seemed kind of bothered by that, too.
Oh, I gave her a mole coin and the spear, but other than that, everything else, cleaning the weapons and so on and so forth, validating their authenticity, crafting me a blade. No extra coin was needed.
Huh. And Aldo, you're happy with how that interaction went?
Well, I negotiated really well, and what I managed to get out was her admiration and respect. So,
And that was good for you.
no, but really, Koa needed a weapon, and hey, I mean, I did what I could.
Yeah.
She is tough to negotiate with, and I think perhaps with her knowledge and skill, if we do discover anything in these books or in the alchemy lab in the Slaver's former den or anywhere else for that matter, if we learn any other techniques that may aid her, I think perhaps we offer her that knowledge. If it will help aid us in turn.
For a price, Koa. We don't want to just be giving this stuff away for free. You know what I mean?
Well, granted, but perhaps that price could be in enhancing her service and offering to help us make a blade better or
Yes,
an arrow that
yes,
doesn't
as long as
break
she's
as easily
providing
or
something to us. Yes.
something, yes. But
One thing, Koa, though. Try to avoid telling people about the curses and all that. Only because if people find out we've managed to get into one of these keeps and there were, how people talk, maybe people might say there are treasures. They might hear one of the Smith boys overheard what was going on, and those weapons we found might end up being priceless weapons to some people, and this and that, and then we start some type of rush where people throughout a deer are all rushing to the keeps trying to get inside these keeps and get themselves some treasure of their own, and knowing what we know, that won't end up well. So,
well, or they could go off there and be low lives that they are, set off the traps and make it easier for us going in. That was a joke. It was a joke. But no, you're right. Someone like
Aldo had looked extremely surprised when you started saying that.
Hey, Pat.
Patrick!
No, it was a joke. Granted, having less traps would be fantastic for all, but I don't really want people to go and get themselves hurt. But someone like Henta seems to have a good enough head on her shoulders to not do that. And if she's from that area, I'm sure she knew something of the rumors of the Valley of Doom.
General
Possibly.
knowledge of those curses is not too big a deal to spread. I mean, how do you think I learned about them?
Oh, I was about to divulge the whole bit.
That's, I think, the part that we be very careful about. The stuff that we heard from the Elder.
Well,
it's a little more serious.
Her hobgoblin descendancy and interest in perhaps the mole, as Foxman and the others seem to have, I thought may pique her interest enough to where we could get a more of a working relationship. So,
Yeah, you're probably right.
Her
It's just
specifically, I
there's-
was thinking bigger picture, but perhaps that may have gotten her to want to fund an expedition or something herself. I don't know, but I do not want to see others harmed. But getting ourselves allies, I think, is important. Again, if the only way to break these curses is to go to all 7 places within a short amount of time or to hit up 3 at once, we're going to need to tell somebody because we're going to need their help.
Oh, agreed.
Great.
I think it would probably be best, though, if we keep it mostly to ourselves until we know a bit more. Maybe there'll be a point where it's time to start reaching out for help. And hopefully by then, we've got a good number of people we can trust with that information.
Well, that is the goal, but to gain trust, sometimes you have to give a little bit, and someone with her reputation, at least as a smith, and I'm assuming if she was able to gather a lot about my fighting techniques by simply watching me fight, didn't even engage in combat herself, she must be a good fighter on her own, or at least knows techniques. I would love to see her swing a blade, but perhaps she could be one of those allies.
Possibly.
In time, maybe.
And
I mean, I guess you bought her respect, so anything's possible.
I
How
like to
much
think
did it
hard
cost?
earned.
Raising. Wow.
How much did the respect cost?
It was bundled with the spear.
Jesus.
Yeah,
It's really
3 for 1 deal,
weird
you know?
transaction.
It was cleaning the weapons, validating their authenticity, and respect, all for the spear.
Speaking of this whole respect admiration thing, was that for you two or was it for the Valiant Few?
Unclear. I'll say, looking to Aldo.
He looks at you back and he's like, yeah, unclear. Definitely us two.
But we told her you were part of our merry band.
And that is how she knew about the stuff, so I'd assume you were included.
Okay.
We built you
Although
up,
they
believe
did
it or
make
not.
fun of you a bit.
I may
Oh,
tease and pick on you a little bit, Mikhail, but we do build you up as well. Your songs were the ones she'd already known. Your ability to sleep everyone and whatnot. You do have abilities and knowledge that Aldo and I do not possess. The ability to read these books and find the hidden meaning. We didn't even know there would be hidden meaning until you looked at one, so... You are a valued member, and I don't want to downplay that. Our jests are fun, but we each have our strengths, and yours are unique.
All right, I feel better.
Good.
He smiles. All right, but that's great. My weapon's done. Did you get to look at it?
No, she wasn't exactly the kind, I don't think, to divulge someone else's payment or work to us.
Fair. Well, I'm kind of excited. I guess I'll run to do that tomorrow before we start diving back into this
Do
book.
not be startled by the children outside working on blades.
What?
She did tell us that she herself oversaw your work. It wasn't the child who, well, for lack of a better phrase, balls haven't dropped yet. Poor lad doesn't really belong there swinging a hammer. He couldn't get himself killed. He said he couldn't even do 8 push-ups. It's a travesty, really. But one
I mean,
day he
everyone's
may
gotta
be a
start
fine
somewhere.
warrior. He's just maybe 5 or 6 years away from having a chance.
I mean, yeah, everyone's got to start somewhere. Maybe he's not, he doesn't have his, adult strength yet.
Just know when you meet him, he's not the one that worked on your blade.
Thank goodness.
It'll make you feel a lot better.
I'll keep that in mind. God, I can't is she nice to the kid?
No idea. They were outside and she was inside.
Oh, that's probably better. Okay. He might be safe then.
I worry the projects they were working on. But perhaps they're skilled. I don't know. They seemed a little green.
I imagine they work on mostly just cheaper stuff that goes out in bulk, right? Got to get their
Hopefully
skill up.
toys. Not enough muscle to really get a good swing in.
Oof. Well, I don't really have a ton to divulge right now. We're still working on ours. So,
Well, that brings us to the other question. How long do we want to stay in the Chev? Because I was hoping we'd at least stay another day or so. as Aldo and I didn't get a chance to speak with Jim Smith, we need to talk to Mr. Fox about both seeing if he has any more knowledge of these books and possibly fulfilling our end of the deal with the trade negotiations with Drastone.
Yes.
Well, as for Dresstone, though, that's more of just sending out feelers, right? We said we would, talk to our contacts here and see if there's anything, they'd be willing to trade and work something out. It's not like details need to be hammered out right now.
Hammered out, no, but I do intend to fulfill our promise. And at least get the feelers out there while we're in town.
Agreed.
Okay. I think he kind of looks over to Elliot. Maybe another day we might be done if we're making progress like we did today.
Do we have to stop? He says. I'll put on the kettle. Oh, you guys don't have a
you
kettle,
eaten
do you?
anything?
Oh. He looks at Mikhail like, did we?
No, I don't think we did.
No.
Oh, we talked about it, and then there was the whole thing about we're reading about the rations, and we got distracted.
No.
Eat.
I thought you said you had bread.
I own bread. I didn't eat it.
Aldo and I can go out
forgot.
and get some food, and we can bring you something back. How's that?
That would be awesome. Thank you.
Great. Also keeps us out of your way for a bit longer.
He thinks for a second. He says, in your travel kit, do you have a kettle?
No, I don't think so.
I imagine you guys have stuff for cooking over a fire, like a mess kit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have like a pot, but not like a kettle.
Like, pot works. Boiling water is boiling water. I mean,
Again,
he's
you don't have to
refined. You don't boil water unless you're making, what, black tea? What is it?
Oh, for tea. I thought he was like, you don't have to get us food. We can cook the rabbit that died in the backyard.
We found the dead chipmunk in the basement.
We're too busy to eat food you bring us. Chicken wings.
boil it
We're touching
and
a
eat
book.
You fools! Don't overcomplicate it.
Pasta?
No.
That'll slurp everywhere. You'll get tomato sauce all over the pages.
Just boiled rabbit. That's the scholarly meal. Yep.
Cool. So you guys are gonna head out?
Yeah.
Well, I think we'll probably talk about it first, because Koa just thought of something on the way to we'll go get you food.
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
Aldo, are you okay to go back out tonight? You don't have to worry about Tony and the others wanting anything.
Well, look, if we run into them, I'm going to say you didn't beat him, and that was what it was for. And if he mentions time limits, I'm going to say I didn't say anything about time limits, and then he may try and fight you, but you'll win. So technically, I'm safe.
I've not gotten in a fist fight in a while. That would be amazing.
He claps his hands. Well, no time like the present.
Koa's got an extra pep in his step. Yeah, you could get him to kick my ass. Oh boy. I think DR, if I remember right, the DR is doubled against non-lethal, so that makes it like a fist fight.
Yep.
DR2.
Yep.
This poor fucking bastard. Even if I roll horribly, it would take a lot to take me down in a fist fight.
Yeah.
I mean,
like a hell of a lot.
What's your health at now?
28.
28. Yeah, good luck, Tony.
28 with DR2 in the fist fight.
Yeah.
But this is what's going to happen is, right, you're just going to roll ones and ones and ones, and you're not going to be able to hit him while he just slowly
I know,
chips
that's what
away.
I mean. Eventually I'm going to roll one hit on him.
Yeah.
He just wears his fists out on you.
Goes for my thighs. Immediately I go unconscious. You guys ever see DBZ Abridged when Vegeta keeps getting shot in the fucking eye and punched in the eye and why is it always the fucking eye? That's Koa with his thigh.
Yeah, nice.
It's always that scene from what is it?
My one weak point.
Ace Ventura, where he gets hit with the fucking spear in the one leg.
It was too much.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the darts in the back. The eye
Oh yeah, when he's just screaming at each of them. Yeah. I watched that movie way too much when I was a kid.
The concern should really be with the fact that Scott is the one who always targets my thighs.
Yeah.
If we're really going to assign blame here, it's that the DM is always like, the arrow pierces you right in the thigh. The stab right in the thigh. The hyena gets a big bite out of your thigh.
Do you think he just thinks that's like a safe place to deal damage?
I guess Scott's just like, all right, it's going to be a big bite.
Yeah.
But it's just your thigh. And it's like, dude, how much meat is left?
Right. Yeah, femoral arteries don't exist. This is fine.
Speaking of Scott, he's gone.
He's gone.
Oh,
I
hey,
wonder if it
Tash.
was baby stuff.
I don't know. We'll never know.
He did just kind of disappear. Huh. Well, it's just us now.
Yeah. Well, how was your book reading?
Scott? I guess it went well.
It was halfway. Thanks, Scott.
You better
Yeah.
not be fucking sleeping on the floor again.
I think
You
the
just
day
see him
went
like
really
flicker
well.
into the background.
So does that mean on future rolls now you get a +2 on all of them, or you'll just have a +1 on each type of thing? Those two types.
I was gonna ask. I'm not sure. You know what? I
Yeah.
think it might be on the item. Encyclopedia. I think it actually is a +2 if I decipher 2 of them.
Oh yeah, and I gotta ask Scott about what Hinta would have recommended for armor, because I think that we talked about that, then he crashed, and I forgot about it. So
Hmm.
I'll have to double check what his recommendations were for, or what her recommendations would have been for armor. I didn't even remember that because boy needed an upgrade. I don't know what to do. I guess chat, you guys will be privy to this conversation too. I don't know what to do
Yeah.
about those gems I have in Haudh-Gwenn. Like
Yeah.
the one was worth a lot of gold.
Yeah, the opals is the one that's like, it basically counts as a resource. So you probably want to keep that for, the right opportunity. But the other, the other ones, I think we still need to get appraised to figure out like what a good value
He
is
gave
for
me
them.
what he said the minimum value was. He said there was a
Oh, he did.
deep blue
Okay. Oh yeah.
spinal pear
Yeah.
teardrop shape that was worth 4 gold, 7 silver, 3 copper. Tourmaline Asher cut worth 5 gold, 2 silver. And he said that would be good for someone with green eyes, which Gwen has, so that'd be like a good Guinevere gift.
As a gift, yeah.
And then the opal was the 131 gold piece minimum value.
Yeah. I mean, in my head, those are like, keep them unless you like need the money. Otherwise, like,
Yeah.
you might find a good use for them, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I had to go make myself tea because I can't have a heater on my office right now, so I don't pop a breaker again. But I can't sit up there and wait for a percolator or a kettle to boil. I can't wait for a kettle to boil, so I just microwaved water. The most efficient way to heat water. Stupid.
I mean, it doesn't take too long.
If you type exclamation point
Depends on how much it is.
spend, Mowothesk? I don't know how to pronounce your name. If you type exclamation point spend, you can see that you can spend a nit on different things and you earn a nit. I think just by watching, but you can also earn it by spending to like buy bits or spend bits or
Yeah,
gift subs,
all
stuff
that
like
stuff.
that. But it's
Yeah,
basically to
all that
affect
stuff
the
does it.
campaign. There's big and small ways to affect the campaign.
Okay, cool.
Scott,
So,
question I forgot.
Yeah.
I think this might have been before you crashed before. Hinta had said she didn't really do armor, but she'd give recommendations.
Yep.
We don't have to RP it, but can you just...
She was going through her notes.
Cool.
Yep. Yeah, she'll give you recommendations. Don't you worry.
All right. I
Um,
think the plan is Mikhail and Elliot are going to keep looking at the book, and then Aldo and Koa are going to go try to have food, bring them some food back. And if we get into a fist fight with Tony, Koa's really excited for a fist fight.
Okay.
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah, you guys are going to go out. We don't need to focus on any of those details. So you go out. Unless you're looking for Tony, let's just say, oh yeah, he came by here looking for you earlier. You just missed him by like a little bit. Like, oh no.
I don't want to get into a fist fight. I've not gotten to.
Yeah, we
fist
look for
fight.
Tony. We just skip through it, but we specifically look for Tony.
But we don't even know how many health points you're currently at.
Me?
Yeah.
Full.
No. You would have gotten a lot of non-lethal damage from being hit by a bunch of wooden swords.
That was like 10 hours ago. I healed him.
Oh yeah. It's like an hour ago. Healed too. So sure, we can say you go find Tony. Thing is, like, if you want to fist fight Tony, is it something you actually want? We have to roll that out, and that can take up anywhere between 5 minutes to 50 minutes of session to accomplish, depending on how dice go. I am fine with it. I just am is this what you want to do?
I don't mind.
Well, we can RP. I want to see Aldo and Tony RP and see where it goes. If it leads to Tony wanting to fist fight, I will totally roll it out. If those two settle it and bro hug it out, that's fine too.
Sure. So you guys go and you just missed him. Missed him only so you're like, I think I know where Tony is. And you guys like put in the order for food and you're like, we'll be back to grab that afterwards, because like the stuff, it's not like you put an order at a restaurant and they cook it to spot. It's like they cook the meal of the day and they serve it to you. You're like, can we get that in like containers to go? And they're like, to go? You're like, yeah.
Not for us. We're gonna eat there.
Well, for them, but sure, yeah. But yeah, can you put it at the table? We'll be back. And you guys go look for Tony or whatever, right? And so you go to find Tony, and eventually you do see him down the street or whatever. And I assume, Aldo, you call out, or do you like walk by nonchalantly?
No, I'll call out to Tony.
Sure. Go ahead, I'll let you start.
Hey, Tony.
Okay. And so you say, hey, Tony. And he looks up and he's like, hey, I was looking for you.
Oh, you're very astute. You found me.
He's like, that's right. And like comes walking up and you see he's not alone. He's got two others with him.
Yeah, you were looking for me, Tony?
Yeah. What was it about the song? Yeah. You promised a song if we whooped his ass, and we were whooping his ass, and we were winning, but you didn't say there was time.
Well, I didn't say there was time. Did you stop? Who said there was time?
Bluff. Can't see the result.
16.
That's still so high. Jesus.
Are you happy with your thing?
I'm 100% happy with my thing. If Tony doesn't take the bait of this, then
So there were two morons with Tony. They rolled a natural 2 and a natural 9, and nobody has a modifier that high. So he goes, hey, it was a little lady. She said to stop. And you stopped too, he says, pointing a finger accusingly at him. And the other one's like, yeah, why did she stop? But like, I don't know, but that guy stopped too. I think they were in on it. Yeah, they were in on it.
This thing I stopped?
Yeah, you stopped too.
wait, did you stop as well? Maybe you were in on it. You were in on it with her.
He goes, no, I wanted the song.
No, you were in on it. Go on, they were in on it.
Yes, why did you stop pummeling me whenever she said time? You should have kept going.
He's like, well, he should have kept going. No, I'm not in on it. He goes, hey, actually, aren't you guys friends? And one of them says, pointing between like Aldo and Tony. And he goes, what? Yeah, we're friends. I mean, what? It's like,
God damn it, they're gonna beat up Tony. I wanted to beat up Tony.
They're just jumping him, goes over like, "Aw."
And then the one guy like whacks the other guy's shoulder in the back of his head. He's like, "Let's get out of here. They swindled all of us. Yeah, I hope they choke on poison. Choke on poison." And then they go like skulking
good
off,
one.
angry.
Well, good seeing you, Tony.
Hey, wait, but they were. I'm so confused.
You don't need them, Tony. You can finish this.
Koa, like starting.
They're only holding you back.
He looks at you. He looks at you confused for a second. Finish what?
The song, Tony. It still stands.
Oh, he thinks for a few seconds, and he's like, "Good fight. Yes, it was. Fighter, do as fighter does. Drink
Oh my God.
the mead, sing the song, and everyone else sings along. Hey!"
Aldo taps at Corey. He's like, percussion now.
Oh God.
Oh God, it's so bad.
Fine.
It's so bad. Tony thinks it's a good beat, and like your bad percussion plays up to the fact that he's always off by the number of like syllables required, for the beat that he's.
This is an accidental masterpiece.
I don't know about a masterpiece. Other people are walking by, they hear it, and they just like hurry up as quickly as they can.
Belle's walking down.
I think you've got a real hit on your hands,
books.
Tony.
Gaston's on a rooftop singing, but everyone stops for us instead.
Like everyone else is like, that sounds like shit. There's some random musicians like, how do they know how to do 5/8? That's such an odd time signature.
Where's our flutist?
Oh no! Eventually, a guard comes around the corner and goes, "All right. There's been complaints. Break it up. Break it. Tony, Koa!" And they get in on it.
We rope the guard into singing. It's an impromptu concert on the street. I'm going to use whatever I can to gather people around. All right. This is a money-making adventure now.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, speaking of which, did I get any coin for my performance? Like,
So-
a million hours later?
So you are there doing stuff in the place with the things. So you
goes,
are you try to get people's attention, and you will get people's attention. I wouldn't say that you guys earn money here, but you guys definitely get some attention from this random thing, and at the end of it, which I don't know, do you guys bring it to the point where you're going somewhere drinking, or is it just what you're doing here on the streets?
Well, we gotta go get our food.
So you head back to the
I
restaurant?
think. Yeah.
Sure, you guys head back over there, and I mean, the way I see it happening is Tony starts having fun with you guys. He's like, "We don't need Mikhail. We make our own meal." And then he like takes a bite of his food, and he starts like going through his food, like singing through it. And he's like, "Oh, a good song." And
Is the flautist there, though? That is what I want to know.
no. The way I see it kind of happening is he's having so much fun that he would totally push for like one thing leads to another, and you guys end up staying there and drinking for a while.
Oh, okay.
Oh gosh. Jesus.
Excuse me.
That's got a pretty direct
Wow,
interpretation, Scott.
I mean,
Like, I don't think anyone else uses it the way you just tried to
You
use
guys
it.
and Tony. Remember that H shape?
Man, it's awful late. They didn't come back. I'm hungry.
anyways, so yeah, you guys, I imagine you stay there drinking for a while, hanging out.
Yeah, we'd bring their food back though. If their food comes up, we bring their food back while it's still warm. We're not heartless.
I mean,
Yeah, Aldo definitely tells Koa, "Oh yeah, I got this," and the food stays on the counter.
nice.
Fair enough.
The flautist comes and eats the food. No. So, you guys.
Poison now.
You guys end up staying there and, drinking and, having fun or whatever it is. And Tony
We would not, Koa at least would not overdo it on the partying because we do have stuff.
No. Nothing ridiculous like that. Just like staying there and having fun or whatever. So Tony would absolutely be like, "We don't need Mikhail. Like we make our own songs," which unfortunately will have consequences later on. But for now, it is a lot of fun that they're that you guys are having or whatever. Eventually, when you do leave, which tipsy, maybe drunk, nothing crazy, you do head back to the house, and it is, unfortunately for those at the house, it's like hours later. It's like, oh, they expect you back maybe like an hour or so later, and you guys are coming back, or maybe an hour and a half. You guys are coming back like 4 hours later, and they haven't even noticed how much time has passed. Like, you come walking in the door, and you're like, "Oh, sorry it took so long," or whatever, and they're like, "Huh?" Because they've just been so engrossed in the work that they're doing.
Back already?
Yeah, right. Either way, so you guys end up coming in or stumbling in or whatever, and give them the food. And I don't know if there's any more RP that need to happen immediately. If
No,
you tell
just
them
hand them
about
food.
it, or if you keep it to yourself.
Koa's got nothing to share.
Neither does Aldo.
Okay. At one point in time, throughout later on in the evening, when you guys are like heading upstairs, actually, what's his name? Elliot would try to, when Aldo's by himself, he'd be like, "Hey, Aldo, can I talk to you for a minute?"
Yeah, Elliot. What's up?
Yeah. You weren't wrong. I did make a promise, and one thing led to another. We already know this, and I ended up spending more money than I anticipated, but that doesn't change the deal we made. So I'm sorry about that. And he pulls out a gold coin and he hands it to you, just to square things off.
Yeah, no, the thing being is he's got drunk Aldo, so drunk Aldo takes the coin and he's like, "Oh my god, Elliot, we were talking about it and we've decided Koa mentioned we're going to pay you," and he gives him the gold coin back.
And he goes, "Oh, okay. So, do you know how much you're going to pay me?"
He didn't say.
Okay. So we're even.
As can be, Elliot, I'm really glad I had this conversation with you right now.
He goes, "Okay. Well, good. I'm glad it's squared away then." And he goes,
I don't care what they're saying about you at the tavern, Elliot. You're a decent guy. You know what I mean? Don't let them get you down.
He was going to shake your hand, and then here's what you say, and his hand drops by his side, and he goes, "Oh. Well, I gotta go do my thanks for bringing dinner."
No problem, Elliot.
"Yeah, good night." And he turns and he walks away.
Yeah.
You guys are always so close to forming a friendship, and then Aldo's just like, "But what if no?"
You're talking to drunk Aldo. You know what I mean?
I can't let you get close.
Have a gold coin and a slap to the face.
Oh. All right. So,
That
anyways,
gold coin needs to have fucking dinner
I hope
bought
there's a
for it.
gift
It's been
of that.
passed around so much.
Mikhail hasn't had it yet. So, he goes downstairs and he sits in front of Mikhail and he holds out the gold coin in front of Mikhail. You know, assuming it's just the two of them together. And he's like, "I just tried to pay Aldo back, and you know, for like last night, everything there was." And he said that
Why? You gave us a horse. Sorry, continue.
Well, so what was this about? Marching orders? Or, and he like leans back in on the notes.
Wait, you tried to pay him back, and then what happened?
He was saying something about Koa wants to pay me, or I don't know.
Yeah, that sounds like Koa. Look, I don't know. Maybe talk to him in the morning when he's slept off whatever he had out there. And as far as I'm concerned, we're square. Okay, just maybe we'll be a bit more clear in negotiations next time if we work out a deal. But I'm not going to hold it against you.
He shrugs and says, "I've been out of sorts as of late. I won't lie. It's usually I have my details more in order, but just it's been." Can I admit something to you?
Sure.
So, like, to start my research, I got a forward from someone who's interested in my work, and as I went through the money, I had to ask for another advance, and I got it. When I had to ask again, they weren't very interested, so I started doing work for somebody else as well, and got an advance from them. Different work, unrelated to the mole research. And
Yeah.
I mean, it's semi-related, but it's not directly related. It doesn't matter. But then when that went out, I didn't want to ask them because that would have been awkward with who they were. So instead, I went to some of the locals in Haudh-Gwenn, and I got them to sponsor some of my work too, and they did, and it got me pretty far, and I was close enough to get to where I needed, But then there was the matter of funding the expedition. And to do that, I went to the bank. And I took some of my work that I'd already had, but I knew I memorized. I didn't need to cross-reference it because it was all here. And I put that up as collateral. And I took the loan out from the bank to fund the expedition. And so it's just a matter of trying to keep track of all the debt has been a bit difficult. And my plan, when we head to Haudh-Gwenn and we're planning on the next expedition, he taps on the book in front of him that, Aldo was trying to take from him last night. I think he has researching right now. Was to put this up for collateral for the next loan.
I see. I definitely understand why you might be thinking along those lines, but I don't think you should do that. For one, consider the next expedition. There's ruins in Haudh-Gwenn. They're not very far. They don't require long travel on horseback through, the terrible weather and uncertain terrain. It's pretty damn close by, honestly. We have our own money, and it's pretty clear you can't necessarily hire us. You're contributing in your own way, like motions to the book. So, we're all doing our part. Obviously, it'd be good if you can find work there, some way to help support yourself, maybe just make small ends meet while we're away. But I would much rather you not put that in the bank's hands.
Same, of course. Absolutely. It's not what I want to do. It's just what I was thinking I'd have to do before everything played out as it did these past day or two, whatever. But that's one of the reasons why I was so reluctant to give it away. Not only is it important to me, but it's also a matter of the value that it has or could bring. I could probably get maybe a 10 or 11 gold loan from this. I'm hoping.
I think you'd be selling it pretty short if that were the case.
Well, it'd be a loan, right? Sure, I have to pay back
Even
interest,
still.
but...
Even still, it's just it's such a fraction of what it's worth. Yeah, I'd say maybe leave that for a last resort for now.
Well, it was my last, but not anymore. Hey,
right? Was
like you said,
keyword.
You said that the ruins are in Haudh-Gwenn. Maybe I can go on the adventure with you. Maybe I could join the Valiant Few.
Huh? Maybe.
4 is still few.
4 is still few. And really, the theme of it is more just only so many people take the step forward needed to be valiant. So
Of course,
speak,
and
right?
I'm clearly more valiant than Aldo. So
Oh, you would be surprised.
I don't know if you're complimenting Aldo or insulting me.
I'm complimenting Aldo. You did leave to go with us on the other one, and that was obviously treacherous.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
Insulting
and
your bravery.
I was saving that last piece of bread for you, but I'm taking it. And he reaches over to grab it.
Okay, I wasn't lying, but fine.
Oh, look, I forgot.
Sheesh. Maybe Koa's right. Maybe my social skills do need work. Maybe I should try lying.
Is Koa upstairs? Where is Koa?
Practicing the song he learned from Tony.
Maybe I'll just start lying about everything. Aldo's pretty good at it. And, what are the downsides, really? If I get caught in a lie, I just make up another one.
Have you ever met
eventually
Billy?
my skill go up, and... Yeah, I know Billy.
You met Billy. I met Billy before I met Aldo.
Huh. That makes sense.
Yep. And just leaves it at that.
Not as good at the costumes, but I mean other stuff, right? Other lies are easy. I might have to think about that. Could be a useful tool.
He shrugs and says, lying doesn't usually play out in the end. It tends to come back round and bite you in the ass. I suppose you could do it if you're kind of a grifter, like you're floating from here to there, but if you intend to stick around in a place for a while, they're going to catch up to you.
No, I don't mean just in casual, everyday situations, right? Things that I don't want to shit where I eat, so to speak. I just mean more as a weapon.
We are
right?
also eating here.
Yes, but it's a turn of phrase. I wouldn't want to sow lies in a place where I would live or dwell for a significant amount of time. It would be... I'll deal with those thoughts later. What were we working on? And he kind of refocuses back in.
I'm sorry, but I've studied linguistics. I know several languages. Where does the turn of phrase "shit where I eat" come from? That is disgusting. I don't even think they say that in Glenn.
Which is why you wouldn't do it, and why animals don't do it. Yeah, I don't know where it comes from.
This sounds like a you phrase, Mikhail.
Okay, fine. It's probably just one of those weird things my family said. But it makes sense. I mean, you understood what I meant, right?
Yeah.
All right, and that's what language is intended to do. So it accomplished what it was meant to, linguist. Now what were we working on?
He looks down and he's like, I guess we were here. And he like turns to the page and he's like, yeah. And the guy's got to go back into it. All right, cool. Snap to the next day. The two of you, obviously you and him are going to continue studying. Do you want to go with them for any of their little... Obviously you intend to go see Hinta. Are you going to go with them to Gemsmith or not?
If they're going early, then yeah, he'll go, because that's when he'd be out to doing his errand anyway.
Sure.
Problem, but we'd probably have to go before he would go to his counselor duties, right? So.
Oh, breakfast time, perfect.
They're gonna send he's gonna send word to you, probably sometime around breakfast. Send word to you that he would welcome a visit from the two of you. Actually, he says would welcome a visit from the Valiant Few, is what it says in there, like being playful.
Excellent. Well, Mikhail, I've been missing out on a good meal or something, but I hope you have fun. Unless...
Okay, my headphones are working again. I couldn't hear anything for like a solid minute.
I thought you were really just giving me a dramatic pause.
Yeah,
I was looking at notes and I looked over and could see people talking and I was like, oh shit. Like, I'm so sorry.
Like, well, Mikhail, you might be missing out on quite the meal. Unless... And then you just like stood there staring and I was like, damn,
that's what I saw. I saw that and then I heard you say unless and do that look and I was like, what the fuck?
Okay. This guy really hasn't slept.
What happened? What happened? We were... I heard that we left to go to Gemsmith. Okay.
No, we got a really nice invitation around breakfast time to go over to his house. The Valiant Few was welcomed.
Oh, fantastic.
And Koa's like, well, you're going to be missing out on a great meal, Mikhail. Unless... Like, are you coming?
Because, I mean, I think I'll just go to that. I'll see Hinta afterward. Sword's not going anywhere.
Oh, I thought you were going to be on the book all day. But excellent, let's do it.
That's just most of it. Yeah, he'll go, for sure.
We're off to see the Gemsmith. The wonderful Gemsmith of Shev.
That was such a weird experience.
It was for us, too, because we were like, unless...
Because I was sitting there like, man, they'd be quiet for a minute. Is Scott looking something up? Unless... oh, yeah, it was me.
Unless...
Cool.
I should have just pretended I still couldn't hear. Just have you do it like 5 or 6 times.
I would have kept doing it.
Shit.
We're off to see Gemsmith now, Scott.
Yeah. You guys kept talking.
Unless-
I started speaking, and you guys kept talking. I was like, all right.
Well, speak louder. You're the DM.
Make yourself priority speaker.
Now your character's leaving.
Did you turn into the puberty kid? What just happened?
It's like the flutist and the puberty kid had a baby. I don't like that implication. Let's move on.
I don't like that at all.
Let's move on immediately.
Ooh. Yeah.
So you guys head out to Gemsmith's estate. When you arrive, somebody opens the door for you, and invites you in, and actually brings you to go and meet with Gemsmith himself. However, strangely enough, you aren't brought to either like the sitting room or like the dining area or anything like that, like you would have been before. Instead, you're brought upstairs and brought down a hole and into a room that is well enough lit or whatever, but you're brought into his bedchamber. There it has, his 4-poster bed with like the draped curtains, so on and so forth. There's a fireplace up there that is lit, so the room is kind of warm. The room is in a bit of a disarray. There's a bunch of like stacked, books and some like parchment scrolls or whatever it is, like nearby, by his bed. There's like various things over there. You can see based off of like a tray that's there that he's probably got served his breakfast in bed, and you guys are invited in. And so the door opens up, and you're able to walk in, and you can see he's still lying in his bed. He's like, "Oh, welcome, welcome in, please, please."
It's a strange spot for us all to have breakfast.
I'll have Oh.
Aldo steps closer to the door.
I was gonna say, I don't know.
Like stop walking forward. Just okay. Sorry, sir. We're social distancing. We'll just
perhaps
stay
they'll
here.
make me cough then. You had come by last night for a call. Thank you for the well wishes. Please, what was it that you were interested in speaking on?
First and foremost, just to say hello. We're back from our trip, and wanted to say hello and see how you were doing. And I'm
Like
sorry
shit.
to hear that you. What?
I'm doing like shit.
Yes, clearly and unfortunately. What ails you?
Some could be the flu, pneumonia, being old. I don't know.
May you kick its
at
ass.
least, yeah, are you at least on the upswing, maybe? Starting to feel better, or is it getting worse?
Oh, you know how it is. Each day you feel a bit better, and you think that things are going to improve. And then each night you think you're going to die. As sicknesses go.
All right, well, feel free not to strain your voice. I mean, we can hear.
Well, we do have your attention. I guess to get straight to the point so we can leave you to rest. I did have a couple of questions, and perhaps my friends here did as well.
Oh, that's right. Koa, I had a thing to speak to you on as well, but please, you first.
Very well. Looking to Mikhail, have you come across any books in your time that talk about the Mole Empire or talk about a deer and different things related to plants and terrain and such? An encyclopedia of sorts. Still looking to Mikhail, like, is he still like a fish out of water?
Yeah, you probably heard of it, Telvanius's Guide to the Mole Empire.
Oh,
That's
yes.
the one.
The name does ring a... Oh, blasted boy, it is frigid out there. Trying to let Drozam in here himself? I'm not ready to have my soul taken. Please.
It's stuck.
Oh,
Aldo opens a window. It's stuck. Oh, it's stuck closing it.
Yeah.
And he
I
goes,
can't close it. It's stuck open.
gotcha. He goes, Koa, you mind giving him a strong arm to help?
Yes, of course. He's right. It is stuck.
DC 7.
Aldo, with me.
It's funny. It's actually
three.
stuck. Aldo was just like holding up, and you weren't noticing.
Ah!
Aldo,
Damn, I can't quite get this thing.
You guys, there's not really room for
I'll
the
just
help,
have
so
to
I guess
stay
you'll
open.
just have to.
I will not be defeated by a window.
Jesus. Holy shit.
well, at least you went again. I was going to accept, but
Let's go. Window smashes.
Yep. I figured that's what happened.
you know what? I'll give a 75% chance of that happening. Chat, roll me a D100.
no.
It doesn't smash if you roll a 76 to. Sorry, if you roll a 51 to 75. Damn it! It smashes.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
Koa.
Holy crap.
He turns around like...
Do you have a dustpan? Something to scoop the pieces up?
I'll have
Can you just do that with magic, Mikhail?
I'll have my man take care of it for me. Aldo, can
No.
you bring that blanket over here and drape it on me, please? It is now damned cold in here.
I apologize. I don't know how that... It wasn't budging at all. And then it was as if...
Is there like a brush or just something I could use to like push the glass pieces
Yeah, yeah.
over to the window again?
Yeah.
I'm going to do that and then cast Mending.
You have mending now?
I do have Mending. I've had Mending since we're leveled.
Okay.
Just hadn't had a chance to cast it.
Wait, you can mend the window?
Do you go over while he's doing it, which takes time? Do you go over there and throw a blanket on him, Aldo?
Yeah, but it's one of those things where he picks the blanket up, like, and holds it like far away from him, and he walks up and he kind of throws it on him.
Like poorly?
What do you want me to make it like a reflex save?
No. Like, you just kind of like throw it onto him, like carelessly throw it onto him, and he's like,
Like
Tucking him in.
carefully. I'm not tucking it in. No, I'm trying
yeah.
to not get close to him.
he's like, thanks.
Gonna take a while, but it'll mend.
I think you have to cast for 10 minutes straight. Mm-hmm. Are you gonna do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying like it's gonna take a while, but it'll mend. And he's still working on it.
We'll remove you
There's,
from
like-
RP, and then you'll be off to the side listening while you're mending. I assume you want to listen intently. So why don't you just go ahead and make me a DC 8 concentration check to make sure that you can hear the conversation while you're doing this. So you have a pretty good chance of passing.
That one was so close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have 19? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. You got a +5. So, anyways, so yeah, you you are mending the thing, concentrating on it while listening to what they're saying. So he's like, as he's adjusting his own blanket, he finally is like,
Oh, Koa would have 100% gone to assist him.
oh, okay. Thank you, Koa.
Of course. Least I could do after smashing your window again. I don't know my own strength sometimes, it seems.
He's yes, strength of Lancelot. I understand.
I'll let that one go. He's sick. But yes, about these encyclopedias of Talvanius. They have some great value, not just monetarily, but to our efforts to sort out some things here in Adir. And the more of them we can get our hands on, the better suited we are to figure some important details out. So I was curious if you knew the whereabouts of any of these tomes.
Yes, no. I've seen them before. I even owned one at one point in time, but I'm not going to lie to you. It came into my possession. I don't remember how, some years ago, probably trade for a gem or some such, but they fetch a pretty penny, and so I did trade it off some years ago. You know who used to collect those? Not specifically that, but bits of lore of your, if you will, is another one of the counselors there. Damn it! What the hell is his name? Please don't mind me. I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Perhaps you can help me remember. He's kind of an ass. Curve Rock.
What city?
Le Chef.
Oh,
No.
Is that the Hobgoblin?
Yeah.
Aren't they like enemies?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
I see. Perhaps we will try to call on him to see if he still has any. What else do we want to talk to Jim Smith about? I'm actually blanking at this point.
Nothing, I don't think. He has something to talk to you about.
The trade thing.
I thought
don't know
that
if
was
he's the one. Well, it was
I thought
kind
we
of
were
like
going to talk to Nathan about that.
He's also a
Mikhail was
counselor, I
kinda like-
suppose.
yeah, these are both counselors, so it's kind of like getting it in his ear as well.
Yeah.
In addition, we're going to talk to Mr. Fox as well, but I wanted to run this by you. We made a bit of a trade when we were in our expedition in the mountains with a few hobgoblins from Drazstone, and we were wondering if you would be open to opening some trade with them. As they're in dire need of certain supplies, and I'm sure that they can provide some things that are hard to get here otherwise. But I wanted to get it in your ear as well that I think it would be a great service to not just Adir, but to Leshev and obviously Drazstone for such a trade to be established, as well as for the services that they provided, and let's just say keeping wyverns at bay.
Wyverns are seen occasionally late spring. They'll come by and snatch cattle. Occasionally a horse or so. Sheep. It can be
I won't bore you with the
problematic.
details, but they've agreed to cease an activity that was potentially leading to more wyverns being a problem, so the wyverns should be less of a problem. But it costs them a great deal of money to agree to such terms, and we told them that we would try to run it by the ears of the people of the Shev to see if we could get some sort of trade established.
Well, I'm always interested in expanding the kind of trade that I'm looking to do. I'm not sure how much you know of Drazstone, but they're a mining town. They mine ore, known for making weapons and armor and the such with the ore that they mine. Other goods as well. Due to their location and lack of moral character, they trade with the Perrin to the west of here. Now, I understand you may raise eyebrow or have concern or pause with my judging the trading with the Del, as we trade with Vala to the north, but there's a difference. Vala as a state is very different from that of Blasted. What is that province called, Mikhail? Novincia. That's it. Yeah.
He's just like nodding as he's still casting.
Do you know of anyone here that would be opposed to it, who we may need to convince?
Well, most people hate the Del, but money's money.
I meant with Drazstone.
I just don't know what of their goods we need. Oh, could you hand me my tea there? Thank you.
I just don't know what of their goods we could make use of. I can bring it to the council, and we can discuss and see what it is that they have that might be of use to us. Establishing a trade routes and relations with them wouldn't be a bad thing. It's not the first time we've tried. We've even successfully had it. At least I recall hearing of such when I moved to Leshev some years ago. But that dried up long time back. They're just difficult to work with. You know, they don't govern the way we do here. There is no counselor like here. They have an autocrat or monarch or some such that runs their place.
Yes, we've heard that they have a bit of a rough government setup, but our promise to try to establish trade was a promise nonetheless, and we intended to honor it. And assuming a fair trade can be negotiated, I figured it would be nothing but a benefit to both sides. There's more people working together and less against each other, the better, right?
Yes. You know what? Of this matter, I actually suggest you speak to Nathan. He might have a better grasp of this. I would trust his opinion on the matter. But I'm not opposed. Trade is trade.
Excellent. Is there anything we can do for you? One, in your current state, or two, just in general, I suppose.
Oh, I suppose if you want to go and grab one of them sleeping maidens or whatever they call themselves from Haudh-Gwenn and bring them this way, I could make use right now. But hopefully, like I said, every day you're feeling a bit better. And maybe this is the day that it really means something.
Right. Let's hope. Scott, does any of the stuff we have, would that help him, like our disease stuff?
Do you have anything that specifically treats disease?
We
Body
do,
bomb.
I think, right?
Body bomb treats
Yeah.
disease?
We do have body bomb.
That could 100% could work. See, Mao, Mowathesk, whatever. Thesk. He could roll heal, but not to heal Wade. Wade can roll to heal him.
Right. I also don't know if I'm the best. Well, Aldo's not going to approach him. It would have to be Koa, because...
Yep. And Mikhail's
Oh,
busy.
easy.
Yep. Do I know what the DC is on this kind of roll?
You get a +5 from this.
Yeah, but do I know what I need to hit? Is that something you know whenever you're trying to roll?
I think the DC is literally the DC of the disease.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is.
That's something I have no fucking idea.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah, you'd have to know what it is, which we don't.
I'm just wondering if Jim
It's just
Smith,
it's
this is
a
important enough
diseases-
to use a hero point on before I roll.
Oh,
So think of the disease like a pretty gnarly one, like you had before, which like wastes you away pretty quickly, like filth fever. So Pathfinder filth fever. Filth fever, if I remember correctly, is
it's
13.
13? Yeah.
I'm looking right now. It's actually DC 12.
Most of them hover around.
This
yeah.
would be a less high DC than that. This is more of a common disease.
Okay.
Yeah. This isn't like tuberculosis.
All right, I will use one of the body bombs, which I have.
But
Oh my
I mean,
God.
I think you're rolling with what? A -1?
And no, I have
you,
a flat 0, so it'd be
oh,
a
a 0. So you have a +5. So don't get me wrong. You could still roll like a 3 and that only equals 8. And maybe the DC is 10. So I wouldn't suggest using a
find
hero
out.
point, but. Okay. In this scenario, you have 2 +2s that you can work with. You can
I
grab
will
one of
use
those.
a +2 and a
Hey!
10.
Ooh, that's right at 10. Oof.
All right. There you go. So, you're like, we have this body bomb. I got it from, da-da-da-da-da.
Hey, 10, there's only one number between 10 and 12, and if it's less than 12, I have a chance.
50-50 something like that.
I think there's still 9 numbers less than 10, if I had to guess.
Yeah, true. Anyway, so yeah, you tell him about this thing, and you're like, do you mind if I? And you go and you like almost like Vicks vapor rub it on his chest,
right? And so he's like, Koa, I swear, I wish I had a daughter. I would, you're a good man. I hope one day wait, I'm making assumptions here. Because, I do have a son, he says.
Yes, I don't have a daughter to give you.
He's a little confused.
So is Koa.
And
He's like, I have a daughter. And he's like, he wants to marry me, but I do have a son, and for some reason Koa can't figure that one out, so he's like, oh, he wants my daughter. Koa's with him. Koa's not an idiot, but Koa is confused by things he doesn't know, and this is one of those that's like, what?
He doesn't say anything else. He's confused enough to just like let it go, because like he's like, by the time I think he figures it out, he just lets it go, and you're already rubbing the vapor rub on his chest.
Also probably figures out at the same time, and it's like, it's also gonna let it go.
Awesome. So you had to put in the palm on him, and he's like, thank you. Actually, is that it almost gives like a strange kind of like burning sensation in your nose and lungs when you breathe. It I don't have to cough as much. This is nice.
It is body balm. If you end up needing more, perhaps it should help. I'm not the best at applying such things, but I assume that somebody is better than I. But hopefully, at least lessens your symptoms.
Yeah, it is initially. This is a strange sensation. I like it. Thank you.
Koa's rubbing his chest. I don't have a daughter. It's like, okay. Not tweaking your nipple.
Adopt me?
Daddy? No. So you are
Always wanted a son. His son's like, what the fuck, Dad?
a real son. So anyways, you are after it's done, he's like, well, thank you for all of that. And like I said, I'll speak to the council, but get Nathan's opinion on the matter. Again, though, I had something I wanted to tell you. I made a slight mistake. When I had sensed the gem, that I told you that I would, the details, I did send them, and they were sent secure. And I did actually hear word back just 2 days ago saying that things were delivered correctly to the vault. So the details are there for you, so need not be concerned. I didn't finish cutting the other one, but for the ones that I was securing for you, they are sent and delivered and everything's secure. But there was a small mistake, just an old habit from how I used to handle things in the past. I didn't send it under your name. I sent it under my name, but giving you the rights to access and acquire if needed. It's just how I used to do dealings, so it shouldn't be any additional problems beyond it's not actually in your name, it's in mine, but you can transfer it as needed when you get there.
Oh, that's no problem at all, but I do appreciate you telling me, 'cause otherwise I'd have been quite confused.
Yeah, it was fortunate that you came by. Oh, that is a strange sensation. And then, like, you can see the last piece of glass kind of like, hits the window, and then it's like the little bits of glowing that's between the different broken pieces starts to like fade away, and the whole thing becomes anew. But it's not just like the pane, clears and any cracks that were on it. It's also like the frame of the window itself, like the whole window completely it fixes, and then the ropes that are inside the frame that have like the counterweights or whatever that allow the windows, like the ropes, the fraying on it also repairs, and the counterweights work more easily, so the window doesn't just close now and isn't smashed. It actually opens and closes more smoothly than it had beforehand. So it's like if the window was like slightly shifted to the side because like the house settled over years, it's like, no, it's actually like a nice functioning window. And if anybody here has ever rented or lived in whatever a shitty old apartment, you know what I'm talking about by windows that get stuck part way or don't fit. Or anyways, so it is a fine window now, Keegan. But back to you, two of you.
Done.
Aldo turns around and looks, and he's like, "The heck? I thought you were just cleaning the. Did you fix this? He walks over and like starts like pushing it up and down.
Oh, don't break it again. That took 10 minutes.
Mikhail, how long have you been able to do this for? I've never seen you do this.
First time I've actually used it, outside of theory. I'm constantly researching and testing new spells. That's what I finally got the hang of.
So we saw a giant fire that was able to take over a part of the valley and all of these other things, and the spell you thought best to learn was repairing windows?
Koa, it doesn't... I didn't just wake up one morning and it popped into my head. It's what I was already studying for months and months before we saw that.
I just want to be clear. Going around into these dangerous places and getting into fights and having all of these traps and things, and window repair was where you've been dedicating your time.
This one is a simpler trick. Requires less energy, less mental dedication, right? I've been studying other things too. They just haven't quite crystallized. Like, this is one, mostly because I figured if any of our gear gets damaged...
This is fascinating, but I could probably use some rest.
Right.
Yes, and we could use some breakfast. One moment. Mikhail, does it just work on windows?
Non-living things. So...
And you can just bring them back to, like, new?
It can repair them.
What about those books? Would that work?
It could. It kind of depends. It's definitely worth trying. It won't hurt them, that's for sure.
What about on Elliot's book, the one that's kind of beat up? Well, you could test it on that.
Yeah, I likely could. I mean, that's all... We kind of know where that damage came from. I know a lot of times when things are just worn out over time, it doesn't often work. But, well, now that I know I can actually do it, quite a few things I've tried on.
That's very useful.
It is. But it's not the only... Right, sorry, Councilman, we'll,
Koa was small-talking him to buy you all time. He was like, yes, look, sorry again about the window, but it looks right as new, and we'll have that conversation with Mr. Fox. I'm going to talk to so-and-so, and I do appreciate your time, and I hope you feel a lot better. But Body Balm, that's the one. He's just saying shit like that to, like, guys, you wanted to sleep. Blah, 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 blah. All right, have a great one, then. Thank you again for having us.
He'll start kind of like easing his way towards the door.
All right, well, I guess we'll go down to the kitchens now. And he just, like, says bye to the guy.
You see that he goes, oh, yes. I think it's the third or fourth time you've mentioned being hungry. I'm sorry that the road has kept you so starved, Aldo. Please, let's let them know. Make you what you'd like.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Not the lamb, though.
Only the lamb? I gotcha.
You guys leave.
Yeah. I get breakfast, but...
Oh, I would ask him where, his name for... That's the name that I always lose. Cleven? Where his kid is.
He goes, oh, as soon as he heard that I was sick, he took up a room in a nearby inn.
That sounds about right.
God, he really does want Koa as his son. Poor guy. Dad, you're sick? I'm getting a hotel.
Oh, I would
Can I tell the kitchen staff...
Goodbye forever, father.
Can I ask the kitchen staff to prepare some stuff to take to, what's his name? The kid?
Oh, yeah, Cleveland. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the estate sale, because there was a book that was being sold, right?
Potentially, yeah.
Should we ask? Is he the one to ask about that?
I mean, you can ask him, sure. Like,
Okay.
oh, actually, as you're like heading out the door, I imagine.
Oh, right. The sale of the estate, the properties, the things that were in the property we were granted. Has that sale? When will that sale take place? There may be one of those books or some other things that we'd be interested in.
Oh, yes. Give me a moment to recall. Actually, better yet, can you hand that to me right there?
He would hand whatever it is.
Yep. You give it to him. He goes and rolls it. Ah, damn it, not this one. That one instead. You get it for him, and he looks it over and he goes, there it is. It's actually, convenience. It's happening in 2 days' time. So entertainment for the winter, huh? So, we've already opened up the pre-auction for anybody that wants to put a bid in for items before the actual estate sale. And if there's a continued interest, then things can go up for a proper auction there. So depending on the item, but we also allow for a full auction. Somebody can outbid everybody and just buy the whole what's that phrase? Kit and caboodle.
Right. So we could potentially get access to it early. Who would we talk to for that?
Oh, great question. Let's see. It looks as though this is being hit. Actually, my son is overseeing the auction.
Oh, excellent. We'll go speak with him.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Acquiring
And
whatever
do
it
feel
is you're
better.
trying to get your hands on.
Thank you, and do feel better.
Thanks. Thanks for a second. Is this something specific that you were hoping to acquire, or are you just trying to refurnish your home?
One of the books of Tulvanius we heard may be a part of it.
Correct.
I don't know if Cleveland would know what that book is. My suggestion, don't let him know its value. If he knows that it's worth a lot, he won't take a low auction.
Right.
Right.
Aldo, you'll speak with him.
Oh, sure. All right.
Mikhail, he was
wonder if
very
I
good.
could-
You could perhaps speak to him as well, but Aldo with Hinta was... Well, we still ended up giving
yeah.
her what she wanted, so maybe, Mikhail, you should take it. I'm not sure. Shouldn't be me, though.
Might see if maybe he can just give it to us, but that might be difficult too. Either way,
Is it
definitely need to
Cullen or
talk to
Cleveland?
him.
I'm saying Cleveland.
I think
Is
it was
Cullen or Cleveland?
Cleveland. I just
thought it
don't
was
remember.
Cleveland
That's
as
what's
well.
in my head. Yeah.
I'm going to look at my quorum.
It was like 11, but with a C.
Kelvin. There's Cullen, Cleveland, Kelvin. There's every fucking name.
It's Cleveland. I have the sheet right here.
Wait,
Son
Kelvin.
of
I like
Yellen.
Kelvin better, because if he marries a hobgoblin, it could be Kelvin and Hobbs.
No.
Okay.
It is.
It's my alias.
It is this chap. Paste, goddamn. God damn it! 1 second. Got it. Cut.
Kelvin and Hobbs is
Paste.
right there.
There you go. All right. Cool. Let's keep going. So back to game. You guys head down to the kitchen, and Jake, what were you asking for?
The lamb.
You're gonna says you asked for the lamb, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Really, the lamb?
Yeah, that's what he said when I was walking out the door.
All right." And they say it's gonna take a few hours to prepare.
Are we there when you're doing this? Or
No,
have
you guys stay
slipped
back
away
and
again?
chatted.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't really have a few hours. Maybe that's what he wants for dinner. Anyway, I'll just take and he'll just
He goes,
get some stuff to go.
"If you're returning for lunch or dinner, we can have it prepared for that. That's not a problem.
Yeah, sure. I'll be back for lunch then.
Yeah, we can have it taken care of then. In the meanwhile, would you prefer to have some eggs and some toast?"
I'd love some, thank you.
Wonderful. We just actually had some fruits that were shipped down from up north. They're not in the best of condition because, it's winter and all that, but if you want some fresh squeezed juice,
Just keeps getting better. Thank you.
yeah. This is actually one of my favorite juices. If you toast the skin the right way, you can actually eat the skin with the while drinking the juice. It's delicious. Have you ever had a mango before?
A mango? What's that?
Oh, let me show you, friend. And you take a sip of some tangy, delicious, sweet delight called mango.
Chris Kattan steps out in the pink outfit. I don't know if you guys remember. I think it was Mango or Mongo, wasn't it? His character with the pink. hat?
Yeah, I think so.
That's probably a reference that cuts
Mango
above
juice.
a lot of people in chat. Sorry.
Assuming the three of you actually
heard
eat
of a
mangoes, do you guys
mango?
eat the skin or no?
No.
I do, so
Yeah.
I don't have the allergy or whatever.
There's an allergy to the skin?
Usually, if you're allergic to poison ivy, it can irritate your mouth and throat and whatnot.
Wait, hold on.
Not always.
Hold on.
Because it's the same. It's a similar chemical.
Specifically poison ivy. I have a strange allergy to poison ivy. It's so funny. It's my anytime somebody asks me if I have allergies, doctor or whatever, Rory's there, she'll always be like, yep, he's allergic to poison ivy, which is, so I have this, so most people when you get poison ivy, wherever the oil touches, it's the only place where you get the rash, right? It's like only the contact points. I have a rare allergy where if it touches me in one spot, it actually will pass through my blood and will appear all over my body. So like I can get poison ivy, like itchy spots anywhere, even if it's only touched my hand, and it's awful.
I'm glad poison ivy gives you an itchy asshole. Don't eat mango skin.
But mango skin does not give me an itchy asshole.
We don't know that.
Well, that's good.
I eat mango. I have a mango upstairs for me to eat tomorrow. Do you want me to report to you about my asshole tomorrow and the next day, Wade?
If you don't mind.
Okay, I will text you about my asshole. Do you want a picture?
A selfie of your face is just as good. Same asshole.
I meant the mango, but thank you.
Oh.
It didn't sound like that's what you meant at all.
But okay. Moving on.
You got breakfast. We're leaving.
Yeah. I assume you're heading over, since you already left the house anyways, you're going to head over to speak to Hinta, so might as well just jump forward to that right there. You go to speak with her, and as you guys come walking in, it's one of those things where you walk up and, oh, hey, guess what? I was able to do 10 push-ups today.
That's a solid increase.
Yeah.
33% more.
No.
Try for 20 tomorrow.
Oh, my arm's already hurt because I did I did 3, and then I did 3, and then I did 2, and then I did 1, and then I did 1.
Oh, you're gonna want to do equal reps. So do 3, 3, 3, and 3. So try for 12, but in sets of 3. Or 4, but 3 sets.
But if you want me to try for 20, what if I just do 1 and like wait a while and do like 1 more until eventually I get 20?
Then you will continue to look like you and not me.
Huh. And you guys go by and go into the shop.
Give that kid a complex, Koa.
When you guys go in,
Try to give him muscle.
she has a bunch of parchments out, quill and ink, and she's like, she's literally like drafting schematics for what it is that she wants to do for Koa's weapon as you guys come in. So she's actively like working on how she wants to design it, so on and so forth. So you guys come walking in, and who walks for? I imagine Koa's first. He's just big.
No, I imagine it's actually probably Mikhail, because
Mikhail?
Koa was talking to the kid. He was like giving the kid like his words as they were walking in. So Koa was probably the last one because he was talking to the kid outside.
Yeah,
So-
Mikhail will be first.
Yep, cool. So you come walking in, and she will look up when she hears the door shut and say, I don't have any appointments today. And then you come into view, and she goes, oh, hold on. And she gets up and walks away and like goes around out back. Oh, no, she doesn't. She doesn't come around back. She goes, hold on. And she gets up and she comes forward and goes over to the wall that's on the side that, like Koa was looking at yesterday or whatever, and goes
Thank
over
God,
to
not
where there's a
Aldo's.
sword on the wall.
So thank God, not Aldo's side. It means he was one of the blades that he touched.
Goes over to the wall and grabs the sword off the wall. It's actually a little bit higher up, so it's one of the ones that maybe Koa looked at but didn't actually grab down. And grabs the thing and goes over and just nonchalantly hands it to you, and says, "Make sure the grip is good."
Yep, I'll grab it and kind of examine it. With a scabbard, I'm assuming?
Yep.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Scott
Good.
rolled a 1 while crafting it, so falls
Right.
apart.
Which, that's on her. If she spoils her materials, I already paid. All right, so...
So yeah, you grab the thing, and when you grab
Trying
the
to test
hilt,
it out.
for a second, like it's literally one of those things where before you even draw it, as you're looking at it, the design. I mean, she gave like the nice design that you were talking about before and everything, so on and so forth. It's actually it's really fine craftsmanship. It's like you look at the craftsmanship of your mom's sword, and it was pretty in areas or whatever. But like this, just the way that it connects, the way it swoops, just the detail for all of the metal. There's no imperfections to it. It's like the angles are all hit perfectly. The whole thing looks fluid. Like it's just beautifully crafted, right? And so when you grab the thing and you finally grasp it, the way it fits in your hand, it fits perfect. Like it was crafted for your hand. It just so comfortably, so snugly fits inside of your hand, which is just like, wow. That other sword, like, sure, you know how to use it, but like this properly fits in your hand. It's really nice. So when you finally draw the thing out, as you draw it out, you notice a couple of details. Like, you know, when we talked about the crossguard before, you notice that as you draw the thing, you're actually a bit surprised to see how thick the blade is at first. But then it properly, like, it drops down in thinness as it runs up the blade at a more drastic pace at first than you would typically expect. You notice at the base of the blade, the first few inches are much thicker than the blade that you had beforehand. But the edge at the ends sits about where you would expect it to. As you feel the balance on it, the thing sits absolutely pristine. The thing it just feels very comfortable inside of your hands. The blade is well designed. It's, so on and so forth. You're looking the thing over. And then, more importantly, she says, when you're looking it up and down, you can see that she has her marking on there, like her stamp of her, like her sigil of her craft is on there as well. But also in the blade, she had like crafted in a small amount of, because it's where it's so thick at the bottom, she could get away with doing so. She carved in some etching to give it some like nice fancy design that was reminiscent of the kind of design that you would have on your cloak to your character. So it was like it's a fun little filigree. And she even went so far as to melt in some like, it looks like silver is melted into there because it's a very like light colored metal that's in there. So it looks like silver inside of it. We could say like as you're looking this thing over is when the two of them will come walking in, or at least Aldo does. Koa is probably caught up and he's like, all right, maybe you can show me form. And the guy, and he's like, all right, hold on. Wow, 18, 19, how is he doing it? Oh, sit on my back. But go ahead.
Sheesh. Okay. When you guys come in, he's actually very quietly, very intently studying it. Like he's just looking at all the little different details, having now drawn it out, and he's just not saying anything for a while. Like kind of brow furrowed, like he's really just concentrating, looking at all of this entire thing.
And now Koa walks in. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then Koa walks in and sees, Mikhail's concentrating, like he's like really examining this full thing. And then finally, when he seems to be done, he just says, wow, Tavius be praised, this is a work of art.
She goes, damn right it is.
I mean, I know aesthetics. I studied it. It's not only beautiful, it feels, this is mine. Thank you.
It'll keep you safe. I told you before how you hold your blade. Everything about it. You fall back. You defend more often than you attack, which is fine. But the sword that you had beforehand, you're lucky it didn't break. It was poorly crafted. Not this. This can withstand it. Moreover, the way that the crossguard is there at the base, the way that it protects your hands with its design, the thickness of the blade, it can defend you better than others. You'll see. You fall into a defense, it'll keep you safe. This is not just a masterworked rapier. It has the blocking special trait on there, which means when you're fighting defensively, you gain a +1 shield bonus to AC.
Yeah. Sweet.
Yep. Whose birthday? Roz. Roz's birthday. For she's a jolly good fella. For she's a jolly good fella. For she's a jolly good fella.
And
Which
hey,
most
look,
people
Doxy's
would
here.
Oh, Doxy! Where's Doxy? There's Doxy! Doxy!
Hello.
Dox. Who, me? Yeah, you. We're talking about Rah-Rah recently.
Who else
Doxy.
will be talking to?
I'm getting yelled at. I want to be clear. Snaga is yelling at me for saying happy birthday to Roz. Chat. Snaga is yelling at me for saying happy birthday to Roz. So
You didn't say happy birthday. You sang poorly.
I sang
And
real
you're
You're really
poorly.
Tony Flutinist up here right now.
Okay.
Flutinist? Flutinist.
Flautist.
No.
I said it.
No. He's the flautist,
Um,
flutinist.
Mikhail, may I?
Flautist. Yeah, just a moment. He's still like kind of testing it a little bit, even though he's like kind of done the same motions over and over. He actually seems to be enjoying just swinging around and like moving, even just practicing the footwork. And he kind of smiles, sheathes it, and then hands it over to you to give it a try.
When you draw it, Wade, just because you missed the opening thing, so never mind the quality of the handguard, pretty well designed. Da, da, da. When you draw it out, it has her emblem, like her crafts mark on there, but it also has, because the base of the blade, the first few inches, are much thicker than that of a classic rapier. She had the space in there to actually carve out like some design, some filigree that's not dissimilar from his cloak's design, and she filled it with a light metal. So she melted a light metal into it that looks like silver.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it might be silver, but go ahead.
So does this look even better than the other sword she has hanging up?
I mean, this is you did not unsheath this one to look at it before. It's one of the ones that you just kind of like walk by while you're,
Yeah.
This is very, very finely made. The other ones were well crafted, like for the sake of functionality. This has a lot of design to it as well.
I stand by corrected as to what I said yesterday. Those blades are amazing, but this... I dare say I don't know if I've seen finer craftsmanship. He won't even like fully pull it out, like just out of respect for the fact that it's Mikhail's. He'll hand it back.
He takes it back and gets it put onto his belt. Whew. All right, I feel more dangerous and safer.
She shrugs and says, according to Koa, you won't know what you're doing with it anyways.
He won't need to with how well made it is. I think we'll fight for him.
I don't think that's his compliment. Maybe to her, I guess. Hey, look, if I was able to kill a hyena with the other one you made me, I wonder what I could take on with this.
Mikhail will practice in our free time.
I'd appreciate that.
My suggestion is you stick to the taverns and pubs.
I disagree. I don't think you should be fighting people with swords in taverns.
She, again, kind of caught her off guard. You get like a quarter smile from the corner
He'll
of her.
smile at that one.
Yeah.
All right. Damn it. Look, you exceeded... I expected the high quality. You exceeded my expectations. I wouldn't feel right if we just left it as is. He's going to hand her his mole coin.
She takes it, looks it over, raises an eyebrow. Well, muscle.
It's legitimately mole.
Oh, I know.
We were able to... then they've explained. I know what it can be worth.
All right, fine, then a lesson. She takes the coin and puts it into like a purse at her side, and then she reaches, her hand forward to take the sword from you.
Yeah, he'll pull it off the belt and hand it over to her.
She draws it partially, so it just shows the design she put in there. I'm sure you've all noticed the design inside here with the silver filigree.
Hard to miss.
It's not silver. Look in. If you're familiar, you might be able to tell the difference. It's electrum. The mole used electrum in many things. You said you visited mole ruins recently. You see the metal that flows through the ruins?
Yes, and all of the bridge to Leshev, parts of Haudh-Gwenn, as well as, yes.
It's electrum. It's said that...
You can work this metal.
Hmm?
You can work this metal.
Yes.
Fascinating.
It's electrum?
Electrum can actually even be... It can be... what's the word I'm looking for here? Smoted? Smelted.
Smelted?
Electrum can actually... Electrum can be smelted. It's not overly difficult to create electrum. The difficult part is to work with it the right way. What you see inside the bridges, inside the buildings, what you see through all of that, that's something that can't be replicated by people today. What I put inside the sword is representative of who I am and the culture of my people. You can see the filigree in here. But if the swords that you brought yesterday are in fact mole weapons, it's not just electrum filigree on the outside. There will be electrum that runs through the inside of the blade. It acts as a conduit. The mole used magics that are beyond what people today use or understand, or at least as far as I know of it. And electrum was how it is that they did that. I don't have the vocabulary for it. I didn't train in magic. I don't know much about magic, but I know that that is what they would use to make it work. So this isn't silver. It's electrum. And it's because of the significance that it has to the mole people.
Thank you for sharing that information. Again, I overstep. He'll step back and let Mikhail have the floor.
He says thank you. He's now studying it a little bit more, so he's kind of quiet for a minute. If you wanted to continue,
through our travels and journey and such, if we come across anything else, we will certainly bring it your way. But knowledge, especially in this field of work, if there's anything specific that we could keep an eye out for to help you. Obviously, he'll look to Aldo, for trade, of course, Aldo. But,
Aldo nods.
anything specific, please let us know. I was not exaggerating when I said that we were going to be going to multiple places that have a lot of historic value and hopefully preservation of items such as the ones we showed you yesterday. And maybe knowledge beyond that. We just need to get our hands on more of those damn tomes.
I told you that it's my life's work to try to replicate the craftsmanship they use to make these kinds of weapons. I have a theory. I know that there is electrum that runs through those weapons. Real ones. Yours, I don't know yet. I know that there is. I have a theory that is not typical steel. That the iron used to smelt the steel in mole weapons is different. It's unique. The town of Drazstone, it wasn't always just a town with some moron sitting on a hill telling people what to do. At one point it was just a mine that served the Mole Empire. And I believe there used to be a special type of iron inside there that was used to craft these weapons. Maybe the deposits have run dry. Maybe they just can't find where they are left. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just wrong. But like I said, I think that was how they were able to do it with the weapons. But the only way I can know is if I have one that I can do enough experiments on, I don't mind if I break it. Which is why I need you to give me one, she said to Aldo, rather than just use one.
You could have told us this yesterday, no?
Could have. But you didn't have my respect.
Those in a circular way, that makes sense. Right. Well, we'll keep our eye out for any more. And, if we learn anything else about the mines of Drazstone, or mines anywhere else, this iron, do you have an example of it? Does it look different? Does it seem different? If we were to...
It's a theory.
Part of what we're trying to do is establish trade between the Shev and Drazstone. Perhaps, if we can work it out at all, we could try to find out about this iron.
That'd be rich. find a vein of this, assuming my theory's right, find a vein of some, of this ore, and then trick them into, shipping it all this way. If there was a town that could do it, it'd be the shysters of Leshev, wouldn't it?
Yeah, very well could. Do you know what properties made mole weapons particularly special? Were they more resilient, resistant to the elements, anything like that?
She gives you kind of like a devilish smile and says, "We can discuss that later on. First, let me run my tests."
He nods and kind of looks at the others to see if they have anything else.
Aldo just says, Hinter, always a pleasure. And we'll be ready to leave.
Koa, like, is just, like, staring at Mikhail's sheathed weapon and thinking, like, he'll follow you guys, but, like, he stands there frozen for a few moments, just, like, very obviously thinking all this stuff through.
Mikhail hasn't moved yet either. He's kind of still got it partially unsheathed, like he's examining the part with the electrum in it. But when it seems like you're not going to move, he will finally seem to kind of snap his attention away from it. He says, "Well, I think that's all we had. Look, Hinta, if this craftsmanship represents who you are," and he like puts it back in his belt, says, "You are a lovely woman indeed. Gentlemen," and he will start heading toward the exit.
Mikhail, before we go,
Yeah.
anything that you and Elliot have looked at in either one of the tomes, does anything reference any of this?
Not that I know, but I'm definitely going to be looking now.
Right. He'll kind of like nod at Hinta, just like very clearly, like kind of out of words for Koa, which is rare, and turn to leave.
Okay. Koa.
Yes.
So I have a couple suggestions for you. You're not going to like them, though.
Very well.
First, kill Mikhail. No.
The others can stick around. Do they stick and listen, or do they leave?
If he gets called back, Mikhail will probably stop by the door.
Yeah. It's not like a secret or anything. I assume same for Aldo. He stays and listens.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your biggest complaint is about your thighs. She says, I'm familiar with the feeling, but the problem right now is the how it is that you're going to protect them whilst keeping mobile. It's going to be difficult to do. There's something simple you can do. I literally have something out back that I would just give to you, and it would help to protect you. But any suggestions I have, they'll slow you down. You lean heavily on your mobility. I saw you yesterday when you were fighting the 5 of them. You could outrun them. You could outmaneuver them. If they got you pinned into a spot you didn't like, you'd withdraw. And then you could take them on as they approached one at a time or brace for the fight. You use the openness of the field. Now you're talking about going in and out of keeps and caves and all that shit, and I don't know how much your maneuverability is going to benefit you there. So my suggestion right now is this. Buy armor or acquire armor that more fully protects your body, but it's going to cost you maneuverability. Wear it at times where you don't need it as much. Caves, keeps, whatever it is that you're doing. But if you're out in the fields, rely on your mobility. That could be more beneficial. Ride a damn horse or something. Maybe that will give you the speed that you want anyways. It takes years to train, but she shrugs. But I have something out back if you want to at least have that while you're getting proper armor put together. Because if you wanted to throw on a chain shirt, your thighs are still exposed. You'd have to get, a chain mail. If you are wearing the lamellar you're wearing now, you need something down below. Even breastplate only covers the top. You need full plate, or at least half plate.
I will take a look, but as you said, my mobility does make a big difference, both in fighting and also chasing down those that would either flee or attack a companion or one of our animals. I don't want to compromise that, and so far nothing has quite taken me down, but I'll see what you have.
She nods. She says, Well, the good news is, and she kind of like has that like sound as she's walking out back to grab something, so she gets like quiet for a second, or like, you know, from through the doorway. She goes, the good news is, sorry, hold on. The good news is, because you're so fast, as you're wearing this, it might slow you down, but you probably go just about as fast as somebody else that you'd be fighting against anyways. So here we go. I got it right here for you. And she pulls out what mechanically is what you call, well, let me describe it first. She pulls out what looks like it ties like around the waist, and it looks like an extension of what you're already wearing, almost like a lamellar. Like it's flaps of leather that drop down, but it drops down to just below the knee. And so you can wear pants underneath it, or you don't have to, but it's a bunch of different flaps of leather that drop from like kind of your waist and down to like just beneath your knee, and gives a lot of extra protection there. The part that ties around your waist, it doesn't just like belt around your waist. It also comes just above your belly button to like the almost to the bottom of your ribs. So if you bend, it doesn't necessarily like cut into your mobility there. So that if so as like a leather protection that's there as well. Mechanically, it's what you would call an armored kilt. But you know, you can kind of like see it in your mind's eye. It has some coloration to it. So the leather strips that drop down, they're it's a third of them are brown and 2/3 of them are red. But a lot of like the red dyeing that happened to it is kind of like rubbed off or worn off over the years. So it's like a worn looking red color. You're pretty sure it's dye and not blood. Pretty sure. Anyways, so it's an armored kilt. So the way that an armored kilt works mechanically is if you wear it by itself, it's just +1 AC, nothing crazy. But if you wear it with another light armor, it counts as medium armor. And if you wear it with a medium armor, it counts as heavy armor. So if you're wearing that with the lamellar you're already wearing, it counts as being medium armor. And so therefore your speed goes from 40 down to 30. So that's like an important thing that happens. It only weighs 10 pounds, so it's not going to weigh you down, but it does give you +1 AC, and it does weigh you down a bit. She goes, and if this does the trick for you, I also suggest upgrading the lamellar that you're wearing. That looks like it's just a curious. You should be wearing a whole set up top. So my suggestion would be for you to get something like that. I don't have anything that'll fit you.
You was looking at getting some recommendations as to armors you knew, though, right?
What was that, sorry?
But you do have some contacts whose names you were going to provide, right?
Yeah. She says, there's a fine enough leather worker that's in Haudh-Gwenn. She goes over and she grabs like a folded, piece of paper. She goes, gives this to him. Hopefully he won't be an asshole.
Excellent. Well, thank you.
If you're really looking for leather, though, Haudh-Gwenn is a place to go. Go to Varen.
Oh,
they don't use cowhide there. They actually use horsehide.
Well, the Idirian steeds do roam near Varen, so that makes sense.
Yeah, they don't waste anything in Varen. They'll use horsehide to make the to make it. Makes for a more comfortable leather for you. It does the same trick. So on. Might be a bit more expensive. You know how they value their horses out that way. And that's assuming you're trying to keep light with the leather. You might want to think about chain if you don't mind the sound.
Whatever I can do to provide the maximum protection while also staying mobile. My speed and reflexes, well, they've saved me in a pinch or two.
Shrugs. She says, hey, you want something that really stands out? And she gives you like a wry smile. Says, kill a wyvern, and I'll help you make some scale mail.
Oh, perhaps Alcimia could. He like says out loud, then like realizes what he's saying, and he's like, Mikhail and Aldo's not to say this stuff. Perhaps I'll see one in the mountains next time we're out there.
The smile drops. She says, I was kidding. You'll die.
Oh, but what if someone else kills it and I just bring you the body? Do I need to?
No. I think she just has a lot of faith in us.
Well, we talked about finding a wyvern, but I think it would kick our ass.
It will eat your
Yeah,
ass.
probably would.
Yes. But perhaps one of the birds.
Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps.
In theory, though, you actually could do something with the wyvern scales if we were to acquire a body.
If they haven't gone sour, you find a dead wyvern sitting there and rotting. It's probably not something we want to work with. Don't go
fresh.
hunting a wyvern.
I'm not going to go hunting a wyvern. I promise you that.
Shakes her head.
Koa just like is deep in thought, like, oh, Simia might kill a wyvern for us. We did bring her
Koa!
back her eggs.
Koa?
Good day.
Yes, yes, good. Thank you. Which way is the egg? This way. Yes. Wyvern.
She goes over.
Okay.
It's like as you guys walk out, she like instinctively goes over to wherever it was Aldo was standing before, just to make sure everything's still on the shelves.
The strange thing to do. Strange thing, especially when Aldo's just met this person.
You know, some people when they walk into your shop, you just get a funny vibe.
Yeah.
You know, you just
Sure, I'm
like
gonna
you know,
start
you
stealing
just
things
gotta
now.
make sure.
Fine.
And Aldo definitely gives that vibe. You know, so
I think
I'm not
Aldo
gonna make
should
the joke
steal
I can make,
Scott's
but-
wife and children just to prove a point to the DM.
what was that, Wade?
I was talking to chat more than you.
Oh.
It was over your little head.
I'm 5'11". Doxy,
5'11".
Doxy, how tall am I?
Yeah, Scott, we all know 5/11 is exactly one Daelric tall, okay? 5/11 of an inch.
I am 5'11". Granted,
Cool.
granted,
No one-
I am short next to some of my
no
family,
one's-
but that's because they're
No
all over
one's
6
judging
feet.
you, man. You're just
Doc,
being
you
like
don't have to
sensitive
lie.
about it. It's wild.
It's a safe place.
See, Doxy said
Yeah.
way the fuck taller than her.
Okay.
I think Doxy's like 5'2", 5'4", somewhere in that range. Like
I don't
she's
know, man.
barely
you're
taller
being
than
like
Brittany.
super sensitive. about it.
5'1". Okay, 5'1". That's okay. Okay, 5'1".
She was basically like Thumbelina in my
Like
hand.
I said, barely
Yeah.
taller than Brittany because Brit's
See,
4'11".
Doxy
she's
is super tiny, and like she seems totally cool with it, and you're like wild out every time it's mentioned.
I am 5'11".
All right, cool.
All right.
Sure.
Anyway,
You know what? As long you're as tall as you believe you are, Scott. We'll leave it at that.
the power is
All
yours.
right, how many Leshev errands do we have left?
Fucking
Fox? Nathan Fox is the last one.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, now we also have Cleveland and the auction. Yeah.
And we've got the dude who might have the tomes, the other councilman.
And the yeah. And
Yeah, he's not going to talk to
finishing
you. though.
studying.
Yeah, we just keep
You
getting more and
try,
more
but
errands.
he's
Ministry,
like
he won't.
a no-nut, like
Yep.
prick. So,
We'll get those when we come back with an army.
yeah.
You know, because we do got to get rid of this place. It still kind of sucks.
Yeah, it does. All right, so I guess we go to Fox. Is Mikhail going back home and letting us do Fox, or are you going with us to Fox? Because you've got the book to read today.
Yeah, he's supposed to do that. And we already asked about Cleveland from the other guy. Yeah, he probably head back.
All right, so it's just Aldo and Koa again.
The dream team.
All right.
Before we do split up, though, whenever we step outside, Koa will say, like, do you think Elsimia could get us a recently killed wyvern?
Maybe.
Uh,
It seems like it's still putting her at risk, though.
yeah.
Well, but they seem to kill them and hunt them, right?
Yeah. I mean, I guess we could. If we're there and such, maybe we could ask her if she gets one to let us know and take us to it.
Yes, I'm not saying, like, hey, Elsimia, go right now, kill one. But I'm saying if the combat does happen.
Yeah. I mean, I wonder what else they would do with the corpses. Do they eat them?
I don't know, that's what I was thinking. I wonder if they do.
But we don't need the
I mean,
meat,
the
we just
gnolls
need
would.
we just need the scales.
But yeah, the hide. Probably
What do
as
we
much
do
as
to get
can
rid of the gnolls? You think there's not enough guards here?
Get rid of the whole. I don't know. That'd probably take an army.
Genocide.
Where do we get one of those?
Get those when we become rulers. and
Okay, where do we
Isn't that a thought?
realistically get one of those?
Koa, I don't know if you don't realize where armies come from. Rulers amass armies.
So when a king
Even the town.
and his commander really
I
love each
understand the
other.
gist of what you're saying, Mikhail. I'm just saying I don't know that Adir currently has an army. So where do we get an
No, it
army?
looks like it. I don't think we can, Koa.
You remember what I said about how we can make new stuff happen?
Yes.
It would need to be us or Sugo or someone.
I'm just saying
There's
if we
not
leave
one
the
now.
Knolls and they have our scent, they've come after us every chance they've gotten. In the springtime, we go back across the plains where we may deal with plains cats. We have Elliot with us. We go back to the keep. We are once again faced with the Knoll threat.
That's
Perhaps
true.
worse.
We
There's
can't get
nothing
rid
we
of
can do
them.
about it, though.
We can avoid them.
Beyond our
We
means.
can hole ourselves up in the keep. Yeah, they don't seem interested in going inside there or even super aware of the entrance.
Let's hope.
That's
But now they've seen and know that we've and Yara's crew have gathered around there multiple times, so I
Yeah.
just have concerns about the safety of the keep at this point. But
it's true.
if we can't do anything about it, we can't do anything about it. Let's go. You need to do some reading. Aldo and I can go talk to Nathan and Cleven and perhaps try to find the other councilmen about the books. See what we can get for you.
I should probably go talk to Cleveland as well. So
You can
maybe
do that
swing
with
by and
first.
get me before you do that.
Or we can go straight there and do Nathan after.
Oh yeah, that would work.
Let's do that. We're off to see the Cleveland.
Okay, you guys go to find which inn he's at. It takes a little bit, and you're cold outside. Fuck! Why do we keep leaving our house? As you head back to go find where he is, and so you head out to maybe the first inn you get to. With the second inn, finally you go there and you're like, there he is, and he's literally sitting down in the the seat right by the fire. You imagine how he got that seat. He's sitting in the seat by the fire, and it's like a decent sized table, and he's sitting there all by himself, and is a meal that is long since finished a long while ago, and he's just reading a book sitting there.
He ate all of his food. Wow, they must have good food here.
Yeah, it's a pretty much empty plate. Yeah.
Yeah, as we come in, I'll just call over and say, Cleveland,
Yeah.
hiding out in an inn?
Hiding? I would dare to say no. I'm sitting out in the open, and in fact, in quite the illuminated spot. It's a public place. Well, I suppose it's private, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's him. He just starts walking over. Says, your father said you're the one organizing the estate sale coming up.
Yes, it was an appointed task.
Hold on. He seems obviously disinterested.
Well,
Huh.
we were hoping
Seem like you don't want to do it.
take a look at it. And yes, if you don't want to do it, I understand. But we're old friends, so perhaps going a little out of your way whenever you're finished up here, of course.
Wait, take a look at it? You mean you're contemplating buying it?
Well, at least
Well, we have a
already.
house with nothing in it, and I think that was everything that was in it before. So, yes.
Wouldn't it have been more convenient to have purchased it before it was taken out of your house?
We weren't
It
really
would
given
have
that
been,
option.
But we were
Didn't
not
have the
offered it.
option. Yeah, this is...
If you don't
About as
recall, we were
straightforward as
with
it can
you
be.
coming back here.
And then it was given to us, and then we weren't in town, and we came back and everything was out of it. And the windows were open. Just open.
Quite cold. Snow
so-
inside on the floors and such.
So yes, we're considering it. Is there a total price already?
Yes, there's a price that can be paid for all of the goods. But would you like to see the stuff first?
Let's discuss the price as we go to see it. Yes, that'd be fantastic.
I'm not going to read a book while we're walking. It's cold out.
Then
I wouldn't.
you could just tell us where it is, and we can go look at it ourselves, and you can tell us the price now.
You don't have a key to get in.
I can borrow the key.
What'd you say?
He said, I'll just borrow the key from you.
That's not allowed.
Is
You
that
could
your
appoint
rule?
us to be the ones in charge.
Unfortunately, he says as he slides his chair back and stands up, that is also not allowed. Give me a few minutes. I'll retrieve the ledger, and I'll retrieve the key. Pushes the chair back in.
All right.
We'll just wait here then. He'll pull a chair up and like sit next to him.
And he gets up, he grabs his book, and he goes walking off. And then as soon as he goes walking off, the barmaid comes over and goes, "Oh, I thought he would never leave. Hey, if you lot don't mind, there's another group that has been hoping to sit at this place for a long while, but he's been sitting here literally for 5 hours.
Oh, of course.
Really? You would move?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna head out in a minute anyway.
Oh, aren't you Actually, you look familiar.
Do we? He just
Yeah.
smiles.
She says, I'll think of it. Free round on me. Go on, go grab another table. And then she smiles at another group and like waves them over.
Perhaps just one.
And she'll go over and they all get up from like where they are. And she goes and she'll, while you're waiting for him or whatever, she goes and grabs you each a round and puts it down. And then kind of like walks off, sees if you guys order food or whatever it is, and then walks off. So anyways, you eventually Cleveland comes downstairs, and he comes downstairs and he's got the book open and he's like looking at it while he's walking over, and he walks over to the table where he's at beforehand, and then stops and goes to put his hand on the back of the chair, but like grabs somebody's forearm instead, or sorry, like somebody's bicep, and he looks at them and they look at him, and he looks at the table confused, and they're like, yeah, and he's like,
I'll call out to him as that's happening. Cleveland, over here.
He looks across the way, looks back at them, again perplexed, looks across the way, gives like a very obvious sigh, and then shakes his head as he walks over.
Yeah, he's the same as we left him. You ready?
He's still standing. Yeah. He says, what happened?
We got a drink.
He looks over at the bar at the table, and he looks back and he says, I see that you were outnumbered, but I would have assumed better of you, considering what happened. This way. And he turns and he starts walking out the door.
Right?
Yeah. So as we're walking there, what was the total price?
I don't know yet.
I thought you had a total price.
I have a ledger.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I know you're not that interested in doing this, but the sooner we know things, the sooner you don't have to deal with it anymore, right?
And the sooner we get there, the sooner we can know things. This way.
All right, Cleveland. And how much of this has been appraised already? None of it?
He said a few things were looked over by whoever was deemed the experts. A few things I looked over myself. He shrugs. Not everything was appraised. Allow me to correct that.
Interesting.
Everything was appraised as a lump sum. Not everything individually was.
Oh, what's the lump
On
sum?
the ledger.
He looks at you and he says, I believe I've answered your question. And then just keeps walking.
Can you not have the ledger?
He does. It's at his side. He's walking with it in his hand.
Is the lump sum on the ledger, Cleveland?
Yes.
May I see it?
No.
Why not, Cleveland?
Because you're not approved to see the ledger. And I'm not opening it out here.
If we offended you in some way, I thought we had a pretty good bond after all of the introductions we had made.
He stops short, turns to you, and holds up his hand, and he has a mitten.
Okay.
Do you need us to help you take that off?
He says, it's cold. And then he turns and he keeps walking.
He's only slightly frostier than he usually is.
Colder in the estate than it is out here.
Yeah,
And then,
I can't believe they left the windows open. I'm still mad about that.
Yeah. As am I. But at least now we know if the floors get scuffed, you can fix them.
so it's funny, Mikhail, you say that. Mikhail, I did a
You
secret
meant
roll
that
for the three.
genuinely, for what it's worth.
I did a secret roll for the three of you. Two of you rolled a 6, different dice, and Mikhail got a natural 14 plus his number. So Mikhail, you notice that when you say, "I can't believe they left the windows open," I'm still mad about that. You notice that when you say that, his pace picks up ever so slightly, like one of those things where in the snow you may not have noticed, but you just happen to be looking down because of the wind or whatever it was at his legs. And you notice he moves ever so slightly faster.
Okay. We speed up. It's cold.
Right. And so you eventually get to the place where it is. He unlocks the it's literally like it's a well-ish maintained enough barn, and he unlocks the door and opens to the barn, or at least it was at one point in time a place that stabled animals, no longer does. And so when you go in, you can actually see like this barn that once at one point in time stabled animals, and now just has like 6 stalls. He goes over to one of the stalls after he like lets you guys in and shuts the door behind you. Goes over to one of the stalls. There's also a lock on the stall, which is funny because since it's a barn stall, there's a spot at the bottom of it that's open and a spot at the top of it that's open, but like there's a stall door that's right there and it's locked. So he unlocks this and he opens it up and he says, here's everything but the furniture. And then he goes over to another stall and he unlocks it and he goes, and here is all of the furniture that wasn't already purchased. And he looks to you and says, I understand that there's supposed to be a lump sum that is paid for everything, and nothing can be sold prior to the auction. Unfortunately, there are some people that used their clout to circumvent the rules.
And how much does that take off of the lump sum?
He looks at you and says, nothing.
So it
How much clout do the heroes of the
Categorically-
Chev have?
increased the price of the rest of the items.
He says, if you have a problem with it, take it up with the counselors. They're the ones that did it.
Right. And how much clout
Well,
do
is
the
it
heroes
time
of
to
the
take your
Chev
mittens
have?
off now? Or
Clout. We have clout, right?
He says, my mittens are off. That's how I use the keys. And then he opens up the book because he knows what you're saying. And turns to the pages. And he goes, here we go. Everything here, everything here, everything here for... It looks as though it is tallied at 117 gold. 11... No, sorry, no, it's not 11. 9 silver. 3 copper. And they stopped there. 117.93.
Ah,
Right.
that is a price.
Let's look at this storage bin then.
Yeah, I imagine you guys want to go in and start looking through the stuff.
Yes.
Sure. Roll me. Are all 3 of you in the stuff pile, or is like 1 or 2 of you there and 1 is over on the furniture pile?
We are all. I assume we're all in the stuff pile first, but I mean, I imagine we'll eventually look over it all.
So the stall's only so big, so you can all definitely take turns, or maybe one person can assist another person searching through. Which I'm perfectly fine with you guys doing that. Or you can literally just like take a few hours and just to search through this like really methodically.
I don't know if Mikhail would go a few hours since he's supposed to be helping study today. Study the book.
Also, if you're super methodical, it might be more obvious when you find something of interest.
I'm gonna let them 2 go through the stuff, and I'll have a look at the furniture.
You can roll appraise for the furniture. You guys choose who's leading and who's supporting on the perception check.
Scott, I'm specifically not appraising. I'm looking to see if any of it has like false bottoms or like any of that stuff.
Nice.
Smart.
Oh, you're good. Okay.
So what's that? Perception?
Yeah, perception. Yes, sir.
I imagine I'm assisting Mikhail looking for the book.
Yeah, makes sense. Ooh, nice.
Don't forget, you guys have 1 more plus 2 from the hype train earlier.
Oh, yeah.
You've at least got a +2 from me as well.
You got a +2 from Wade.
Okay, I'll add the +2 from Wade in here. I can't even see my die. I have Simon's sheet open. Okay. Oh, 14. So,
Is that with my +2?
that's with the +2. Yeah. I only rolled a
Well,
6
one
on
of you
the
can
die.
use the other +2 if you want. And then we do have exactly 2 luck dice left.
Jake is a gamble. His is something specific that you're looking for.
It's up to
16
you,
would be more comfortable.
Kiken, because I will use it if you don't. But I'll probably luck it either way.
I'll use the +2, and then you can luck.
Alrighty.
Because yours is probably the higher DC, I assume, than mine, since I know what I'm looking for.
Hey! Useful use of
Nice.
luck. You got a 21. That's awesome.
Are you lucking too, Keegan, or are you just doing the +2?
Just taking the +2 and getting 16.
Okay, 16 is what you needed. Are you ready for this, boys? Grab your asses. You find 3 books in there.
3 of them.
3 of Tilvanus's books are inside there. Now, one of them is in really ragged condition.
It needs some mending.
That would be able to
does.
repair a good portion of it. It doesn't fix everything, but it would definitely be able to repair a good portion of it. One of them is in really ragged condition. The other 2 are in pretty fair condition. Remember, a book that's like new or new-ish is worth 40 gold. So if you have like 3 in, let's call it fair condition, those could easily sell for 20 to 30 gold a piece. That's just those 3 books. Which is awesome. Never mind anything else that might be of importance in here. So that's not the only thing you were looking. You were looking through the area. That's just what you were looking for. But that doesn't mean you didn't just like if you're looking for a particular, I don't know. Just for an example here, spice in your spice rack, and you're like, oh, I forgot about this kind of curry or whatever, right? So anyways, you find other stuff inside there as well. So for that, before I can tell you the value of those items, why don't you go ahead and Keegan, you can roll me an appraise check. This wasn't your primary action. You're going to get a -2 for this appraise check. But Wade can assist you to negate that -2.
I'll try.
He does
Not help.
All right. -2 it is. I roll bad.
There are other books and whatnot that are inside of here. Unfortunately, nothing that you can immediately. It's one of those things you're like, I don't know if anything else here is valuable or just a sentimental value. I just don't know. I've seen some of these books before when I was at the training with the Congress. Some I've never heard of before. I don't know what their value is. I just don't. But kicking over to you, sir, with your 21, which was the DC that you had to beat. You go inside there and you're looking through trying to see if there was any, hidden compartments, whatever they were, so on and so forth. So of the furniture that was not kind of collected along the way, one of them was a 4-poster bed, which is one of the best places to go ahead and hide a compartment. So when you go over to the 4-poster bed, there's of course the 4 large posts down by the the base of one of the legs. There's actually an area where you can shimmy, and then pop off a like a plates to it, like a faceplate, and inside there's a small compartment. When you look inside the compartment, you can see there's actually a bit of paper inside there. Now, you don't want Cleveland to see this, so why don't you go ahead and roll me a sleight of hands, and at the same time, Keegan, go ahead and roll me a bluff check.
Yeah, Aldo also knows what he was doing, right? So I don't know if Wade can assist or anything, but like Aldo's going to bring to attention, like, oh, can you ask Cleveland about such and such? You know what I mean? To give him so he's not staring at him.
Don't worry, he's also not watching the whole situation anyways, because he's
I was assuming he
not
didn't
interested.
care that much.
Yeah.
But yeah, Koa was already going to lead off with something before you even asked us to roll. I was going to do this.
Yeah.
Whenever we find the books and we have the entire book collection, rather than just draw attention to the 3 that we're actually interested in, Koa was going to say something along the lines of, "And how many silver for the books?"
So I'll get back to that in a second. So finishing him off. So you're able to snag up the parchment that's inside there, and when you pull that thing out, you realize you grab the thing, you quickly slide it up your sleeve, and you think you're sly, and you look back and you look over like, okay, let me slide this thing back on so he doesn't notice. Oh, there's another one. Take that out, and another one drops down. Apparently the leg was like hollowed out, and you could put like a scroll or something inside there and like tuck it up and put another one in, and you take that one out and you find a fourth rolled up thing in there. Okay, you've got, you know, one inside of each of your sleeves and two kind of like tucked down your pants, like, you know, inside of your like your pants, and so you're hopefully not gonna be
Aldo,
walking
do you have a
funny.
boner?
Yes, I do.
Really,
I didn't know you liked
really
furniture
loves
so
tables.
much.
I love furniture.
He looks directly at Cleveland and he winks as he says, "Yes, I do." Anyways, and then you put the thing back on there. As for you, Wade, you look down at it, and since you, sir, are the one directly asking, unfortunately, sir, you have to roll a bluff check. Okay. Luckily for you, the person you're rolling against, you can imagine, does not have a very good sense motive.
Man, whether I should luck it or not, but I think we've only got one left.
We have one left.
Yeah.
It's up to you. I rolled my die. I know my result, but it's up to you.
His
I'll say
face, he didn't look pleased, but I don't know.
Oh, I didn't see his face.
I
I'll
thought he
save the
sounded
luck anyway,
smug.
because even if it doesn't work, it was more so the distraction than Mikhail can talk us through it. But it was kind of one of those things that lead Mikhail into like the, let's pretend we want all of it and it's not worth that much.
So you got a 13
The
total?
plan.
I rolled a natural 10 with a -1. So you asked the question,
I was like, oh no, did we tie?
and he says, "What are the titles?" And like you rattle off the titles of
I start to go through all of the books.
hold on, one at a time. And he like flips before the page, back and forth between the pages. He goes, "Whoever it was that wrote this blasted ledger, this is so frustrating." As because like the books aren't like all categorized together. He's like, certainly if they appoint me this task next time, they should just give it to me from the beginning so it can be done the right way. You know, certainly make sure that nobody's buying things out from underneath the... Here we go. And for those 3 specific books you're looking for...
He says all of them.
Yeah, but for the 3 specific books that you're looking for... wait, hold on. Are you saying to buy all, like, more or less tally up how much it costs to buy every book?
Collection. Yeah.
So not just those 3, but all books.
He lists them all, so if he gives me an individual price, that's fine. But also, he was kind of like, some of these other books might be important. I don't know. What if we just take them all and sort it out later?
He says, as for just all the books independent of the rest, he's like, there is no... It's either the whole thing or individual items. So you can come up with the price yourself if you wish to go for it. But for these items
the
here...
condition of some of these things, like... Anyway, go on.
He goes, for these items here... let's see. Oh, that title that is in the worst condition, that is actually fetching for only 8 silver. And the other 2, they're in pretty good condition, and they're actually labeled at 4 gold apiece.
4 gold apiece. Knowing that that's a really good price, we'll kind of like look to Mikhail.
It is. I don't have it right now, but
That struck a chord with Mikhail.
well, the problem is I don't have that. So I don't know how much we have
Well, you would,
between us right
you
now.
would put you would auction for, you would put a higher number, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have to pay it today because the auction's not today.
Let's see,
You
man,
pay when you collect.
4 gold for what was the titles? And he kind of looks at them. It's just okay. Well, it's not bad.
As well, those 2 that are 4 gold apiece, they're not the most expensive books there, but they look to be a part of a collection.
What are the most expensive books?
He looks through and he says, "Oh, this one here. It looks like it's going for..." He looks at you, and he looks down at it, and he says, "I'm sure you're not interested. The description says that it is a spell book."
So how much is it going for?
He looks at you again and says, I want you to understand that while the Arcane Congress does not have sway over this area, that doesn't mean that they're not going to send somebody looking for a book if they think it belongs to them.
And the price is, Cleveland?
Shakes his head. 100.
You're telling me 117 gold for the entire auction, and 100 of that is this one book.
He nods.
And 8 of it is 2 of these books.
Well, then he looks down and says, "Oh no, you're misunderstanding. 100 is where the auction is at currently for this one book. It didn't start that way. Others have auctions already. Others have put in pre-bids.
But 117 gold would get the entire thing.
That is where the auction for the whole collection is sitting at today. Yes."
I'm still misunderstanding, because you're saying some of the things have already been taken with because of clout, and other things have already been bid on, because
Yes.
the auction hasn't even started yet. So some clout has been good enough just to take items outright. Other clout is slightly less so, therefore they've already got bids in. And then there's the actual auction, which is a bit of a farce.
He closes the book, puts it behind his back, like, holding it like in his hands behind his back, squares off his shoulders and looks at you and says, "Allow me to explain to you the concept of corruption."
I don't need it explained to me, it just saddens me that it's so robust here.
He shrugs and
It
says,
does.
"If it makes you feel any better, my father doesn't partake."
It does. And I didn't assume he would. Is it a secret who the highest bidder is for some of this stuff?
He shakes his head and says, "Unfortunately, the bids are meant to be anonymous. Unless you're at the actual auction."
Knowing who we are and our reputation and what we've done, I hope you know that we mean to do good and have done good. I do just worry about who might be wanting to put their hands on something wanted by the Arcane Congress.
Roll a persuasion check. That was a pretty good line.
Diplomacy, I think you mean?
Yeah. Sorry. Yes.
I rolled
Ooh,
You happy with it?
pretty good.
I don't have many ways to modify it, so yeah.
There's only one left. Cool. He thinks for a
We
second.
rescued him, and there's no way his charisma's high. So,
He thinks for a second. He says, "Unfortunately, that's the way that things are. Now, if you'll please excuse me for a second, I need to take a piss." And he puts the ledger down on a nearby ledge as he walks out the door.
Koa will look to Mikhail, look at the ledger, look to Mikhail, and be like, I think you know what that...
yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go ahead and check out that there ledger.
Aldo walks over and he's like, "Just take the books."
Oh, I am. But I am gonna check, like, a quick look at the
Oh,
ledger.
it looks aghast, like, take them.
Yes.
That's corrupt.
Well, the whole auction's a farce. Everybody's already come and taken things. The price hasn't changed. Plus, this stuff
We'll have
was
this
already in the
conversation later.
house.
Just come on.
Yeah, I'm like glancing through the. I'm trying to like look at the ledger to see if there's anything else that shows that like
You want to search through
of
quickly.
interest.
This is actually for
Yeah.
you a linguistics check to look through, to more or less search the categorization of this, so on and so forth.
Okay.
Hey, not a bad roll. Are you happy
21.
with it?
Yes.
Yeah. You remember where he was like kind of like flipping through and his like frustration with like, so you don't get caught up on a page that says books, because you hear what he was saying earlier. So you quickly flip through, and you know that at least two of the books were, sorry, those 3 books, he was able to get you prices kind of back to back pretty quickly on them. And so, for specifically those 3 books that you're interested in, and you actually look down and you can see, okay, those have been bid on. The original price for the one that was torn up was actually only 6 silver, but it's been bid up to the 8 silver. And the original price for the other 2 books is actually only 3 gold, and it was bid up just once to 4 gold. All 3 of those books are being bid on by the same individual, which is Curve Rock. So Torgan Curve Rock, counselor.
Oh fuck no.
Yeah, all 3 of those are being bid on by
Do we have an issue
by
with
him.
this dude? I don't remember him.
He's
I
not a
think he's one
nice
of
guy.
Who's the asshole?
I
Right?
don't remember him even being an asshole. They were all just like...
No,
He
he was an asshole.
Yeah, he was very specifically an asshole. Yes. As for the spell book, it's was had a couple of bids on it early on, and then one person came in and nearly doubled the bid to bring it up to 100.
Oh, it's not
gold.
Elliot, is it?
It's not Elliot.
Thank God.
It's Nathan.
That's expected. That makes sense.
It was bid on a few times, bringing it up to about 53 gold, and then Nathan came in and just went 100 gold.
Okay. Is there anywhere that it seems that he has marked for the items that are already taken or that are already sold?
Oh, the items that were taken prior to. Yep, he has marked them off. The good news is none of them were books. It was literally furniture. It's like, there's a couple pieces of furniture that are missing from this that you would want for like your house, like a table with matching chairs, probably because they were like beautifully crafted antiques or whatever it was, and a couple of like important, like probably were important to somebody's scrolls. Like you can imagine some degree of communications were likely somebody came in and collected, and these are all marked off, but it didn't write names for who collected them.
As I'm like looking at it, I'm just like nose in book, still just like, Aldo, can you grab the books? I'm like still just sort of scanning it.
He's like, I've already got stuff.
Shit. All right, Koa, please. Okay, fine. He sets the ledger down.
You put the ledger back where it was.
Yeah.
Roll me
Koa
sleight
like
of hand.
flips
are
through the
these
ledger
books?
and distracts himself, very obviously like pouting.
How
what?
big are these books?
Hold on,
He's upset that these two are stealing.
oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So when you put the ledger back, roll me a sleight of hand.
Me?
No, him.
Oh.
Because he's the one that had the ledger.
Isn't it obvious that that's what he wanted us to do?
Okay, cool. And then the books weigh about 4 pounds each. These are
I
not.
was like, Koa's flipping through the ledger now, so.
Oh,
I don't know if it
Koa
matters
grabbed the
where I
ledger
put it.
afterwards. Okay, that's what I didn't understand
Yeah.
earlier. Sorry.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah.
And Keegan, for Mikhail, the books are 4 pounds each. The ones that you're looking to potentially steal.
Are you taking 4? You're taking the spell book and the 3?
No. Just the encyclopedias. I'm not gonna grab the spell book. That is too much money. People will look for it.
Well, we got the guy who's positioned who wants it, so maybe we just go to him directly and be like, WTF, mate.
You can look at it.
No offense, Jake.
Oh, you're good.
So, I mean, are you guys looking to actually steal these books?
Unless I can do like a retroactive sense motive to see if that's what he was trying to get us to do.
I do have a suggestion that could work. If you are able to cut the like binding and replace them with another like binding from one of the other books, you know what I mean? Almost like cover swap, like with one of the
That would
really
take
low.
so much time,
things.
and that's a craft skill.
Yeah, that would work, but yeah, it's like time, tools. So I was thinking of just like marking them off as sold on the ledger and then taking them, right? But like marking a new bid, you know?
If you're going to do that, can't you just adjust the ledger?
Yeah. If there is a quill and ink anywhere here. Is there?
You hear the door start to open.
No.
Scott's like,
We're out of time anyway.
no creativity.
Well, no, you
I'm not
guys,
going to leave a sleight of hand like
you guys had
fucking-
some time, and peeing only takes so long. So,
Yeah.
Aldo says, I have an idea, but you're not going to like it.
What?
If you can distract him tonight, and we can take the key, I can make my way over here.
he comes walking over, and he's like, that was unpleasant.
Usually is.
Being?
In the frigid cold.
Oh.
He
You should have gone to the mountains with us.
He shakes one of his pant legs and he says, I swear, I thought the wind was at my back, but in this weather, it changes on you. Shakes his pant leg again. I hope it didn't freeze on there.
It may have, but nothing to be ashamed of. Again, whenever we were in the mountains and the things we had to do and experience there, quite awful. Quite cold.
Quite.
He just looks at you.
And I got bit by a hyena. He'll, like, show his thigh.
Are you still holding the ledger?
No, he would have put it down when the door
Okay.
started, like, cracking.
Okay. He goes over and he grabs up the ledger and he says, all right, are you making a bid or are you just going to join us in a couple days?
He'll turn to look at the other two, like, your play.
We'd have a couple days to get the money, effectively. Yeah, Mikhail will say, yeah. Books are pretty nice. So they're at, what is it, 8?
8 silver, 4 gold, and 4 gold, I believe, for these 3, and then this one was 100 gold. And any other books of note that were in there for certain high values?
We gotta keep something in stock for our next expedition. Let's double the bid on all those.
Double?
Yeah.
So you want to do 16 silver, 200 gold, 8 gold, and 8 gold?
Skip the spellbook. I don't want trouble with the AC.
Makes sense. All right, let's see. That's 8, 8, and 16. No other books caught your eye?
Oh, haven't spent that much time looking them all over individually yet.
Yeah. Some of them seem interesting, but...
He looks up at you and says, what's so fascinating about these Mull Encyclopedia? Are they worth much?
Probably not, but, I study them, so... They're interesting for me.
Did you just jerk off at us, Scott?
Yes, that's exactly what I did.
You sick fuck.
I jerked off sideways.
Even if you're a tiny man, that's a big gesture.
Happy with your 18?
Yeah.
I rolled a natural 17. -1.
Nice. Yep. Yeah, they're valuable to me. I mean, they're my area of study, right? They're part of it.
Please, Cleveland, don't let him go off on this tangent again.
If you want to know more, and we don't want my companions to kill me in my sleep.
All free.
I mean, we haven't caught up in a
I have
while.
you marked here for 8, 8, and 16. If this is what wins at the auction, then you will be informed as much, and it's expected that you'll have to pay out by spring. I don't remember the exact date.
Yeah. Easy.
Right. If we're done, there's no heat here, and I would like to go and recollect my seat. I've been sitting there for 2 weeks and would like to return to that seat.
Very well.
Let me help you out really quick. We can cast prestidigitation and warm his coat.
Oh. Thank you, he says, and actually almost cracks a smile.
You're welcome. No, we haven't got to catch up in a while since all the craziness. Is that the best food in town? I figure you would know.
They prepare it the way that I like it. Though conversation does sound appealing. How about this? I'll make a deal with you. When we return back to the inn, if you get our seat back, I will gladly have a meal with you. My treat.
He goes, wait, I have to earn a meal?
Now hold on, a meal for just Mikhail, or may I join as well? Because the food there seemed pretty good.
He looks at you and says, I assumed you were the one getting our seats back.
If that involves a meal.
And he looks at Aldo and says, and 1 bottle. Each.
Thank you.
Aldo's
Alright,
like, you didn't say bottle of what?
All right, that seems like something we should earn. Okay. He kind of glances back at Aldo for a second, and just keeps walking.
As we do, Aldo says to Mikhail, he kind of takes him aside a little bit while they're walking. Probably while Koa's asking old mate a question, and he says, "Can you use your sleep spell while you're performing without anybody knowing?"
Oh, I can. Some, if they're astute enough, might pick up on it. Doubtful, especially here. But it's going to be pretty obvious.
It's a tough one. If you can put him to sleep, and I can get the key, if we let it know around a bit that we've also bid on these books, but we did bid on those books, right? The ones we wanted.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He says, I could try and dress up as the guy who's also bidding on them, the council member, right? And I could get in there and out quick, and Cleven, because the only other thing I see here is just I dress up as Cleven. But then if that goes missing and he's seen over there, you know what I mean? If this guy, if it gets out that we've also bid on books, and this guy also bid on books, but Cleven's in the clear, then...
Yeah, the incrimination will shift. I could do it. Sleep might be too obvious, though. What if I can just make him drowsy? Kind of unattentive, you know?
If I miss my chance and he realizes what I'm trying to do, then it can't be attempted again.
Okay. I'll try to get that to work.
Again, you lick your finger. I know it's a bit grotesque, but lick your finger, hold it up in the air, and you tell which way the wind is blowing.
After?
Before you pee, yes. Because that way, once you know which way the wind is blowing...
What if you
and
have the opportunity to wash your hands?
We've got Mikhail to cast his little magic on that, but you might want to wash your hands. I'm saying if you're stuck with the option of either having to lick your finger or have urine backtrack onto your leg, you decide which way you'd rather go. I'd rather have a dry leg myself, but that is up to you.
I think I'll continue to use outhouses.
Yes, but if you're caught without one.
I think I'll continue to use outhouses.
Right. Well, another thing you can do if you don't have an outhouse is...
No, you're lucky it was number 1. If it was number 2 and the wind got you. This is how you dig a wind-free hole.
And finding a way to wipe in the snow, let me tell you, is a problem. You can make a snowball and use that, but the cold on your anus is quite uncomfortable.
Have you ever heard of winter bidet?
No, you fool. No one uses frozen leaves. We just...
Anyways. All right, cool.
We have our plan.
Yeah, you head back with him. The problem with that... Hey, what's up, Ghost? The problem with your plan is... your spell has a radius. It's not going to hit just him. It's going to hit...
Yeah, I'd have to try to position in a way where I could maybe just clip him, or it's going to hit multiple.
Can you just aim at an area, or do you have to aim at a person?
It has to be an area.
Area. Yeah.
Well, if he's against the fire, you would just aim like near the fireplace, right?
So he can't aim through the wall. He would have to hit the wall, and then it has half the radius out the wall.
10 feet.
10-foot radius?
Yeah. Radius, yeah.
And that doesn't sound very big on a battle map, but in a building, that's huge.
No, yeah, I'm thinking 10 feet.
How many people can you put to sleep?
HD, I think
maximum
it's 4
of
HD.
4.
Yeah.
4. It's maximum of 4. That's iffy.
Because half HD was like a 3.x thing, but I don't think there are half HD in Pathfinder. I think
there's half CR, but no half HD.
Yeah. So,
all right. Anyways, so
there's less than half CR, but
I'm sorry.
I said there's less than half CR, but there's minimum of 1 HD.
Well, yeah, he himself would probably be like a half CR, you know, whereas like a child would be like a quarter CR. You know, in case you're fighting children.
It's not good. No, normally it is not subtle. Casting sleep is subtle.
Would it be during a performance though? Didn't you say you could do that now or something?
He has, I think, a feat that allows him to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that subtle?
Huh?
Is that subtle to do it during a performance?
Yeah, it allows me to attempt to disguise my casting as a performance.
He actually
they do get a check.
A different
They
feat.
do get a check.
Didn't you pick this feat and then you like were regretting it and then you switched to a different one? Or were you thinking about switching to the different one, to the lingering one?
I do want lingering performance, but the only time that I kind of regretted it was when we still weren't certain about if I could cast spells while doing bardic performance. But otherwise, no. I wanted this one for sure. We just haven't had to use it yet.
Cool. I mean, lingering is just great because it makes like bardic
Super
music
good.
last for like almost infinitely. To answer Phoenix Murphy's question, CR means challenge rating. It's the scale that you use for setting up combats in a relatively balanced way, and for handing out experience points. So I think like a CR1 monster is worth like 200 XP, and a CR2 is like worth 400 or something like that. And then based off the level of the party, it tells you what
roughly.
challenge. Like a party of 4 level 1 people should not fight more than, say, I don't know, 2 CR1s at once or some shit. Like I don't remember how the math works, but
Yeah.
there's a whole like chart that
calculation
you use for calculating. Yeah.
And
Anyways,
it's honestly not very good, especially as you get higher level. Like it's like way less effective to use it rather than
yeah.
leaning on what you know abilities do and what the party does.
But it's not like the old days where like I used to have to plot this out. Like I would have to have like 4 or 5 books in front of me for all the different monster manuals and like my notes and then I also have the DMG with the rules about that, and then I have to plot it out. It's okay. Well, the players are actually leveled, say 7, but their abilities work together so well that they kind of play as though they're like a level 8. And nowadays, you literally just like Google Pathfinder challenge rating calculator and just like click a couple buttons, and like what used to take you like 2.5 hours to plan out beforehand now literally takes you like 45 seconds to like 5 minutes. It's insane.
It's
So,
faster than
yeah.
this explanation was. Let's go to the tavern.
Fact, actually, Wade. That's a really good point. It's good
Thank you.
advertisement. So
good fact,
you guys get back to the tavern, and there's not much talking because now it's actually getting much later in the day because it's winter time. The sun's already down, so on and so forth.
Oh,
And
it's gonna be mad.
Is this the kind of tavern where we would be able to like do a song that would be normal, or is this kind of place a bit more uppity since Cleveland hangs out here?
it is a nicer place. It's not like super fancy, but it is a bit of a nicer. Like there's no riffraff here, but
This
it
isn't
is
one
not.
where you just stand up and start playing a song and everyone cheers in. This is one where
You-
probably have,
you-
like,
you would get
scheduled
permission.
performances.
Yeah,
Right.
I was gonna say if that's the case, Mikhail would probably get. He's not gonna start right away, but he would ask like on the way in, probably go up to there. And
I
say,
just
hey,
figured it would make a difference
cave
whether we
play,
stand up and
that
try to
kind of
be
thing.
like, "Hey, everybody, come up here," or if this is one where it's like, "Okay, there's a set way of doing it here."
Yeah. So if it was a super fancy place, they probably already have somebody on the books, Wade. And so you would not just get permission; you would have to get permission from the artist as well as the owner. You know what I mean? But if they don't have anybody, even if they have somebody, if the owner's like, "Yeah, go ahead," you just go, and the other person's like, "Hey, it was my time." But anyway, so
Let
moving
it
on.
be the flutist's night.
Oh God! All right, chat. Roll. Oh God. Roll D100. Oh wait, hold on. What's the odds of this?
Could you
What's
even
the
get
odds of
books
this?
here? How many performers are there in the show?
Not many. Let's give it a 15% chance. It's the flutist's night.
Oh God.
Let's say 1 to 5, 96 to 100, and screw it. Let's make it 20%, and we'll say 46 to 55. All right.
say 96 to 100.
96
Yeah.
to 100 already hit.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck a
The
duck.
very first was 97.
Oh my
Yeah.
God! And 66. Oh wait, 66 doesn't count. Okay, never mind. I'm dumb. Fuck. Oh.
You know what? We're saving this tavern.
Okay.
Okay,
All
so
right.
you guys
We
go.
literally are setting up an arch villain that is going to be the worst villain of all time.
You guys
No, I
go
can
there,
fix this.
and you guys go there, and as you walk in, you can see that same group of people. So it was pretty quiet walk back because the trek there. But as you guys are walking back, you actually do hear what's his name, it's quiet because of how cold it is. So it's like a brisk, quiet walk back as you're all like, ooh, it's cold, it's so dark so early. He actually says at one point in time, he actually like, slows down his walk for a moment, like lifts his nose to the air and gives a couple of sniffs as he's walking, which is really miserable to do in the cold. And he's like, oh, strange. Smells like father's favorite meal. And then keeps walking.
Okay. Which is what?
And what's his favorite meal?
Oh, he looks. He points off to the side, and he's like, just behind this estate is my father's lamb. Smells delicious.
Oh, perhaps he's feeling better than if he requested his favorite.
He says, perhaps. Unfortunately, he's likely contagious for another week.
Yeah. Potentially.
Hopefully not. He
Hopefully
remembers
not.
like rubbing the dude's chest, and he remembers like clapping Cleveland on the back earlier.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Hopefully not. Excellent.
Cool.
We
So
go
you guys
in.
get back to the same people that were sitting there before when you left are sitting there now.
Where's the flautist?
You don't see him currently.
Okay.
So I see we go over and chat. There's 0 left. There's now there's a limit to luck. There's 50 per season. And the
Yeah,
season's
these
almost
seasons are
over.
supposed to be 10 episodes, but
No.
this one's
The
20.
season's almost over.
think
But
that's
they
what
went
was
through
said.
their whole 50. So
Yeah, we literally have one left.
I believe
It's just
when we
chilling.
discussed this, Scott was like, yeah, seasons are usually about 10 to 12 episodes.
usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one's definitely
Crazy how the very first one isn't.
Yeah, the very first one also was like 12 sessions without even luck being a thing.
I know, you've really fucked us.
Yeah.
So back to I just want to unmod messy. All right, so back to your thing.
I like that, Lance. I agree.
Are there any empty tables that these people could move to, or is kicking them out effectively stranding some of them without a seat?
There are definitely spots where they could go sit that aren't this table.
Okay.
Thank you. Lance.
So as we're walking in, I'll oh, okay, never mind. I was gonna ask Aldo if he wanted to lead, but
Oh, Jake abandoned you.
you know, he abandoned us.
So
So-
you have to go.
We'll just go up to the table, and we'll kind of like clear throat and then speak out and say, "Hello, sorry to interrupt you. A friend of mine really likes this table. If I buy you around, do you mind moving over to the other?"
He looks at you and goes, "Oh, you're the guy that gave us the table before.
Yeah.
Thanks."
That's all he says.
Ah.
What if I were to tell you that this gentleman's also probably going to be performing here shortly, and the best seat in the house for that? We'll point to a table close to where Mikhail might be performing. If you want the best seat for that one.
Oh, I think I got the best seat, he says right here. And he taps, he like rubs the table, like a closest spot to the fire. Ah, nice and cozy. Someone from across the table goes, "Listen, it's a bit of a thing.
I kind of lean down a little to that guy, and I go, and I kind of like head tilt back at Cleveland and go, "Is it him?"
to Cleveland, you go, yeah, we've been staying here. Our plan was to stay here through the winter, and one of our first days here, we were sitting at this table, and he was telling us that was his seat, and we didn't want to get up. And then at one point, he gestures to the one that was kind of like, best seat already. He got up literally to go take a piss. And that guy just kind of sat in the seat and then refused to get out, to the point where literally we got in trouble that evening because my friend here picked up the chair and was trying to pull him away from the table, but then your friend, they say, like trying not to accuse you, was holding on to the table. So then the chair was pulled away, but he was still holding. it was a whole scene, and the innkeeper got mad at us. We ended up having to pay a fine. It was a... Anyways, and he has been here since before we wake up every morning, already sitting here, and stays here until late at night every day in that chair. And it was our first chance to take it. So, maybe just...
And you're very welcome. Look, I pulled them out of your hair for a little while. You've had a small victory. Do you mind?
The guy goes, small, and like slaps the table, and he stands up to his full 6'2". It was just a victory.
You know what? Who am I to disagree?
Good. And he sits back down.
Before he sits down, he goes, but you could have an additional one and be in the good graces of the Valiant Few. That tends to be worth something for someone.
He goes, what's the Valiant Few?
Oh, you've heard the song.
They look around amongst each other, and one of them, they go to open their mouth like they're going to say something, but then they're realize that nobody else is going to say anything, so they just close their mouth.
Heroes of the
Fine.
The song Dan.
I will start moving over towards where people perform.
So you're going over there? Sorry.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Wherever people perform, I'll say, let me explain. And I'll walk over with my loot.
So you just go do you walk up to the bartender first, or?
I honestly would have asked if I'm free to actually play while we were coming in.
Oh,
that would have been a thing he would have crossed off immediately.
Sorry. Then when you go over to the bartender, would be like,
yeah,
if you see an opportunity, you're welcome to play. I don't mind.
Okay. Then yeah.
And then
he'll go.
So you start walking over. It's one of those things. As you go walking over, you hear the first high note, and then you hear a couple warm up notes or whatever it is, and you're like, no. And you look over, and the flutineer is in the spot right there. And back with you guys, you hear Cleveland go, "Oh, my favorite artist. Excuse me for a second." And you see as he turns and he walks over to potentially walk past Mikhail, he'll actually produce several silver coins from his purse as he walks over.
Is he paying him to... Koa will turn to Aldo. You paying him to leave?
I don't know.
His heart's in the right place, but his talent wasn't quite there the last time we heard him play.
Wait, who are we talking about?
The flutist.
Oh, he's here, is he? Sorry.
Just whoever that...
I was just paying attention.
And
I was paying attention to something completely different.
It was his favorite artist. He was pulling out silver, and Koa's like, "Do you think he's paying to make him leave?"
Yeah.
Oh. That just laughs. But he had favorite artist. He just laughs.
Oh. That's what I said.
Koa will turn to the other guys that are sitting by the fire and be like, "Now, while he's playing, you may want to sit over here, but when Mikhail takes stage, you're gonna wish you'd taken those seats."
He just looks at you and goes, "Come on, grab a seat, sit with us."
Oh, for this performance, I will, but when Mikhail plays, I know better.
So you take a seat?
Yeah.
And he looks at Aldo and he goes, "There's one more."
Oh, Aldo sits down.
All right. So Mikhail, I imagine you slow down when you come to this realization, and then Cleveland walks past you. And he goes up there, and you see, oh God, did he toss 6 silver coins into the tip area? And you hear him say, you swear you hear him say, "It's always a pleasure to hear you perform. I'm always happy that you're here. It's nice that you've been coming here as frequently as you have. Oh, by coincidence, I just happened to be bumping into you." He's like, "Oh, great." As looking forward to it. He's like, "Your craftsmanship is just wonderful." And so Cleveland's actually being very complimentary to him. And he's like, "Now, if you excuse me, I need to go and correct some ruffians. But believe you me, I'm looking forward to listening to you all night." And then he turns and he walks away.
Oh, that's awkward. I thought I was gonna stay up there and listen to this dude like right at his heels.
Oh God, like a hardcore fanboy stuff.
Yes, I thought this guy was like, what's the phrase? The people that follow everyone to like every performance they do.
Like a roadie or no?
Yeah, I thought he was like a roadie.
Yeah.
No, it's the other way around. He seems to be following Cleveland around.
Well, yeah, no,
He's following his one fan.
bullshit,
So
man.
cool
We
that guy
we
likes
go
me.
fucking risk our lives in the mountains. We get nothing. This dude goes, gets 6 silver.
So as he goes walking back, there's a moment where he makes eye contact with Mikhail and he smiles like a genuine smile.
Groupie, roadie, whatever.
Mikhail smiles, and it definitely does not reach his eyes. He's gonna keep walking.
Okay.
He walks with very false confidence, and will hop up onto the stage pretty much just immediately, as if obviously they don't have beef. You know.
Wait, do you address him or do you just like?
Once I get onto the stage, yes.
Oh. Okay.
I don't remember if you. I don't know if you actually ever gave me his name, but obviously Mikhail knows his name.
You know what? I'm gonna let Doxy name this
Real name.
Flo Tyler.
What?
Oh, what?
Whatever the position's called. This
Float dude, flute dude.
Gerabald.
The flautist?
Why bald?
Can it be Waitable instead?
No, the
Can we
name
have
was
me
Gerald.
Waitable?
Clearly, it's supposed to be Gerald.
All right, Gerabald, the flute dude.
You're against me? What did I do?
Because of
Gerabald.
Is it how's it pronounced?
I just said Gerabald.
Yeah, Gerabald, the flute dude.
The flautist. Okay. Gerabald. Gerabald it is. God, it sounds like a... okay. Yeah, he hops up and just kind of... He gives like an actual like slight... like a bow. Not like a deep, super reverent bow, but like, this is your stage kind of thing. And then we'll like step next to him and say, I know, I still owe you a song. Consider this my apology for last time. I kind of waits a second to see if the guy like immediately bursts into flames or something. I don't know.
You already bowed, apologized, and acknowledged that you owe him something all at once. You took everything that I was going to use against you away. I'm sitting there. I had all
who
this
doesn't
things
have
I wanted
social
to
skills?
say, and you just disarmed me. And you like pressed all my buttons and turned on my. You like opened me up. I'm like, oh boy, okay. So literally, because I am, the character is just like, that doesn't like is flabbergasted, doesn't know what to say, or like you're not even sure what the fuck you're doing up here because you stood next to him, like you're about to play with him, like he. And I imagine you taking out your lute. He has no idea what's going on. He was about to play a song, and then all of a sudden you're here, and he's like looking at you like, "What the hell?"
Then when he hesitates, I'll say, wow, that's very generous of you letting me lead first. Then I assume you'll take the next. And I'll start in on the Valiant Few. Try to get...
God, what happened?
So I get my song in.
God, he's like a little gremlin in a bouncy house. What's happening over there?
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Now I have to roll is the scary part.
One day I hope to have a moment as good as you and Aldo have had.
Okay.
Does he roll to assist me?
It's alright,
Or is he
you got
just
power on
standing
percussion.
there?
Hold on,
Yeah, I'm opening for him.
I gotta think this one out.
God, there's no time to think.
I'll just take the auto success if you don't want me to roll. I'll take it.
No, I'm just trying to decide, would he roll to assist? Would he not do anything? Or would he actually intentionally try to mess you up?
You got all the apologies in.
Yeah,
is
but then he
great
also did the
moment.
super rude thing of like, oh, thanks. And then starts Like
He lagged. I don't want him to. But legitimately,
They are on
it would look
stage.
bad if you looked like he was sitting there choking on his performance.
chat
Right?
wants to roll for it. I will do this. Let's do like a 30, 30, 40. It's going to be a D100. Don't roll yet. Bottom 30 is going to be he tries to hurt you. Top 30 is trying to help you. In the middle, he just like stands on stage with his arms crossed looking at you with a pouting face. Maybe eventually gets off stage and continues to pout.
I disagree with your percentages.
Whoa.
Chance to shine with Mikhail on stage.
He's angry
So-
at Mikhail, who will not write him a
He
duet.
is, but he just got paid 6 silver.
I will
and
write
he's
him
in like his
a
point
thing.
about to perform with Mikhail.
I'll let
Wait, is
Doxy roll.
55 good anyway? But I still think it would be a higher percentage
it's
of like.
bad.
I didn't call a roll yet. I'm going to let Doxy roll for her Gerobald.
This is
Over
like his
your vault.
dream moment.
That's Phoenix.
Roll low.
I don't remember what the numbers even were at this point, but I think this dude would
30,
be
40,
like,
30.
dude, my reputation, fuck yes.
But he's also annoyed. Like a
Yeah,
lot.
but that doesn't matter, man.
Recently.
You deal with your rival when you're on stage.
Did we lose Doxy?
Maybe.
Okay. Jake,
May
choose somebody
possibly.
else.
Somebody's birthday today?
Roz! Roll a
Roz's birthday.
D100, Roz.
I'm scared. I'm scared, Roz.
Roz gonna roll 93. 68. That is
In the middle.
Yeah,
in the middle. That's the very top of the middle.
that's middle-ish.
Was
So
it
he
middle where
doesn't-
he helps?
It's upper middle-ish.
no, because it was above 70 means he helps.
No,
So-
you said above 70, he stands there and gives you the stink eye.
No, that was the middle 40. Was he doesn't
Yeah.
assist.
And
He doesn't
the
assist
lower
or
he
hurt. He's just
hurts.
in the middle. So because it's the higher of the middle, what he does is this: is when you first start playing, he stands there and he looks at you with like mouth agape for like a moment or two, and then he, as to not look rude in front of everybody else, he quickly like recovers, and he turns to everybody else and he kind of like gestures to you like. Look who it is, and then he like walks off stage and like walks to the edge and like hops down like the 2-foot drop or whatever it is, and then turns around, and when you make eye contact for a half second, he hate in his hate in his eyes, and he doesn't sit, he just stands there, flutes in one hand, arms crossed, as he's waiting for you to finish your song.
So let me get this straight. Hold on. I said all of the right things to disarm him. Offered to have a duet with him, which he asked for.
You didn't offer the
before.
duet.
Yeah,
You said
Yes, I
let me
did.
start.
No, when he hesitated, when it was clear that he wasn't starting as he was supposed to,
Yeah.
then I said it was polite to let me start. I assume you'll take the next, which means I am his opening act.
Yes.
Which is a position of deference.
Yes.
So I'm not being rude and usurping
that's
his
a duet,
stage.
though. That's opening.
But he missed his opportunity. I waited until he hesitated.
I'm not arguing.
And what I'm arguing is I have rolled nothing. So
you guys,
should I have an opportunity to increase his disposition towards me before he storms off?
oh no, that disposition was ruined last night or 2 nights ago, whatever that was.
It's been 2 nights.
Yes.
I can roll once a day.
And he still
So
thinks
I'm with
he's getting
Scott
a
here.
song
I like
from
this guy
dude.
better as a villain.
Of course.
He's been insulted time after time, and that one night, I think you insulted him 4 times that one night, and then this time he finally
I
was
insulted
getting
him
there.
twice.
He receives a tip. He's about to start playing, and you took the stage from him before he even started. This is also an insult. The disarming wasn't disarming in a positive way. It was disarming in a way that said that's oh Jesus Christ. It was disarming in a way that said
fuck
that
him.
more or less was like you caught him from being able to just say angry things because you said the stuff before he could be angry, and so it was like it was like if you try
That's
to
one way to interpret it.
yeah. But either way, so then you go up there, you take the stage, you're like, oh, I'll start. And he's like, look who it is. Yay, graced by your presence. And then he goes and hops off the stage for a second. And then you roll a 26. which
He
is
doesn't get back on the stage.
huh?
He doesn't get back on the stage.
Yeah, well, then you roll a 26, which is such an insanely, just so chat understands, if you consistently roll 30s, you could, like, for regular D&D, not necessarily Aurora, for regular D&D, if you consistently roll 30s on perform checks, you could acquire the attention of outer planar creatures, positive or negative, like Devil Went Down to Georgia, right? But if you consistently roll in the mid 20s, like 25 up, you could get the attention of like wealthy patrons, like local lords or a king of a country or whatever it might be, though there are no kings here. Anyways, so you put on such a killer performance doing the Valiant Few that by the last time of you going through the chorus, the whole table is singing it with Aldo and Koa. Like, they're all
Do they
loving
get up?
that
If I
song.
try to get them up and move to the front, will they come with us? Because Koa would totally be like, we're the Valiant Few, by the way. Come on! Who gets a chance to perform with us?
God, it's dance checks. We can dance them to the stage.
Wade, that's a diplomacy check, but that's
I'm gonna
really
aid
good.
by like during the chorus where we're saying like the Valiant Few. I'm gonna point at each of them, so, like make it obvious like they're the ones. To, like give them a reason to start, headbanging their way to the front. But yeah, that's me.
Diplomacy, you said?
Yeah, but Aldo's with you. He can assist.
I'll roll an assist.
That's good, because I'm really bad at this.
My dog doing here.
He gives you a 2.
Damn.
Unfortunately, you are not
that
able
with
to
the
convince
2?
them to move up. You know what I mean? Like maybe you go up there and like one of them goes with you for the rest of the song, but then when it's over, they just kind of like it's one of those things where they flip a couple of copper or whatever it is into the or slivers or whatever into the we'll get to at the end of the night. But into the wherever it is that you would put my actually they toss it into the flautist's thing is still there. So they toss it in there and they're like, that's for you. You're amazing.
God damn it.
Seeing them do that, somebody else comes over and tosses like a sliver into where the flautist's thing was. Like, yeah, somebody else does too. Sliver inside there, and you're like,
How does he react to the 26?
so he's heard the song so many times now, and so he starts to move forward. Like, all right, he goes to get up on stage, but people are like, another.
Mikhail is like trying to like quickly and like sort of insistently like get the guy up on stage to like almost like cut off the encore chants. But I don't know if it'll work.
Somebody would actually like once you actually like, help him on stage. Somebody's like, boo.
Jesus.
Play together!
It's
Together!
Aldo saying that.
Fucking Aldo just bursts out laughing.
If Aldo starts booing, somebody else at the table with
Aldo's
you
the
will
one
boo
booing.
as well. So you're like playing together. There's like 3 people at the table with you. Koa are like, boo.
So yeah, Mikhail will. God damn it! He kind of like holds. He's like, whoa! No! We learned together. Give this guy some respect. This was his stage. He was gracious enough to share it with me. Please.
Cleveland's like,
Okay, is he the only one clapping?
No, Koa does too.
Is it just those two?
yeah.
Fucking full room. Oh god.
And someone's like, Dan, play Dan.
Okay, this is the last bit of performer pride I'm sacrificing for this fucking guy. He will look to him despite people yelling, play Dan. And just say, I'll follow your lead. And he waits a beat.
He looks at you and he says,
let the guy do the thing.
so together?
He just takes like ready position.
And you can see he's like trying to be devious. And he takes a breath and he's like, do you know? And he says the name of a song that you are familiar with it because getting you trained together. that is specifically a song that plays on these very high notes consistently, that sounds good on a flute and doesn't typically sound good with string accompaniment. It's literally like a song that's meant for more of like a brass instrument kind of a situation, right? Like for a wind instrument situation. So you're like, okay, it's not that it can't be done. It's that if it's not done delicately, it's not going to be done well. So he's like, do you know this song? And then without even waiting for you to answer, he turns and takes a breath and starts playing. Now, you're welcome to roll, but when you roll, because it's a song specifically he's choosing that's bad for string, you roll with a -5.
A -5, Scott. Come on. Ah, this is rigged.
Luckily, to assist, you only have to beat a 10, but to look good, you have to roll the higher. Like to look good independently.
I know I just need to aid him, but a -5 at level 2, guys. I'll put in the
I mean, a more
-5.
fair number is technically a -4.
I rolled a fucking 2.
Oh. Just saying, Oxy says, oh my God, that would have been...
It doesn't hurt him.
Does your character sing?
I have songwriting. I don't have sing.
Oh, okay. So as I said before you rolled, or as you're rolling, I said a more fair number is a -4. Technically, you're sitting at a 7. Is this worth lucking?
You do have your hero point for guaranteed.
I'm not spending my hero point on this ungrateful fucking flautist.
I spent it on a woman I have not even kissed.
Don't you have 2 hero points now?
No, you
guys
you
did.
used one right at the.
No, I did
I
use
got
one.
one
I used one at the right before I got the new one. I
Right
used
before
it.
we knew we were
Yeah.
leveling up, actually.
Yeah, like right before we leveled.
I used a hero point to find out about a girl's rash. Oh my god.
Or to be fair though, you want to know about the rash before you go too far.
And you like her, all right? This dude,
Yeah.
I gave him what he's had like. This dude had like 2017 Drake feature and chose to be salty. All right, he could have fucking rode that wave, but no. God damn it!
I don't know. I feel like you're gonna have to luck it and use your hero point because
I am because it's
hold
my
on,
goddamn
hold on.
reputation.
Hold on. Well, yeah, it's a song that he intentionally chose. That's really hard for you. You have a 7 currently.
I have a 7 currently. I'm going
Our
to use
last
my hero
luck
point
of
to
the
give myself
season.
a +4.
Hero
You
points
are
are the
getting hero
last thing.
point?
Hero points come even after luck because it's a
Oh,
super. Yeah.
okay.
I know I always say luck is the last thing, but hero points are like a hero point is literally can save a life. Well, technically it's 2.
True.
You know. So you're at a
And
9.
it's not enough. So I'm going to use my hero point to put me at a 13.
Watch me
Don't.
roll. Oh
It's my reputation!
Oh my god! I literally rolled a natural 1.
We used the +2 already, Rosman.
I don't want to touch the die again. So I had the 20 that I told you about earlier that I rolled again, sitting there. You saw me roll the die. I rolled another fucking natural 1 tonight.
We just hero pointed a natty 1 rolled by
Okay.
a shit flutist.
Chat, listen. If this man becomes a villain, I tried. I did everything I could. If he becomes a villain, because I outplayed his shitty performance.
I'm just letting you know, as this goes on and he's really bad, Aldo is going to start throwing the fruit that's in front of us at the stage.
Okay.
Wait,
So-
did Mikhail sound better on the shitty
Yes,
strings
yes,
than the flutist
yes.
sounded on the song the flutist played?
Yes, because he gets
I
what,
just-
a +4? And so I rolled a 1 + 4 is 5, and you got a 13.
You just used a hero point to make a villain.
I effectively just outplayed the lead guitarist on rhythm. No, like on bass. Like, I don't even know, dude. I just...
Yours
Do me
a
a favor.
cowbell from the SNL skit.
Yes!
Mikhail, click hero point on your character sheet. I think you have as a click.
Oh,
thing.
boop it. Yeah, I have a boop. Sorry, let me...
It's actually something I want to read real quick before I before you officially use the hero point, which I think is fun in the scenario that you did. But give me 1 second. I just want to confirm something.
Oh,
You can actually use it to
re-rolled with
grant a bonus to another character as long as you're in the same location. And it makes sense that you could affect the outcome. So you actually could have given him a +4, but that still would have failed for him.
You could have also re-rolled.
I could give him a +8, couldn't I? Well, if I did it before he rolled, but then I would have failed to aid and looked shitty.
What did you roll originally? What was your roll?
A 2.
I rolled a 2 on the die.
You could have re-rolled and had a higher chance of getting a better number than just taking a +4 too.
Oh, I could have used it to re-roll, yeah. And then just the low chance of a natty 1 being sucky.
You could use extra action to get off stage and run for your life.
Reroll would have been a better use of that, in my opinion.
It would have. Even if I do, though, he still rolled a natural 1.
Yeah, but it's about how good you look.
That's
True.
You
All you have to do is roll a 3 or higher for a reroll to still give you the aid. It's literally...
You know what? And if I roll a 1, then we both look terrible, and I can actually probably work with that.
It's a 90% chance. So, if you did a reroll instead of the +4, because it's the last thing you do, you get to make that decision. Yeah. So you have a 90% chance of doing better.
Do you want me to just do the perform string again, or...
yeah, click the perform string again. Yeah, with a -5.
You still, yeah,
with -5. So I'll do that. Just going back over here.
Rolls a 2.
Okay.
Oh my god, did you see that?
It like fucking wobbled on that one for a second.
So is that?
Oh, sorry, -4. Did you do a -5 or a -4?
I did do -5, so that's an 18.
So it's an 18 plus 2 because you rolled 2 on the chat, so that's actually a 20.
Oh god. Yeah.
What was his total? I guess we don't know his fluting skill. But
I told you forever ago. I told you like sessions ago. He has a roll. He rolled a 1 and he has a +4, so you got a 5 total. So technically speaking, he's sitting at an 8. Yeah. And you rolled a 20, so he has a 5 total. You rolled 4 times as good as him. So he chose a song that is meant intentionally for wind instruments and is notoriously a bad song to play for strings. And then you play so well. You play so well while he is actually screwing up his song. Like literally, it's almost like there's gunk caught inside of his flute or whatever it is. You play so well comparatively that even afterwards, Cleven is like, huh, perhaps he's not as good as I thought the whole while.
Dude, this poor man,
this
ruined his
He's lost his only fan.
OnlyFans? Not anymore.
He's gonna need it after tonight. He's gonna start showing off his flute.
Right, listen, guys. My reputation's important. All right,
we're gonna see his woodwind instrument on full display.
I had to do it to him. All right.
He went from playing the flute to the skin flute.
All
right, I'm done.
Oh, okay. So he So yeah, the song's over, and when it's done, so as you're playing through the song, like you're coming near to the end of the song, which is literally like just the end of the song, and he is screwed up the whole way. And at the end of the song is the one part of the song that actually goes very well for string instruments. It's like it's past all like the gucky part that's really difficult to do. You eventually get to this part that comes out clean, and so like awesome. I can just kind of like get into this melody here. I can play through it and make it so good, and like you catch out of the corner of your eye that he just gets so angry, he just jumps off the stage and storms out the building. But he forgot his cloak again, so he had to come again and get his cloak.
Oh, this poor guy. I'm gonna feel bad when I have to kill him.
I tried. I fucking tried, man.
And
this guy's gonna leave and go to Haudh-Gwenn, and then we're gonna arrive in Haudh-Gwenn, and it's gonna happen all over again.
Yeah, he left the money. Hey, Mikhail.
He did leave the money.
We can almost afford one of those
waste.
And so people afterwards come up, and they're just like, the people come up afterwards, and they toss a couple coins in there, and they're like, "Thanks for getting rid of them."
Oh God.
Dan! Dan! After he
my
leaves.
God.
After he leaves.
People like the whole bar is chanting Dan now.
Um,
Your characters give it a moment to like mourn or recoil from what it was that just happened.
It
You
was
just-
so awkward. Koa's like, we gotta keep the spirits high. Dan!
Mikhail starts like singing and kind of strumming it a little as he's walking to the table, so that it like just gets people to sing it, not that he has to go on stage and perform.
Ooh, that's what is it? That's not to get people to do that. That's like an inspiration role, if you will.
They've already got to be fucking hyped from the last.
Oh, they
two
are.
rolls.
They are. I don't want to say it's raw
This
charisma.
is the hometown of Dan. We're in Leshev.
Yeah, no, exactly. I'm
Oh, shit,
agreeing
yeah,
with
this
you.
is Leshev, yeah.
That was just me realizing.
I don't even think I need to make you roll for this. I think it just works. Yeah, I think there's too many circumstantial modifiers for you to fail to attempt to do that. So yeah, you literally step off the stage and you're doing exactly this. You probably do like the whole first like the opening what is that called, like verse or whatever, and and then like you're like hopping off the stage and like playing it through the chorus like with them, and then like you just kind of like not even saying the last line of the chorus anymore. You're just like, okay.
No, the chorus is where he remembers, oh shit, there was a plan. I have to put someone to sleep.
I mean, to be fair, this has only been like 10 minutes to perform 2 songs.
Yeah.
That poor flute guy, man. I actually feel bad.
Yeah.
So you go up to the table where all the seats are taken.
Where
Koa
is
will
Cleveland
stand
at
and
this
like
place?
offer
He
you
just-
a seat, like singing along with like Dan.
Cleveland is standing there right behind the guy.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to say at this point. There's too many people to hit sleep on this area, because it's gonna, like, I imagine there's like at least like 8 people that are in radius wherever I throw it. If everybody's up, jumping around and shit, and at their tables.
Unfortunately,
'cause-
the whole place is riled up.
Yeah. Because the issue mechanically is like, I can't be like, no, this person first, right? If it hits like a bunch of people, if somebody's got a paper cut and they all have one hit die, that person saves first, and I'll have like no guidance on it. So I think that's just gonna have to wait.
So as you're like thinking, like walking up and kind of distracted looking, that's of course the perfect opportunity. Like Cleveland steps over to you, and then over the noise, he raises his voice slightly so it's more so you can hear him, but he's not yelling like you should through a crowd that's this loud. And he says to you, what does it say? He says, "Thank you. You probably have saved me a considerable amount of coin in the long run. I didn't realize he actually wasn't that good."
Taste
Favorite
is subjective.
Not that good in one night is crazy.
He goes, "The song he was playing, I know that song. It's a flute song."
Yeah, it is. He I don't think he likes me very much.
No.
Fuck. Just gotta get these people out of this table.
He takes out a single gem and he puts it into, presses into the palm of your hand and says, "Thank you. That was good. But this isn't. Good night." And he leaves to go upstairs.
I'm so glad we rolled all these 20s for Scott to fuck us of the plan at all. Don't you love succeeding just to have Scott make you auto fail?
I mean, he doesn't like how loud it is.
That's fine, man.
Yeah.
We appreciate you.
I kind of look at Aldo and like kind of that like, oh, I don't know what to do here sort of face, because
You don't have to sleep him if he sleeps on his own.
Yeah. But I got a gem.
He holds it up, and I won't lie, that's not a bad looking peridot.
The country, the person. Or the father?
Oh, the one that's spelled Peridot, but it's Peridot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Paradel?
You thinking Peridel? Oh, let me
Yeah,
change
it
the
sounded
gem-
like
I
it
thought it was
took
like
me a
Vegeta.
second too to be like,
sapphire. It's
Oh.
a sapphire.
The planet, the sun, or you?
Sorry, let's change it for simplicity. It's a sapphire.
The planet,
Fair.
the sun. Oh.
so yeah. I guess I'll sit down probably next to Aldo, and be like, it's way too crowded.
You try to sit down
I
next to
might have to get
Aldo,
into his room.
but there's no space for it because
Koa gave him a
I know
seat.
you got up, but other people also shift to the side. One of the other people at the table grabs a chair and pulls it over, and they're all happy to have you sitting with them. Like, we got a new friend.
Oh, but I kind of
And
just
we
like
get to keep
lean
the table.
down.
Like
I just kind of lean down on the table.
great music. You got rid of the guy that wanted to take the table. You guys apparently are famous people. Like, they're like, this is awesome.
Famous people they've refused to now do a favor for, but
They didn't know who you were before. You find out they're from out of town.
This song is already left the deer at this point.
Dan has, but the Valiant Few hadn't yet. So when you said the Valiant Few, they didn't know what that was.
Time.
But the Dan song,
Yeah.
they know that song.
we rolled higher to spread the Valiant Few. I guess it's been a shorter time.
Short.
yeah, it's been a shorter time.
But go ahead.
But yeah, I just kind of like lean down on the table and like one hand on Aldo's shoulder to like talk to him and just say, like, it's too damn crowded. I can't aim at him. You might have to get into his room.
What?
Yeah. In this crowd, it'd just ping off everybody. There'd be no control. And somebody'd probably kick him awake right away.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna. That's difficult.
You think you can get in without the key?
I can try. I mean, the only problem is if I don't know. I can try. But if I do that, I think we're going to need to make... You're going to need to make a bigger diversion. I mean, like, I want all the Chev to know that there is, like, something crazy going on here tonight.
Well, we got the makings of one, so why not?
Koa's being crowd surfed while singing Dan.
Question. So, do we have 2 hero points, though?
I have one. You have one.
Like, or the capacity for 2 hero points.
We have the capacity for 2, but we only have 1. Is that it?
Do
Correct.
we? I don't know. Oh, we do. Okay.
Okay.
You get one when you level.
I have 0 now.
But we can hold. We have the capacity to hold more than one, though.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't know if are we doing this tonight? Do we just keep going?
I think we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to try, I guess.
I was more asking in meta.
Oh,
Just 'cause
in
I know
meta.
It's late. It's
Gotcha.
late. I can. I mean, I can keep going, but I wanted to put that out there.
I got 30 minutes in me.
Okay. So big distraction. So I'm thinking either bar brawl or
No. We got
Yeah.
we get heaps of people to come. Like, you're gonna keep performing. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's just, spread the word around town.
Right. He just like reaches out over the table, just grabs a drink that's unattended. It's like, all right, well, the show must go on. And gets up and heads back over to the stage.
Okay. As the song Dan is like on its like last little finishing part, as tapering down, you go up there and play the lute and sing a couple songs, hoping not everybody saw that you weren't doing the whole thing the whole time, right?
Right.
And go up there and finish it off like the last like line or two, right? As you're stepping up on stage. And it's great. Cool. What's your next plan?
So yeah, I guess the next play is I'm gonna just keep performing to try to make a big distraction.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I guess that's what I'll be doing. I don't know what the rest of everything is. You want to just keep rolling
When
stuff.
you go back on stage, like Koa never actually fully got the plan.
Yep.
because he wasn't there when you and Aldo were discussing what you were going to do. So I think when you go back on stage and Cleveland's gone, whatever else, Koa will just go up to Aldo and be like, partying tonight then?
Yeah, the guy's like, yeah, party. Owen's
Yeah,
like,
Aldo like holds up a bottle and like he's like, you.
He's like, what?
You.
hey, listen.
He'll get up on one of the tables and he'll start doing that dance that Elliot always does.
Another one of them says, I got some coin to burn. And so looks at you and says, I bet I even have enough to get you drunk. She looks at you like challengingly.
Aldo?
At
Get
Aldo.
me drunk.
Yeah.
Which one of us?
She says it's a Koa.
Oh, okay.
Enough to get me drunk. Koa's remembering all the shit they got to do tomorrow. I may need to be able to help Mikhail in the performance. I don't know if I can get that drunk just yet. I am percussion.
Are you now?
Oh, yes.
Are you good at performance? She says.
So far.
She's like, well, get up there then.
Let's see what song he chooses.
God, he's so bad. He's so bad. I think his average roll is like a 6. It's so
Talk
awful.
about the
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, you're talking about his performance roles. Yeah.
How about that one?
Oh, thank
Oh,
goodness.
Jesus Christ. Koa, he gives you a +3 to your performance roll.
Or,
I mean, Mikhail.
yeah.
How about this one, Mikhail? Koa goes up like, like slapping whatever he can find.
Fucking baffled.
28.
Let's go.
Oh, is that 25?
But that's with the +3, so it's a total of 25.
That's insane. Like,
Which
again,
is still up there.
absolutely insane. So you guys do this crazy song. Does Koa stay up there for a while, or does he come down afterwards?
He does at least that one song, and then he comes back like he always thinks he nailed it, so he'll take a bow like.
To him, it's just as good as when he rolls a 4.
Yeah. To Koa, he's like, the Valiant Few, or the guys. He'll say, looking to Aldo.
Jesus. Well, either way, so after you come down from what truly is a good performance, she's going to end up saying, I got a bottle. Let's go finish it. And try to, like, lead you out.
Koa,
Yeah.
I wish I could, but the Valiant Few must stick together tonight.
Looks kind of, up, like, a little upset, turned down, so on and so forth. And then looks over to Aldo and just shrugs and says, well, might as well finish it down here then. And pops the top.
She's got nothing on Yara. And Yara's got nothing on Gwen.
There's a random person whose name you don't know and you've received no description of. Absolutely not, no. And so you...
I know she's got nothing on Gwen. And I watched Yara handle a weapon.
So anyways, yeah, you guys end up staying there. So I don't know what your guys' plan is. I can totally get into RP with this table that you're with here. But I'm not sure what the... is there a roll for hotness? What did we make one recently? I feel like we made one.
Did you make one? I don't know. So the plan was basically I'm performing to like make this place like loud and like make it really obvious that there is a lot of shit going on here to be like a distraction in the town.
People coming here. Yeah.
Well, people coming
Maybe
here.
they might need extra guards here. You know what I mean? Because it's a big night. Lots of people around.
Koa does not know this plan, so this is just you two on it. Because Koa was trying to get everyone like in the Dan.
effectively trying to gather a crowd.
Last he heard of the plan, you guys were stealing the books. He has not heard anything since. Every part of the plan since then, he has not heard because he was distracting Cleveland on the way here by talking about peeing.
Does Koa come back up to the stage at all after turning that lady down?
I mean, he's walking around the bar, so I'm sure he does at times to like cheer you on. But like, yeah, he's mainly like either with Aldo or just kind of making rounds. He's loving this. This is an 18-year-old being recognized in a fancier bar than he's used to going to. He's absolutely like loving the attention.
So basically my plan is is as you are going, like as the night's getting old, like longer and longer, Aldo's not actually drinking, right? He's portraying that he is.
Koa's not
and then to the point where he more or less is going to pass out on Koa and be like, Koa, you take me home. Like I need to get back home. And then so that's where he is going, and then I will work it out from there.
Wait, it's 4d6 now? I thought it was 3d6. Is it 4?
Yeah, I thought it was 3.
I thought it was 3d6 plus 2 or something. Or is it just 3d6?
No, I thought it was just always 3d6 instead of normally when you roll it's 46 key.
Yeah, because Gwen was like a 15,
but
it was like a crazy high or something.
Yeah, but I think
17,
he just
I
said
think she was a
that
17. Was Gwen a 17, Scott?
15.
I think so. Yeah. Along those
was
lines, it
pretty
was very
high up.
high. Whatever it was very high. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make one.
Okay.
She was pretty
You got
easy.
an 11? I mean, 11 is pretty good. But again, Yara and Koa had like a good talk. Koa saw her wielding like an axe one-handed. That stuff Koa appreciates. And he turned that down.
Yeah.
11's not good. Okay.
Nope. It's mid. Yeah, poor Trini got a 5. This is why we shouldn't grade people.
Nah.
Is that the guard?
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. But it's what's on the inside that counts.
I mean, I agree.
Yeah.
But Quinn's like a 17, dude.
I mean, that's true. It's fucking ridiculous. Rolls at 11 in solidarity with Lancelot is mid. That's nice of you.
All right. So
This game is the only time in life I've ever used a grading skill, or this like channel is the only time I've ever used a grading skill for anybody. And it's still NPCs, which still feels kind of dirty. But at the same time,
Right?
never in my life have I used a grading system for anybody other than here.
Nope. Neither have I. I grew up.
I mean,
around
well,
some toxic folks. But
I mean, there was
Not all of them.
literally the Book of
Some.
Erotic Fantasy added a 7th stat for
Yeah.
for how attractive you are.
I don't read.
Yeah.
I was rereading Animorphs. I didn't read that book, Scott.
Book of Erotic Fantasy is a 3.0 book written by some of the actual developers of Dungeons and Dragons, but wasn't released by Dungeons and Dragons.
All right. Well,
actually
anyway,
roll a straight up 6.
as
out of
important as
3.
hotness is, should we maybe 6-9? Nice.
Good lord. Good lord, bud.
I'm trying to see how I can get these. So it should go 3 to 18.
Roz
But-
just got a 17.
Correct.
Yeah, which is great.
Yeah.
That's good news. I think it's gonna go 3 to 18. So that's
Yeah,
how
it's
it should work.
it's flipping around. It looks like it's working.
All right, so back to you guys.
Did you hear Jake's explanation of the plan?
No.
So he's not drinking, pretending he's drunk, and then after it gets a little bit further into the night, he's like kind of pretends to pass out on Koa and is asking him to like get him out of there and take him home,
Okay.
and then he'll figure it out.
So his plan is still to go and steal.
Unbeknownst to Koa.
Unless it changes.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Momo. We've already rolled for the flute guy. He got plenty of rolls. He has had many chances.
He has super
Saw
disadvantage.
what he did with them.
Damn it.
His
Somebody else got
hotness in
there.
this town has gone down.
Yeah.
He's a -6 modifier to hotness in
That,
Lachelle.
I don't want to hear a fucking thing about that bastard. He has so many chances.
That bastard flute dude deserves what he gets. All right, so back to game. All right, so you roll a bluff check to sneak out.
I should get a circumstance bonus on this because I'm always drunk.
What's the
It was a big
likelihood that you're
distraction.
actually drunk and you're just trying to pretend that you're not drunk to your friends, but drunk to everybody else, but you actually are drunk?
I don't know that everyone else
None
is
do.
going to be paying too much attention. I doubt the DC is high because of the performance, the distraction, and the drinking. I think you're probably okay with an 11 if I had to guess.
I'm good. I'm more or less just saying to you, like, that, like, I need to go home. Like, I'm too drunk.
Oh, do I need to roll against you, or do I just? I doubt
you
I will.
can if you want, but like,
I don't know
Depends
that.
if
I
you-
don't know that I care about. If you just tell me that, I think Koa would just be like, "Oh, right, Mikhail, everyone, Valiant Few will be back maybe tomorrow night." All right, Aldo. You all right?
yeah, I'll be fine. I just need to go home.
We go to leave.
Okay. All three of you, or just the two?
I think just the two. I think Mikhail's still
Yeah.
performing. I kind of
Yeah.
guess.
Okay.
He's still performing.
You guys leave?
All right.
Yeah,
Leave,
Koa
yeah.
starts heading back to the estate with Aldo, as far as he knows.
You think he's drunk, right? So you can roll a sense motive to see if you see through it. You've known him long enough. You now start to get a bonus in dealing with each other. You get a +2. Eventually it becomes a +5.
He needed it, but I don't think it helped.
Oh my god! You
This is
believe
so
it.
good,
You don't even
honestly.
check. You don't even think about it. You're just like, he says he's too drunk, and you're like, wow, he knows limits. I'm afraid of what condition he's in. Should I carry him?
I am so happy that Koa doesn't know. This is better for me.
Yes.
This is a nat 20 for me on this.
I agree.
Aldo has not been this drunk since he got sick whenever we were just outside of Leshev, and I'm a bit worried for his health.
Okay. So you guys go back to the estate.
Yeah, that was bad.
Aldo, you look terrible. You really are. You've been drinking a ton. You've not
Is
looked this
this-
bad in a while. Are you
I'm just
regressing?
going to bed.
Right. Do you need anything?
No, just go have fun.
I just told everyone good night. Right.
Elliot should still be there.
Are you
I'll
walking?
see you tomorrow, Colin.
You're walking all the way back to the estate, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you walk at the front door, Elliot's going to be like, good evening, gentlemen. Hey, Aldo, a message came for you.
A message? Who from, Elliot?
So they didn't leave their name. They were pretty distressed. He had come by and just wanted to say thank you for ruining his life, and that you can, some of the lines of fuck off and die, a few blasphemous phrases, so on and so forth. I tried to console them and to see what they were upset about. Apparently, you had convinced somebody to cook a lamb that was really important for an upcoming diplomatic meeting or something, and they got fired because they should have known better or something like that. Anyways, so they said some pretty horrible things about you, and then they stormed out of here. I told them I'd give the message.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Poor guy. Well,
Oh, so
No,
you know what
Koa's
this
like
is.
putting it all together. He's like remembering the talk with Cleven about the lamb smell. He won't say anything, but Koa's 100% remembering Cleven talking about like, oh, the smell of his dad's favorite meal, the lamb.
yeah. Good night.
He won't even say goodnight because he's just like in shock right now.
So you stumble your way up the stairs. And he looks at Koa with a concerned look. And he's like, Koa, he really gets drunk, that drunk every night, and that apparently ruins someone's life and just
No,
shrugs it off?
Well, he did that when he was sober. He says, like, thinking it's like makes it better. I'm not even sure when or how that happened. We were all in the room together, and but when we're working, no, he doesn't get that drunk. This has been a when we're in town kind of thing.
I'm not generally one to look a gift horse in the mouth, but I'm concerned. Clearly, the three of you are capable. You've already shown how capable you are. But, I'm concerned about continuing to work with... He seems very unstable. Like, sure, he may have things together sometimes, and other times he doesn't. And sure, so far it's worked out, but one day it won't. And I'm not sure I want to be one of the Valiant Few. If Aldo's a part of it.
Well, technically, he was the first member because he's the one that brought us in. I'm not sure we can...
Sounds like false advertising.
Let me tell you, though, in town, he's a bit reckless at times. But out there, believe me, whenever we went to fight the bandits near here, I had my concerns. He protested the whole time, and I thought he was as likely to shoot us and run as he was to help us. But in a pinch, he's one of the more dependable warriors I've ever had by my side. He can shoot a crossbow, he can pick a lock, he can do a lot of things that surprised even me. Outside of a town's limits, he and Mikhail are truly dependable. Inside of a tavern and with a bottle in his hands, well, you might not be missing the mark. I don't know why someone had to lose their job today over a lamb. That is something that went over my head.
He shakes his head. He goes, I don't know the situation. That guy was yelling a lot. I kept
sorry you had
reassuring
to
him.
receive that.
Oh, it's fine. I've been yelled at before. It didn't hurt my feelings. It just... even right now, did you see how drunk he looked? Should we even leave him alone in his room? What if he just chokes on his vomit?
Well, he hasn't yet. And honestly, I think giving him space right now is probably for the best. Sometimes, I think he internalizes a lot of things, so the fact that you just told him that might have upset him and he just didn't want to show it. I like to think it would anyway. But I think we just give him some space and let him either think about it or sleep this off. I did have some questions, though, different subject, about the books you and Mikhail have been looking over. Anything in there about a special kind of iron?
Well, we were reading about military strategy, and there was different types of badges that were talked about in there, and some descriptions of military badges, and flag design and stuff like that. Nothing about iron in there.
Well, there was this metal. I forget what it was called. Electrum. What it was?
Oh, electrum. Yeah, that's what the mole use.
Yes, but apparently used combined with some kind of special iron. He'll kind of reiterate what
Yeah.
it said. So if you find anything about that, let me know, or anything that may affect the ability to forge or work with such metals, as it may help us out.
He says, I'm familiar with Electrum. If you head east of here, as far as the Dale lands, they use Electrum as part of their currency. But round here, Tasiandale and Paradel and Yovance and whatnot, they don't use Electrum as part of their currency.
Well, the mole did, and if the key and the ring we used to get into the keep were Electrum, then those were necessary. There was some kind of current or something that, I don't know. You have to ask Mikhail and Aldo about it all, but clearly it was important, and it's important to Hinta, and, well, might aid us in forging better equipment and so on and so forth. It might be a key to understanding part of what's going on with the mole and their technology.
Well, it's certainly interesting, something worth looking into. I won't lie, I'm a bit distracted, having been screamed at, and then I was kind of anticipating some degree of remorse and not getting what has been equally distracting as getting yelled at. So I'll look into this with Mikhail tomorrow or the next day.
Right, and I'm sorry to distract. Just I don't have money answers.
No,
for
it's
Aldo.
not you. You didn't cook a lamb? He says again, almost like it sounds stupid to say.
Aldo thinks in ways that I don't, and sometimes his schemes and machinations go beyond my understanding. So perhaps this is all part of something he's cooking up for good or for bad. I don't know, but the lamb. No idea.
He puts a hand
And
on your
again,
shoulder.
perhaps he is remorseful, but he just doesn't tend to always show it immediately.
He puts a hand on your shoulder and he says, I don't think these are the wild musings of a genius, but instead that
It
of
may
a
surprise
fool."
you. Trust me. Don't underestimate Aldo.
I mean, I'm not going to deny that he's conniving. He got me. He absolutely floored me when Billy turned out to be Aldo. I was impressed. I was thrown off. I was surprised. And
He put on a cloak and a pair of shoes and applied some kind of makeup or something to himself and had Mikhail convinced for hours that he was a different person. Completely different person.
I'm not denying his
You don't
conniving.
underestimate him and understand that if he is remorseful, I don't think he likes to show weakness.
Weakness. I don't think he likes to show compassion
He might view that as a weakness.
or intelligence.
That one I can't argue with. He has it, but he doesn't always like to show it. I'm not sure what you're doing here, but Mikhail is performing out at the bar. Quite a good symphony of songs. If you want to go grab a drink or something to distract yourself. One of
Thinks
the
for a
nicer
second.
ones, too.
He thinks for a second. He's like, it's been a long couple days of reading. I finally got through. I understand the way this book works. Mikhail kind of left me on my own, but he got me started yesterday, so I was able to finish it out. I should go crash. You really don't want anybody to check in on Aldo? You think he's fine?
I assume he's fine. If anything, I'll check in on him before I sleep. I think, with how rocky the last few days have been, I think maybe give him some space. Let me handle him.
I'll go and prepare myself for bed, and I'll check before I crash just to make sure he hasn't died. But I won't worry on him throughout the night. He's a grown boy.
He's a bit old, but yes, I suppose.
Good night, Koa. Have a good time.
Well, I kind of feel awkward going back by myself, which is why I was offering an invitation, so I might go rest as well.
Oh, no. He shrugs and says,
Oh, damn. All right, because I am sober and I've been listening intently as much as I can. Aldo just like stumbles back down the stairs and he's just singing and he's trying to get them to dance and he's like, you should just go back to the party, and he's just going to annoy the fuck out of them.
Like, fucking go away.
Elliot, you staying here? Oh, we can make our own party, Elliot.
He gives Koa that. I mean, Aldo's sober, so he sees it, but he gives Koa that look that like a drunk person either wouldn't know or it would trigger them. Like, because they actually had a moment of clarity when they realized that people are exchanging looks and like, oh, what fuck you on about? You know, like,
Yeah.
Alpha stands, Elliot. He'll try to say quietly.
and he's like,
Aldo breaks into like a bad Dan.
Like the Tony version.
yeah.
Just worse than the fetus. I think if we went and got
Sing it with me, Elliot.
one drink and come back, he'll be passed out.
Oh, he's just like, and he's actually gonna dance for a second with you. He'll go over and he'll dance, and he rolled pretty decent. He got a 16 on his dancing because he's a pretty decent dancer. So he dances with you for a second, and he does like he tucks like one leg across the other one, and he does this like twirl around, and then he just continues to dance up the stairs. As he like do like a twirl around, and then he's like dancing his way up the
Cole will
stairs.
give Elliot a look of like, you're leaving me?
Doesn't even make eye
God.
contact.
It's
Doesn't
fine.
even look
I'll
back.
dance up the stairs. I'll dance up the stairs too.
No!
Oh god. Oh no. Okay.
Yeah, beat that, Elliot.
He just does like
Where are you going, Elliot?
the Densho dub.
Yeah, whatever dance Elliot does.
So he's falling up the stairs. Elliot realizes that you're coming up behind him, and he looks down. He's like a panicked look in his eye, and then he just quickly jogs, like trying not to be too awkward, but like a jog walk over to his bedroom and shuts and locks the door. Shit. Does he have
All right. Koa, you know, I've been practicing percussion, and he starts like banging on Elliot's door.
Oh, no! Oh god.
Elliot, get the fuck out!
I have never had roommates that annoying, and I've had some roommates. Oh my god, that's funny. After what is Koa doing?
Koa goes upstairs just like trying to talk Aldo into like, right, excellent job, but perhaps we pick it up in the morning, yes? Because he thinks Aldo is drunk and needs to sleep. He doesn't know there's a plan.
Oh,
So he's probably adding to the ruckus by trying to stop Aldo right outside of Elliot's door.
Aldo is moving the percussion up and down the wall, and he's just like, "No, I've got this. I've been working on it. I know percussion's your thing, but you know, I've I've got something that could increase it here."
Koa will go over to your door and try to show you how to do it right on your door. And he thinks he does a great job. Actually, it's more like this, Aldo, see?
Oh yeah, you got to do it on the door. He walks back over to Elliot's door and like bangs even louder.
Scott, that's what we're doing.
Yep. Eventually, Elliot whips the door wide open, and he has his pack stuffed and everything, and like his backpack on or whatever it is, and he's like, "All right, and he just like leaves, and he says like a couple of like blasphemous insults that you're assuming with how quickly he said them. Maybe those are echoing what it was that the cook was saying before, and he stomps down the stairs.
Koa will like run down after him like, please tell me you're agreeing to go out. I can't take any more of him.
No, I'm going back to my hotel.
Don't leave me here with him.
He's like, he's yours. And then he stops, looks down at the fire. Oh shit! Goes and collects his book, snaps it shut, puts it into his pack, and then says, "Good night, good luck," and leaves.
Koa like walks back up the stairs. Well, Aldo, you've done it. You've managed to apparently get someone fired, and you've sent Elliot off. Now it's time for bed.
Yeah, are you going back to help Mikhail? I'm gonna go to bed.
Well, I feel weird going back at this point. Plus, Elliot might go get robbed, so I might need to go camp out outside of his place tonight.
Well, Mikhail might get robbed. Did you see how much money was in the flute case?
Oh my god, like a guy left those case. It wasn't just the money left by. He literally left his flute case.
I'll leave this case.
I'll go check on Mikhail, but please just don't do anything stupid. Rest up. Don't fall out a window or anything.
All right, get on. Dan. He says as he walks to his room.
Yes, I'm going. Koa will go back to find Mikhail, probably to bitch about Aldo, and let him know that Elliot's in like a bad spot now.
You say as soon as the door shuts, Aldo's like, oh. Takes a deep breath and he's just like, oh. All right. Let's. And he talks to himself. He's like, let's get to work. And he's going to use the disguise skill, and he's going to disguise himself as that lamb guy, because why not?
The lamb guy.
The fired lamb guy?
Ruining somebody. If he got gets, oh my god, if he got caught, he's just ruining somebody's life.
Yeah, but
I mean,
look,
don't get me
who
wrong,
has
it's
a reason
believable.
now?
He has enough
Exactly.
connections to know about it and where it would be because it's literally his son.
I don't look. It was. I
Like,
was gonna do the
sorry.
flutist, but until this happened, then
The lamb guy. It is a good. Like
It's
it makes
a
the guy knows where
really
everything is.
good
And, like, he
cover.
would know.
I know that's why. It's like as soon as you offered that up, I was like, well, the flutist was gonna be the cover, but now
So good.
Oh no!
Our final season, we're gonna go into like a room of like a dungeon, and sitting atop the throne will be two chairs with the flutist and the guy with the lamb.
If I have to kill a lamb guy, I'll feel
We
bad.
go up against. Instead of like
If I have to kill the
hairless
lamb
cat,
guy, I'll have
he'll be
sympathy.
Petting a lamb.
Like, aw. Poor guy. Just got
All right,
screwed by
well,
the
The
system.
League of Villains. We're the worst villains.
That flautist, though, I will feel nothing at this point.
all right. Well, I'm gonna use my hero point on this disguise check because I can't be seen as
Two
anything
hero
else.
points, one session. Ooh, okay.
All right,
I use
plus
my
eight.
percussion.
Plus
it's an 8, right?
I mean, you were using
Plus 8.
yours to try to help the flutist to try to like rekindle. He's using his
And
to
how
go
did
and
that work
steal.
Yeah, Scott. He's
Very
done
important
so much.
books.
I am helping the party. Okay,
Okay, go
might
ahead.
not seem that way as an outside thing, but hey,
Go ahead. No, you're
see how
good.
much Elliot's complaining when he's reading another 3 books.
You're good.
Yeah.
All right.
Plus 8.
And there's a plus 2 because it's the disguise kit gives me a miscellaneous plus 2.
Yes, sir.
So total plus 10 with your actual bonus.
I mean, no.
Oh my God, dude.
Fucking. Oh my god.
Do you want to luck it?
Bro.
With that 40? Do you want the devil himself, the gods themselves, be like, hey, that lamb guy's robbing those books?
We have no luck.
I mean, at this point,
There's
don't
no
even
luck.
We're
try to
out.
stealth. Get caught. Intentionally get caught. You know you can outrun them.
Oh, we don't have luck, do we?
Yeah, we're out. Bro, dude, like, I've
That's the
seen
highest roll I've ever
decent
seen.
disguise self checks, like with magic, pale in comparison to that.
Magic gives you a plus 10.
Like,
I know, right?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely pale in comparison.
oh my god.
That's damn near a 40, bro. Whew,
All right, well,
all right. Yeah.
Let's go over to the place.
Oh,
That's gonna be the highest roll of the series, like the campaign so far, right?
Yes, it is the
That's
highest
gotta
ranking
be
campaign
it.
so far. We've seen in the 30s so far, not 39.
We've not
Okay.
seen
Yeah.
39.
I don't think
I've
I
never
can't
seen
imagine.
39 in a D20.
I think you got a 32 on a or is it 31 or 32 something like that on a perform check before.
You
but-
got a
Yeah,
34
but
in the
definitely
book,
not a
I think. When
39.
you were looking at the book the first time in the keep, you got like a 34.
Yeah, that might have been one of them because the +5 and everything, maybe, but not a 39. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
Damn, man.
Okay.
All right. Well,
What a hero.
Oh man, I cannot wait to get DMs from Norway about this one. All right,
Norway,
so,
just know. Koa had nothing to do with it.
yeah, and you in meta obviously knew, and so in the meta, so in game you did some degree of deterrence, but you couldn't lean like you had to walk that fine line of what is reasonable deterrence for the character without me as a PC stepping on another PC. It's like PC's a PC, you don't give a
I
shit.
also rolled a
Character.
1 on a sense motive.
Oh,
that the
100%,
he was drunk,
absolutely.
So like,
No, I'm saying you did well. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Back to all right. So finding your way there is easy. You know how to get there. Roll me a perception check, sir.
the actual lamb guy's already there robbing it. He got fired. He's like, fuck this.
Fucking beat outside with the Spider-Man meme.
Oh my god, somebody has to draw that. Like two guys with like a lamb, like a lamb disguise. Oh my god.
Fantastic.
Can we AI art that like lamb doing Spider-Man meme?
What's
Anyway,
this
so
dude
moving
look
on.
like? I don't even know.
All right, back to game.
Fuck.
Okay. Back to game. Okay. So 16 perception check outside the place, Aldo. Outside of the thing, you actually see that there is a single person who is there, and they're standing there, their arms crossed, their cloak pulled close, their hood over their head as they're shivering, standing outside the door to this place, the door that you went in last time, alone, back to the door. I use AR all the time, Kajatar. It's AR. It's good for if you want something that is you otherwise would not pay for. But I also pay for art all the time. So
Yeah,
right, so there was no one guarding the door when we were here earlier, though, was there?
I don't remember that being described.
there was no guard described when we went there earlier. It was Steven.
there was no guard described when you went earlier. Correct.
Yeah. All right. Well, can I just skirt around and see if there's any windows or anything? You know what I mean? That's not the front door.
Hold on.
Bad, and he's just in trouble. I say that, but I'm probably gonna be in trouble soon too. It's late.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured this might end up taking a while.
So
Yeah,
when I went upstairs and I was making myself a tea real fast, I turned on the tea kettle, and then I was like, "This is gonna take too long." So I put water in the microwave. I turned off the tea kettle. I put water in the microwaved my water, just because I knew it was gonna be way faster. And I went pee, and then I came back. I ran downstairs. You saw me drink my tea. We were playing whatever. Da, da, da. Brittany just came downstairs about 4 hours later to ask me, "What time did you turn that teapot on?" I was like, why? Because you didn't turn it off. What? She's like, turn it off right now. I cannot remove that teapot from the stove. It is stuck to the stove. It cannot be removed.
Wow. Sounds like a problem for you tomorrow. So, all right, Aldo's looking for windows.
I'm going to take pictures of whatever that is. How did the smoke alarm not go off? I suppose it wouldn't necessarily be smoke.
What's your tea kettle made
Wouldn't
of?
necessarily be smoke. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's just metal. Metal wouldn't smoke. Just smell horrible. I hate electric stoves so bad. They're the worst. Fucking hate electric stoves. I wish I could have gas. Anyways.
Yeah.
So perception check. There is a single guard standing out there shivering in front of the door that you had gone in before.
He said he wanted to go around and see if there was
The other side.
way.
Absolutely. So you go around the other side. As I described beforehand, this is a barn. Most barns have doors on both sides. So you go around the other side and you can see there is a door over here. But this door is chained shut. So it has a single lock on some chains that is chaining at the door so it cannot open, at least not easily. Like, it might be able to slide a little bit, but chains will be able to stop it from opening all the way. So this door theoretically could be opened. So that other side, the big double door thingy, slidey door, horse door opens, but also has like the small door that you would go into as an individual. The other side is just the big double door thing, which is chained shut.
I mean, I'm trying to pick the lock,
so
I guess.
it's a decorated teapot, so it probably has like a ceramic or something outside, because it has like a. I'll take a picture later on. Go ahead.
Not anymore.
Go ahead, Jake.
I'm trying to pick the lock, I guess. That's got the chains there.
Okay. You disable device.
Yeah. But looking around though, I don't see anyone. Right? There's no one just standing there staring at me.
No, it's in the middle of the night. It's dark out. Yep. The good news is, the bad news is there's snow everywhere. So you do stand out against the snow.
Yeah.
Oh no. Someone might know the lamb guy was here. Unless they have a 40 perception.
Okay. Are you happy with 13?
I can't do anything with it.
Okay. So you go over there and try to pick the lock with a 13, and it opens.
It opens?
Yeah, you pick the lock.
Oh.
It's a simple lock. It's a 14, actually. Sorry.
I'm going to try and, I don't know, take the chain off the door, I guess, quietly.
Sure. That, sir, is a sleight of hand.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good. So, chink, 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 one at a time, you are removing the links, and eventually you're able to drop the chain on the in the snow outside. And then you slowly push the door open. It works. You get the door open.
All right, can I peek in?
Yeah, you look inside. It's dark.
Mm-hmm. Where am I? Like, can I work out where I was as to yesterday?
Absolutely.
If I open the door up,
There's only so many hours ago that you were here. Absolutely,
Yeah.
you can. You were here, what, like 5 hours ago? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's just you're walking blind. So, unfortunately, you might kick a bucket or bump into like an old shovel leaning against a thing or some other stuff that was, put here as part of auctions or whatever. Like, you might bump into stuff that you can't see because it's so freaking dark. So,
Yeah.
for that, you have to roll a stealth check. But, unfortunately, in this one, I'm not going back on Keegan. Because it's dark, it's a -5. If you have light, that's a different story. You get a -0.
Can I not let any light in from the door, like being open?
How much are you going to open the door? The more you open it, the more noise it makes. Opening it just enough that you can slip in is perfectly fine. Opening it more has a chance of making noise.
All right. Well, I will just try it like this then, I guess. So,
Sure.
stealth. Okay.
Does that include the -5?
It does.
Jesus Christ. You got a +10?
Yeah.
Oh my
Boy, roguey
God.
as fuck.
2 for ranks, 3 for class is 5.
God's going and counting his
2
skill points.
for Heart of the Slums, and oh my god, yeah, okay, wow, a 22. You quietly make your way over there. A couple of floorboards creak or whatever it is, but absolutely nothing that can be heard outside through the wind or through a door or anything like that. Like not enough. Like you definitely make noise that you can hear because you're being sensitive to it.
Yeah.
But that noise is that anybody else is going to be able to hear unless they're in the barn with you, right?
Yeah.
You make your way over there as best you can, and you make your way to the like half door or whatever it is where the stuff is. You either have to open this lock or you have to jump the door or crawl under it.
You said I can crawl under it.
Yeah, you can potentially like, get on your belly and go underneath. It's a little difficult to do it that way because of the standing up afterwards, but it's just an acrobatics check.
Yeah, I'll crawl under it.
Yep.
Oh.
You crawl underneath it, and you do get under there, no problem. The issue is because you're blind, you can't see anything. It's dark in here. As you're standing up from like you get under there, you're feeling things out. Your belly crawling, you're feeling things out. You get to where you need to be, and then as you're standing up, your elbow clips like a book that was maybe precariously put back quickly, and then that book like it tumbles and hits something, and a couple of other items like fall down, and it makes a small like crashing noise, if you will. It's not like this big pots and pans kind of crashing noise or the sound of your wife being angry that you left the kettle on for 4 hours. It's more like just the sound of like a falling stack of books, which definitely if you're inside the barn, you're hearing. Outside with the winter wind, maybe if it was like just like a quiet, calm evening, they'd probably hear it. But like their hood pulled over their head, them shivering, yeah, maybe they heard it. You don't know.
Well, quick as I can anyway, grabbing the books and shoving them in like the bag that I got.
Yeah. So you think you know exactly where the books are because you had planned this beforehand. So like you remembered where they were put down. You're not an idiot, right? So you believe you're grabbing the correct books. Just to confirm that you're getting the right ones, go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand.
Are you grabbing more than the 3 or just 3 or what are you grabbing?
Depends. Like, are they all easily accessible? I guess, right? Like,
I mean, everything is sitting inside this place.
Yeah, they're all right there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna grab the 3 books. Like, if I can find them quickly, I might try and grab the.
I just didn't know
Wizards one. I don't know.
In the meta, if we didn't talk about it, but if you were thinking about just grabbing those 3 because those are the ones we want, if you're gonna grab the arcane one because of its value, if you're gonna grab other ones to make it look less conspicuous, like it was us or what your plan was,
not just the 3 things we wanted specific. Oh shit!
Jesus, dude. This is your greatest night ever.
Whatever I was saying, who cares, man?
This is just meant to be robbed.
Clearly.
So you snag up books. You believe it's all the right books. How many books did you say you grabbed? Sorry, 3.
I'm gonna grab the 4.
Okay. So you grab up the so the hard part is you grab the 3 books and you reach over to where the spell book was. Shit, it's not there. It's not there at all. Oh fuck. That's what your elbow hit. You drop down to the ground. You start feeling around. There's books down here on the ground. That's what crashed. Perception check. Oh, cool. Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is it. You close it up. You feel the binding. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is the book right here that you found on the floor. Absolutely, this is the book. You're tucking it into your bag and... Oh, no. You think you hear that front door opening. Hello? You see a little bit of light coming in.
All right. Well, I hide.
You literally just, if you just stay exactly where you are, ducked inside the stall, nobody can see you at the moment.
Yeah.
Hello? I heard something in here. Probably fucking rats. Honestly, it's an excuse to get inside for a minute. And they shut the door behind them, and the wind like clips the door, so like catches it, so it like slams shut behind them. And they're like, "Oh, you fucking!" As they come in, you can hear them take a moment to like fix their cloak and like maybe knock some like blown snow off of it. It's not snowing out, but you know the wind catches it, right? And so it knocks some blown snow off of it, whatever it is. And it's like, oh, get this stupid duty. Like anybody's gonna be robbing this shit in the middle of the night. Oh, stupid. That's what they pay guards for. Guards should be doing this shit. Pick up the thing. Anybody in here? I wonder if there's something in here that would be good for me. I mean, come on. What's the likelihood somebody's even going to notice something missing? And you hear them starting to like walk around, making their way across. With your perception check that currently sits, you hear them walk over. They walk up to the stall that has the furniture inside of it, which is the stall across the way from where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Spend a couple moments there. I ain't carrying that shit out of here. And they start walking to the next stall, which is the one adjacent to where the furniture is, across the way from where you are, diagonally. And they're glancing inside that one. Oh, man. It's so drafty in here. Why is it so windy in here? And they look inside. They go, oh, this one's empty. And then you hear them walk over to the third one, which is, again, diagonally across, but the furthest one from you, diagonally, which the distance is, what, 20 feet from where you are?
Mm-hmm.
And they peek inside, look inside, like, what's that, all clothing? All clothing. Yeah, I don't need that shit. Oh, what the fuck am I doing? Is that open? And
At this point, as he goes to investigate the open door, I want to push the things out and go underneath, and then I'll make for the front.
Are you stealthing underneath, or are you going quick?
Oh, I'm stealthy, 100%.
Okay, so stealth means you're
I thought
moving
you'd want to be
slower.
seen.
So it's both a stealth and
Just
an
let
acrobatics.
me get to the door first. Okay, so it'll be a stealth and acrobatics. All right.
Yep. And so as you're trying to do this, you hear something like slide or whatever on him, and he goes, "Oh, it's clobbering time," as he like draws a club or a mace or something from his hip.
He needs to work on that one.
Clobber in time? What is he, the thing?
It's Morbin time.
And unfortunately for me, you rolled disgustingly well again. And so you do slip out acrobatics underneath. And he goes over and he looks at the door and he's like, "There's a chain on here, right? Fuck, it's here in the snow." And he whips around again and he's holding up the lamp. And at this point in time, where'd you slip to? The front door?
Yeah, the front door.
Okay. So he's looking back with the lamp. And you can see, like, because the lamp's on him, he's fully lit. You can see him easily. He's like crouched now in like this defensive pose. He's got like one lamp in one hand. He's got like a metal rod in his other hand. And he's like looking back and forth. And he's like, "Where the hell are they?" And he like clearly like scared because like his now back is exposed to the door. He like slinks away from the door. It's like the corner of the opposite side of the building. And he's like holding the lamp. He's like, "Come out! Whoever you are, come out!"
Yeah, Aldo pushes the front door open.
He hears the front door open. "Who's that? I'll get you!" And you see he's like starts like running across.
Yeah, you
the
see
way.
like the lantern will like come up to his like face, obviously, and Aldo's like, "Fire me, will ya?" And he turns and he runs. He's like throws like tries to push the door like back closed behind him.
Like steps up the door and prepares an action. So as soon as it comes up the window, "Fire me, will ya?" And slams the door. Oh my god!
God damn, man.
I need one last check from you. I need a bluff check to emulate the voice perfectly. That's your ability.
Dude, he's...
yes.
I mean, come on.
Oh my god. Jesus
Oh my
Christ.
god!
It's a
These
39
rolls
disguise with a 24 bluff. What do you want?
are insane. These rolls are insane.
Holy shit. We have to make sure he never quits in a huff from the Valiant Few. We will never see any of our shit
If he
again.
joins the flutist could be a problem.
Yeah.
The Valiant 2. No, so
I'm so glad Koa doesn't know this is happening. Tesh, I might be joining you soon, man. I gotta find a balcony for Koa.
for those of you that don't know this game, that newer
yeah.
to the campaign setting and all that, we're running, even though we're paying Pathfinder 1E, we're running the coin as though it's Pathfinder 2E. So like the base currency is silver. So like if you're looking at Pathfinder 1A rules and you're just like, "Oh, that looks like it costs," this isn't exact, but let's say it's like, "Oh, that looks like it costs 30 gold." It's like, no, it actually costs 30 silver, which is 3 gold. the books that they sold, they theoretically can sell for anywhere between, I don't know, 80, or I should say anywhere between 60 to 120 gold pieces. To the right collector in the right condition, or the right, da-da-da. I said gold pieces. That's insane. That's like in a normal campaign that's worth like 600
And if
gold.
he got the
that is-
Arcane Congress book, I don't know what the fuck that will mean for us. That will be potentially problematic.
I don't think we can even move that. Like,
we go to Nathan and be like, hey,
that's
you
gonna
buy
be
this?
trouble. That's the play, is we find it. We wait till they post a reward and then we find the book.
The Valiant Few. Aldo creates the problems, then we solve them as a group.
He just fucking keeps doing it for like
So much
years.
for
We don't
the
even
good.
know.
You know what's going to happen the next day? The old man's going to call to Koa and be like, Koa, I have to ask you for a favor. First of all, your
Kill
friend
my lamb
Aldo.
preparer.
First of all, your friend Aldo is an absolute shit. And he's as problematic as he was when he first came into town. Do you think you can get reins on him again? Because he's growing to be problematic again. And explains whatever situation. And then he's like, and I'm wondering if you can help me find my old cook. Because apparently...
Because apparently what, Scott?
Apparently it's the end of the stream. I gotta go to bed. This is too late for me to be dealing with this bullshit. Are you kidding me? Oh my god!
It sounds like you got away with the bag.
I just
Sounds
want to
like you got
reiterate
away.
that tonight, Keegan, your performance had a minimum of like what, a 20 or a 25 all night.
Mm-hmm.
And then Aldo followed it up with basically a 40 disguise, a 25 bluff of fire me, will ya, and getting the books we want and maybe more with his 30 sleight of hand
Yeah.
to find the correct things.
And
You're the
Wade
only one
rolled
with a hero
natural
point
one
now.
sense
We have
motive.
no luck.
I rolled a nat 1 sense motive, which made it work better.
And the flutineer rolled a natural one fluty flute.
Maybe I'll be joining the flute.
I know.
Koa and the flute dude.
Do not feel sorry for him. All right.
Hey, he rolls the same as I do on my percussions, except for the one. I rolled the one that
Bro,
mattered.
you like
Only the
quadrupled
one
his
that
check.
mattered.
Yeah.
All right.
Who bid for the spell
It was
books?
Nathan.
It was Nathan. Yeah.
Nathan,
It was Nathan.
there was an offer for like 20 gold or something, Scott said. Then Nathan was like, nah, what about 100? And it was just like,
Yeah.
it's mine, basically.
Yeah, he just came in and was like, "No, I'm too rich to squabble with peasants."
Oh, good old Nathan.
I tried to tell you that earlier when you asked.
Money.
It was Nathan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Councilman wanted the other books. Nathan wanted the spell book.
Yeah. That asshole wanted the other ones.
Okay.
Dude, what a session, man.
All right, that was fun.
I know we're still in
Yeah.
the Chev and we haven't progressed, but like, we progressed.
Keep doing shit.
We spread our name, made ourselves look really good, and Aldo was the shittiest of shits in the best way.
Yeah.
He's like, don't worry, boys. I'll save us some.
Aldo
coin."
just loves it. He's like upstairs, like just listening in as people talk shit about him, about how bad he is and shitty person and this and that. And then he like helps the party by like
By
doing
being
the
a
things
shitty
that they don't
person.
want to do.
By being a shitty person.
Just apologize to Elliot and gift him the spell book as an apology. Like, hey,
Fuck
you're good
no.
with you're good with languages. See if you can read this.
Elliot
You-
would be murdered for
No,
that.
no. Listen to me. Because now Elliot's a scapegoat.
Oh my god.
No, see, you know, Elliot saved himself because I'll let you in on something. I was planning on doing this disguise check as Elliot and saying he was going to buy. No, not this part. Buy everyone like a weapon at Hans's shop because she pissed me off too. So she would have people flocking to her shop, annoying her, and Elliot would have been the one that sent them there.
So how did he
Damn.
save himself?
What did he do to save
Are
himself?
we sure
Oh, yeah,
that
he
Aldo's a
he
hero in
apologized.
this tale?
Oh, and then you overheard him talking mad shit about you again. Like,
Yeah,
like
but
6
we've
hours
already
later.
we've already moved past that now. We're up like 40 gold. We're good.
All right, well, that's whatever. Okay, yeah, that's fair. God.
Okay. I gotta go to bed. This is
Well,
more than I
yeah.
can
you should
handle.
probably end the stream first, Scott.
Yeah, I gotta press. I don't even know if anyone's streaming.
Good session, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed watching the 8 hours we were here.
Yeah. Yeah, we did that.
I can't
My
find it.
God.
Everyone
That
broke
was
Scott. Mikhail
insane,
broke
dude.
Scott. Remember the whole flutist bit? Listen, dude. I was the third wheel on the fucking Jaaek and Keegan show.
I don't even know, man. I didn't foresee any of that going how it went. I'll say that much.
You didn't get to look at your book today, but thank God we're here for another 2.
Right? If we are. Might have a job tomorrow.
Joey or somebody, whoever's here, remind me next session that I had stolen those scrolls, which I don't know what they are. 'Cause I'll
Oh yeah,
forget
yeah.
about
You gotta
them.
look at the scrolls too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you get
just
those.
so it's known, because your character would look at it, he wouldn't be able to understand what it is because there's literally written in Canaan,
Mhm.
which is the Gnomish language, which is the language of the Arcane Congress magic.
Yeah.
So literally spell scrolls, which is why they were hidden inside there. More or less, you guys got enough to pay for those books just in the scrolls alone.
Oh, and you got a gem, Keegan. Don't forget to write down your gem.
Did-
May have also
did
been
get a
able to
gem.
pay for the books. We stole the scrolls. We got the gem from screwing over another person.
And
Let's
Koa
also
turned down
steal the
sex.
books
Again.
by screwing over another person.
And Koa did turn down sex yet again. We've all done
Jake
incredible
fucked
things.
that
today.
poor cook twice.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel so
Man,
bad for
yeah.
these NPCs. They're people too, you know.
Someone's gonna have to explain to me where is the sympathy coming from for the flautist? Someone would explain this to me.